County of Buckingham.
The question is that I do issue my warrant to the Clerk of the Crown to make out a new writ for electing of a member to serve in the present Parliament for the borough constituency of Makerfield, in the room of Joshua Cameron Simons, who since his election for the said borough constituency has been appointed to the office of Steward and Bailiff of His Majesty's 3 Chiltern Hundreds of Stoke, Desborough and Burnham in the county of Buckingham. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order, order. I have a short statement to make. I would like to draw members' attention to the fact that the book for entering the private members' bill ballot is now open. It will be open until the House rises today and while the House is sitting tomorrow. On both days, the book will be available for members to sign in the No lobby until 6 p.m. It will then be taken to the Public Bill Office and remain open for signatures until the rise of the House. The ballot itself will be drawn at 9 a.m. this Thursday in Committee Room 16. Announcements setting out these and the arrangements and the dates when the 10-minute rule motions can be made and presentation of bills introduced is published under the order paper. We now come to questions. Secretary of State for Justice. I call Dr Al Pinkerton.
Mr Speaker, question number 1.
Secretary of State.
The government is reforming the family justice system to better support families and children. We're rolling out the child-focused model nationally, developing a cross-system family justice strategy and legislating for new child safety measures that ensure child welfare continues to be prioritised.
I'm grateful for that response. My Surrey Heath constituent, Olivia, is an extraordinary survivor of sustained coercive control involving psychological, physical and financial abuse, a set of abuses that continued even after her separation from her partner because of child contact arrangements, which left her in persistent fear for both her safety and that of her child. So can I ask the Deputy Prime Minister what steps he is taking and the front bench team is taking to strengthen safeguarding in the family courts and to protect domestic abuse survivors from re-traumatisation, particularly where perpetrators use mechanisms such as child contact arrangements to continue their abuse?
Well, the whole House will have sympathy for Olivia. The family courts must never be a place for perpetrators to continue their abuse. Repealing the presumption of parental involvement will ensure children's well-being continues to be the court's primary focus when considering contact, and under the child-focused model, independent domestic violence advisors can provide victims with specialist family support.
The Justice Committee, Andy Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. One of the successes of the family justice system is the family mediation voucher scheme. 2/3 of families who use that scheme avoid going to court. It takes a lot of pressure off the family courts. It started in 2021. It gets renewed every year, often at the end of the year or even when the next year has started, which creates huge uncertainty. Will the Secretary of State just say that he will make the scheme permanent from now onwards?
Well, I can confirm to the Chair of the Select Committee that the family mediation voucher scheme will be extended for another year, giving separating families £500 towards their mediation costs to help them solve issues around childcare and finances without going to court. And I will look carefully at the permanency of those arrangements.
Question number 2, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I'll answer question 2 and 10 together. This government is giving offenders the tools to move away from a life of crime. We are led by the evidence, addressing needs such as housing, employment, substance misuse treatment and support to develop personal skills and behaviours. We're also investing £700 million in probation and expanding intensive supervision courts for prolific offenders.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Reach Out and Recover Ken, through a brilliant organisation I met in Folkestone over the weekend, who help people, including ex-offenders, recover and stay away from addiction so they can gain skills and work to reintegrate into society. But Ministry of Justice figures show that at the 6-month post-release point, the reoffending rate for adults is twice as high if they are unemployed compared to those in employment. So, Mr Speaker, what is the government doing to ensure that more ex-offenders in my constituency get tailored and timely support, particularly around the issue of addiction, to get them back into work work and to leave offending behind them once and for all.
Clear State.
Well, my honourable friend is right to raise these issues and the good work that's happening in his constituency. As he knows, Lord Timpson is leading work about what happens when inmates are in custody. That means working with health services to ensure that our prisoners are getting the support they need, and also with the private sector employers to ensure that there are opportunities afterwards. And I will ask Lord Timpson to write to him with specifics about what is happening in his area.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the honour of taking part as a volunteer in a restorative justice programme in Havering Prison in Cumbria a few years ago. Restorative justice gives victims the opportunity to share with offenders the real impact of their crimes and gives offenders the opportunity to take serious responsibility. And studies show that restorative justice reduces the reoffending rates by up to 28%. So what is the Minister doing to ensure that restorative justice programmes are delivered in every prison?
Minister.
Well, the honourable gentleman's absolutely right that there is a really important role for restorative justice in our criminal justice system. Just yesterday, we made an announcement as to the use of restorative justice in our youth courts and the appointment of Jacob Dunn as an expert advisor. Jacob Dunn may be known to many members of this House, is a great champion of restorative justice and someone who has experienced restorative justice. There is more to do in the adult estate. The government will be announcing measures with regards to rehab, which is a central cog of the restorative justice system, and we'll be making those announcements in due course.
Just Bren Fuller, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's talking a good game of reducing the cycle of reoffending, but meaningful prison education plays a key role in that objective. And recent analysis has found a significant decrease in the core education hours in public sector prisons. This has been seen most acutely in female prisons, where there's been a fall of 30%. What is the Minister doing to reverse this decline in education hours across all prisons, ending the postcode lottery that we're currently seeing, and ensuring their obligations to equality are met?
Minister.
She's absolutely right to raise the importance of education in our prisons. The scandal about education in our prisons is there are classrooms, there are workshops that are left empty day in, day out because the prison system remains not stable enough. And the capacity is going through the roof. So this government has been focused, rightly, on getting stability into the prison system. We will be making announcements as to investment into education. It's also about using the private sector and the third sector, not just government contracts. And again, Lord Timpson will be making announcements on that in due course.
Deb Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 3, please.
Minister.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 3 and 4 together. This government is committed to halving violence against women and girls, and Baroness Harman will directly report to the Prime Minister and work across government to ensure that we deliver the urgent change that is needed. There are few who can match Baroness Harman's decades-long commitment to women and girls. She has consistently driven change, and I look forward to working closely with her in our new roles.
Deb Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In March, the Prime Minister agreed to meet with survivors of abuse by Mohammed Fayed, the former owner of Harrods, Fulham Football Club and other businesses. Since then, or before then and since then, almost 500 survivors have come forwards, and they have all been waiting for years and in many cases decades for justice. Can the Minister confirm whether the Prime Minister's advisor on women and girls will attend that meeting and what progress has been made on scheduling it?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his continued leadership as co-chair of the all-party parliamentary group on survivors of Fayed and Harrods. I was in contact with Baroness Harman yesterday and will raise the possibility of her joining the Prime Minister's meeting with victim survivors. But I too would be humbled to meet with those who my honourable friend has been so powerfully advocating on behalf of, both in and outside this chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the announcement of a record £100 million expansion of GPS tagging for domestic abusers following a pilot by Greater London Authority which saw reoffending fall by up to 63%. The current plans, however, will only apply to the highest risk offenders, given that all domestic abuse is serious and many perpetrators escalate their violence upon release. I'm concerned this will allow abusers to slip through the net. Will the Minister therefore consider extending GPS tagging to all convicted offenders of domestic abuse, not just those deemed high risk?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her consistent and proactive support for domestic abuse victims. Ensuring that it is perpetrators and not victims who are punished and restricted is key to the Domestic Abuse Perpetrators on Licence pilot, the DAPL pilot that will be rolled out nationally from September. Offenders are tagged on release and subjected to strict conditions like exclusion zones and curfews. DAPL allow probation to tag any and all offenders who are considered to be at risk of perpetrating domestic abuse, but I would be happy to meet with her about her concerns.
Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further to her response to the honourable gentleman, the member for Lichfield, and on the basis that justice delayed is justice denied, will she seek to use her good office with the Home Office to ensure that the Metropolitan Police expedites its investigations so that those hundreds of women who've suffered at the hands of Fayed can at last have the justice that they deserve?
Minister.
I thank the right honourable member for his question. And he is absolutely right that justice delayed is justice denied, which is why this government is taking such proactive steps to try and reduce the delays that victims are seeing. And I would be happy to meet with him and other members who I know are hugely concerned about the impact that these cases have had on victims and survivors.
Katie Lamb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the Minister to her place. Almost the first thing that the Prime Minister's new advisor on women and girls did after she was appointed was to say on social media that Arooj Shah, the recently defeated leader of Oldham Council, should be given a peerage. This is despite the fact that Shah spent years trying to block a full inquiry into rape and grooming gangs in Oldham. What does the Minister think that says to victims and survivors, and how can they and the public trust her now? And I would also be interested to know whether the Minister agrees that Shah should be made a life peer.
Minister.
Baroness Harman's record speaks for itself. She has spent decades turning words into action, whether through landmark legislation, strengthening protections, or relentlessly pushing this issue up the political agenda, which should never be used for party political point scoring. It is this Prime Minister and this government who are determined to halve violence against women and girls. Our Vorg strategy sets out the plan to do so, and we are getting on the job with delivering it.
Centre Minister Dr. Kieran Millen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the new Minister to her post? And for all the policies she might be glad to inherit, she's also inheriting a plan later this year to let out potentially thousands of the worst offenders against women and girls, including rapists and those responsible for sexual assault. And the government is refusing to be transparent about this, not answering FOIs and written questions about how many rapists and sexual assault offenders will be allowed out of prison earlier. Can this new Minister open a new leaf in this book and at least be transparent about how many rapists they're going to be letting out of prison later this year?
Minister.
The Conservatives left a criminal justice system where victims wait years for trials, where victims feel traumatised by their experiences in court, and where our prisons were full and the system at risk of collapse. Not to mention the probation service, which after their failed privatisation attempts was on its knees. It is this Labour government that is taking action to halve violence against women and girls, to reduce the time that victims wait to see justice, and to better support victims with record investment in victim support services.
Dr. Kieran Millen.
I'd ask the Minister to think about perhaps having a constituency surgery and a victim of rape coming to see her, perhaps their offender is currently in prison, and that rapist is now going to get out of prison earlier. And I wonder what that victim would think about the answer she's just given to a serious question about serious issues. If she is refusing to tell the House, at the very least, will the Minister commit to writing to all the women and girls who currently have an offender in prison, perhaps due to go out 2 years from now, 3 years from now, that's going to get out this year, and at least doing the good grace of telling them, the victims, when that's going to happen?
Minister.
I meet with constituents every week, and victims will always be my priority. The honourable member comes to this House time and time again, listing horrific offences, but not once has he apologised for the damage that his party did to our justice system. Victims won't forget the mess that they created. Victims won't forgive their failures to take action. Victims will not be fooled by their claims to care now. And it is this Labour government that is committed to halving against violence against women, and this this Labour government that has the plan to make it happen.
Richard Quigley.
Question number 5, Mr Speaker.
From bench, who wants it? Minister. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Perpetrators must not be allowed to use the family courts to further their abuse. While the family courts already have a range of tools designed to protect victims, we are going further by rolling out the child-focused courts model nationally.
Speaker, while I welcome the steps the Department has already taken to prevent perpetrators of domestic abuse from using the family courts to continue coercive control, will the Minister look at ensuring legal aid is accessible to victims in Pathfinder courts, particularly at decision hearings, given worrying reports that this has become nearly impossible to access in practice, so that perpetrators can exploit this process and continue their campaigns of harassment?
We're both too ready.
Can I thank my honourable friend for again speaking up on behalf of domestic abuse victims. I remember the powerful debate that he secured on protecting children from domestic abuse. Government recognises the vital role that legal aid plays in supporting victims of abuse. Child-focused courts, otherwise known as Pathfinder courts, have been rolled out to 10 court areas, most recently the Isle of Wight in January. Legal aid is available in child-focused courts for victims of domestic violence or those at risk of abuse, but we are aware that there are challenges affecting timely access. I'm happy to meet with my honourable friend on this issue and can assure the House that we are working to resolve this matter swiftly.
Rachel Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Around 1 in 20 rural households experience some form of domestic abuse, though experts believe this figure is significantly understated owing to chronic underreporting. Evidence shows that financial control and exclusion from business decisions is a particular feature in rural areas. The pressures of multi-generational living, the unique stresses of farming life, and the combination of geographic and digital isolation can all heighten vulnerability. Would the Minister set out what specific steps the Government is taking to address these rural risk factors, improve reporting pathways, and consider setting up a special committee to look into this?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for raising this really important issue. And alongside the rollout of child-focused courts, there does need to be more work on looking at coercive control. I know that it's an issue that is of real interest to many across this House and something that this government takes very seriously.
Gregory Stafford.
Question 6, sir.
Secretary of State.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I'll answer questions 6 and 20 together. We inherited a justice system in crisis with a backlog of over 80,000 cases, double what it was in pre-COVID era. Victims, witnesses and defendants waiting years for justice, and that is what truly undermines confidence in our justice system. Justice delayed is justice denied. Only by pulling every lever, investment, efficiency and reform, can we turn the tide around.
Gregory Stafford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On the Secretary of State's watch, the court's backlog has reached record levels, yet his answer is to weaken one of the oldest rights in our justice system, trial by jury. The backlog was not caused by juries and it will not be solved by scrapping juries. The Bar Council says there is very little evidence for the government's approach, while the Institute for Government estimates that it would save at most around 2% of court time. And even that may be generous. So why will the government not drop this ill-judged proposal and focus instead on the serious reforms needed to cut the backlog and speed up justice for victims?
I've got to say, if the honourable gentleman were serious, he would get on the detail. We're not scrapping juries. Juries remain a cornerstone of our system. Just as Margaret Thatcher made changes to the jury system, just as the Blair government made changes to the jury system, we are making changes to bring down the backlog.
Sir Purchase.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, on Saturday, the Secretary of State promised extra court time for anyone arrested at the Kingdom March. Yet, we know there are grooming gang survivors who have waited more than 20 years for their cases to come to court. How is it that he is able to find court time to arrest protesters, and yet some victims of vile sexual abuse are waiting decades to hear their cases in court?
I would have thought that the honourable lady, as a magistrate, recognises The right to protest exists in our country and we defend it. But where people spew hate, where they incite violence, where anyone is subject to criminal damage or harm, of course the courts will bear down on them in the strongest possible of ways.
You understand, mate?
Speaker, honourable members fairly hold strong views on these reforms. However, it is notable that the right to elect between Solomon summary procedure for certain offences does not sit with the accused in Scotland but with the Procurator Fiscal. But the people of Scotland are listening to this salient debate. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that we must conduct this debate on the government's reforms without feeding the increasing malignant narratives of certain groups seeking to undermine public confidence in prosecutions and convictions in every corner of the United Kingdom?
Stay.
Well, my honourable friend makes a very good point. It's fundamental that people have confidence in our justice system across these aisles, wherever it is found, and that is why this government is seeking to do all it can to get both the court system out of crisis, which we inherited, and the prison system out of crisis, which we inherited.
Carl Turner.
Speaker, it must be absolutely exhausting holding on to an idea that only he, the Justice Secretary, still pretends is a good one. The Mayor of London is opposed to these changes and has tried to persuade him to bin it. The Mayor of Manchester is opposed to this ludicrous idea. The leader of Scottish Labour was opposed to this idea, and it doesn't even involve Scotland. The former Welsh First Minister was apparently opposed to it. When is he going to let his ego get out the way and bin this ludicrous idea of curtailing jury trials?
Not long now, Dave. Not long now.
The Honourable makes his point with real force. He, however, never ever talks about victims and has not explained how we should bring down the backlog. And the truth is, we are determined to bring down the backlog, and that is why.
Order. Mr. Turner, I took the question. I want you to expect you to hear the answer as well, Secretary.
We are determined to bring down the backlog. He knows that all governments of stripes stand by our jury system, stand by the Magna Carta. We are not scrapping jury trials. I know he gets excited about this, but he should recognise that.
Jess Brown for Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come with good news. With increased funding from the government, uncapped sitting days and improved disposal rates, backlogs in the Crown Courts are falling. At the Old Bailey in 2025, the backlog fell by a quarter. In Chelmsford, it fell by 10%, and Maidstone saw a 5% reduction. The truth is that properly funding our courts and uncapping sitting days is bringing down the backlogs. But the government is choosing to ignore that data and persist with taking a sledgehammer to jury trials, which won't deliver shorter wait times for victims. So why won't the Minister trust those in the justice system that want to deliver for those victims using their increased funding and resource that he has delivered for them?
Well, I'm grateful that she recognises, because of the increased investment that I put in and the extra sitting days, we have seen a small reduction. And I believe that the modernisation that we've talked about, particularly enlisting AI, will also make a difference. But I've got to tell her, if we're serious about bringing down the backlog over the next few years, given its size, we will need reform as well.
Alicia Kearns.
Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Prisoners are moved to an open prison as part of the rehabilitation process, but only after they pass a thorough risk assessment. Every prisoner, including those serving a sentence for a sexual offence, is subject to an individual risk assessment. They will not be allowed to move to an open prison unless they are assessed as presenting a low enough level of risk. A prisoner can be immediately returned from an open prison to closed conditions if their risk increases.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Paedophiles should be behind bars, not roaming our communities. And I'm afraid the Minister's words will ring hollow for my constituent, who received a call in January to be told that her abuser, the paedophile, who is only 2 years into a 9-year sentence, has been moved into an open prison and now will have the right to leave the site freely and even stay out overnight. So will the government please review these moves, because clearly something is not working, and we specifically look into this case, which is utterly unacceptable.
Minister.
I'm very happy to look into that case and make sure that the appropriate officials look into that case. As I said previously, each case is taken on its own circumstances and the risk is assessed by those professionals. But I'm very happy to look into that specific case.
Shadow Minister Bennett.
Mr. Speaker, as an MP with a Category C prison for male sex offenders, H&P Littlehay, in my constituency that's almost at capacity, I welcome the clarity from the Minister regarding paedophiles in the prison estate. We know that the Minister is on the hook to deliver thousands of new Category C and D prison places. So I want to ask him about the prison places he has made almost no progress on since the election because the contractor ISG went into administration in September 2024. Since I first highlighted the failure of this project last year, can he confirm whether all of those 12 prisons have had new contractors appointed and tell me by when those prison places will now be delivered?
Minister.
This government is undertaking the biggest prison building programme since the Victorian era. We will be building 13,000 new places by 2031. We inherited a prison capacity crisis. It takes some chutzpah from those opposite to start asking questions about prison building. We are committed to the prison building programme that we announced in 2024. We are confident, indeed, we will match that prison building programme, and we are fixing the mess that they created.
Laura Kirksmith.
Question 8, please, Mr. Speaker.
So stay.
Well, I'm delighted to be working with the Home Secretary and other Cabinet colleagues in delivering our ambitious goal to halve knife crime within a decade. In February, we published the Youth Knife Possession Guidance, which delivers tougher consequences for knife carriers. The Youth Justice White Paper, published just yesterday, sets out how the government will act to intervene earlier to stop children becoming involved in offending and to ensure those that do are dealt with swiftly and effectively.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the government's knife crime strategy with its ambitious goal to cut knife crime by half in a decade and its recognition that serious violence is both a criminal justice issue and a social failure. I also want to commend Thames Valley Police for their hard work to tackle it in Aylesbury and the villages. We've seen some really good measures like the knife crime amnesty bins, which have had a positive effect. But as the Secretary of State, we know that the challenge of knife crime starts with root causes, including poverty and lack of opportunity for young people, and we still struggle with that in Aylesbury and the villages. So can the Minister outline, the Secretary of State outline what more he was doing to work across government to address these two?
So stay.
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. Can I agree that poverty, exclusion and the lack of opportunity are all root causes of crime? Our Youth Justice White Paper focuses on intervening earlier to address risks before they escalate, working across government to tackle the root causes and ensure every child has the support and opportunities that they need to thrive.
Gregory Campbell.
Speaker, can the Secretary of State establish the success or otherwise of previous administrations that introduced knife amnesties in order to try and achieve a reduction in knife crime, given the prevailing presence and increasing presence of knife crime in many large urban centres across the country?
So stay.
Well, he's right. There is a role for knife amnesties, and as it happens, I was out last week in Deptford looking at a knife amnesty programme. If he looks at the first item on my Instagram, he'll see me doing that.
Justice Secretary Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, 6,397 knife criminals were sent to prison. The average sentence was just over 8 months. As the government scrapped almost all sentences below a year, will the Justice Secretary say very clearly if he expects as many knife criminals to go to jail next year as they did last year?
Yes, sir. Nothing.
The outrage under the last government was watching knife crime go up year on year when he was sitting in the Home Office. And when you... I'm very...
Order. Mr Timothy, you're going to come in on 2 questions. Can you not just at least wait half a minute before you jump in?
It's a serious subject, and I'm pleased that just after 22 months in office, knife crime has seen falls in the last year, and we will continue with our knife crime strategy.
Nick Timothy, second question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. What the Justice Secretary just said about the record of the last government was factually untrue, and he should withdraw it. It is his policy, he didn't want to admit it, but it's his policy to send fewer knife criminals to jail. That's why he just said what he did. And buried in his white paper yesterday, it's on page 46, you can read it again, was his plan not just to go soft on young criminals, but make others, this is a quote, including vulnerable adults and young adults, subject to a different process. That is wrong. So can the Justice Secretary rule out weaker sentences and targets to reduce imprisonment rates for any adult criminals?
Justice Secretary.
I've got to tell him, he left us with a prison capacity crisis, and the last government had success in reducing the amount of young people in prison. He knows it, the record is there, and I worked with Michael Gove and David Cameron as they set about on that mission. The strategy we published yesterday, of course, puts public protection first. There will always be young people that have to be in custody, but working with the most vulnerable, we are determined to reduce the amount of young people, particularly on remand.
Patrick Hurley.
Number 9, please, sir.
Minister.
The victim will deliver a new, strengthened victims' code. We've engaged with victims, support services and criminal justice professionals in a consultation that closed on the 30th of April, and we are now taking time to consider nearly 200 responses. We will issue a public response ahead of finalising the new code and bringing it into force.
Patrick Hurley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In my constituency, an acknowledged victim of a violent crime is being alleged to be contributorily negligent in the civil courts. This is re-traumatising and appears to be contrary to natural justice. So will the Minister agree to meet with me and my constituent to discuss further and to see what measures can be put in place to address concerns about how the civil law system deals with cases such as these?
Minister.
The new Victims Code will ensure that victims know the service, support and information that they're entitled to in the criminal justice system, but our civil and family courts should never be used to perpetuate the trauma that victims have suffered. I would be happy to meet with my honourable friend or arrange a meeting with the relevant minister to better understand the case that he is raising and what his constituent is facing.
Rishi Sunak.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In 1990, Dr David Burkitt was brutally murdered in a crime that shocked the Teesside community. He was discovered by his young daughter, who is a constituent of mine. Despite the Deputy Prime Minister's very welcome opposition, the murderer was recently released. Can I thank the Ministry for agreeing to a request from myself and the Honourable Member for Middlesbrough and Thornaby East to meet with my constituent to hear about her concerns about the process and interactions she had with the parole board leading up to his release. Now, I know this is subject to an ongoing JR, but could I thank the Ministry for their continued attention to this case and urge them to learn what we can to support victims in the future?
Minister.
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Member for raising this deeply distressing case, and I would like to pay tribute to Dr Burkitt's daughter for the courage in continuing to engage, which I think is truly commendable. He's right that the parole board is independent of government, and the Deputy Prime Minister's application for reconsideration was considered not sufficient to reach threshold, but the Deputy Prime Minister decided to seek permission for judicial review of the parole board's decision, not to set aside their decision, and this has been filed. I await the response and hope that permission is granted, but I do want to reassure the Right Honourable Member and Dr Burkitt's family that this department will continue to seek to mitigate the hurt that they are feeling.
John Whip.
Question 11, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, far too many care-experienced people end up in the criminal justice system. In November last year, the Deputy Prime Minister announced a review of the National Protocol for reducing the criminalisation of this cohort. Officials are actively working on this, and we will publish a strengthened protocol later this year.
John Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I refer to my register of interests. Children in care have often faced significant trauma, instability, neglect or abuse. As a result, many of these children end up in the criminal justice system, with care leavers being 10 times more likely to end up in prison. Counselling has been shown to help keep children in care out of prison, which obviously is better for the young people and saves the state money in the long term. Would the Minister therefore consider changing national protocol guidelines to ensure trauma counselling is provided to children in care who are identified as being at risk of engaging in criminality?
Minister.
My honourable friend is right to raise this important issue. The disproportionality of care leavers and children who've been in care in our criminal justice system is a national disgrace. And just yesterday, the Deputy Prime Minister met with the Minister responsible for children's social care to look at these issues in the round. As I said before, we are looking at strengthening that protocol and we'll be publishing that in due course.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, the youngest children in care are babies. You might shock the House. There are 36 babies currently residing, no fault of their own, in mother and baby units around this country. And I just wonder, as part of the wider sentencing review, given that babies are taken away from their mothers on a case-by-case basis after 18 months, whether part of that review should be, apart from the most serious criminal cases, whether it's appropriate at all for mothers and babies to be in prison, particularly the babies.
Minister.
I thank the honourable member's question. He's raised this issue indeed just yesterday in the Commons, a similar theme, and he's right to do so. I know that Lord Timpson has a particular focus on female offenders and women inmates in prison, and will be making an announcement in due course. But he's right to raise these issues, and they're very important ones.
Mr. Strathern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 12.
Secretary.
Well, with permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 12 and 14 together. The Prime Minister asked me to lead work across government to improve outcomes for boys and men. This includes a specific focus on convening and coordinating the brilliant existing work across departments, including health and well-being, education and employment, and masculinities and connection. Furthermore, yesterday we set out a plan for youth justice reform, the first in many, many years.
Mr. Strathern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Anti-Slavery Commissioner recently called out the targeted online grooming of young men online by county lines gangs. This is far from an isolated targeting. We know from the manosphere to predatory gambling companies and get-rich-quick schemes, young men growing up in Britain today are all too often targeted by the worst corners of the internet. However, while Ofcom rightly has specific guidance for platforms about how to better protect women and girls from the specific harms they can be exposed to, no such parallel guidance currently exists for young men and boys growing up in Britain today, and we are all worse off as a result of that. We recently convened over 60 MPs to write to Ofcom and urge them to put this right. Would the Deputy Prime Minister like to join us today in calling on Ofcom to step up? It's in their gift. Let's get it done.
Secretary of State knows what the question is.
Well, it's an excellent question, and he's quite right. There are a lot of concerns about the online space and what it means for men and boys in a modern society. There's an important role for Ofcom. I'd encourage him to write to the Secretary of State Science, Innovation and Technology. And of course, I'll take a close interest, and I hope he gets a meeting with the Minister.
Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the founding member of the Labour Group for Men and Boys, I welcome the government's focus and on prevention opportunity, because supporting men and boys, Mr. Speaker, is not a zero-sum. It benefits women, girls, families and communities too. But in Portsmouth, too many boys and young men are struggling with education, mental health and pathways into work, while many older men tell me increasingly they feel isolated, overlooked and mistrustful of institution and politics. What discussions is the Secretary of State having with Cabinet colleagues about rebuilding purpose, trust and opportunity for men and boys across our communities, and will you work with me to turn this ambition to meaningful action for men and boys in Portsmouth?
Well, very keen to work with my honourable friend on this issue, and I recognise that there are real issues in her constituency in this regard. She'll be pleased that last month I attended a roundtable with some of the leading figures in the men and boys sectors to hear directly from them their current concerns. But I'm also chairing the interministerial group on men and boys, and there's real excitement that we can do something about this over the next few years right across Whitehall.
Vicky Slade.
Mr. Speaker, an often underappreciated element of the criminal justice system is the impact it has on fathers' ability to stay part of their families. My friend, the Honourable Member for Henley and Thames, shared research conducted by the University of Plymouth about fathers separated from their children and the impact on family life. If we're going to reform people in prison and rehabilitate them, we must take steps to help them maintain their family relationships. So will he take steps to tackle communication barriers for those with young children and improve the way that our children integrate with their parents when they're in prison?
So stay.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady. And a few years ago now, I set up the all-party group on fatherhood, and she's right. The role of fathers in all children's lives is vital. There's nothing more affecting than programmes in prison, for example, where fathers who are unable to write or illiterate are helped to do so, to stay in communication with their children. I look closely.
Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the House will join me in paying tribute to the former Victims Minister, the Honourable Member for Pontypridd, for her amazing work in that role, and I wish the new Minister the best of luck in the role. 90% of men and boys who are incarcerated for young men who are incarcerated for violent offences experienced or witnessed domestic abuse or another form of abuse at home. The government is investing in increasing the number of IDVAs available to adult survivors, but there is no like-for-like equivalent for children to access that kind of direct advocacy. Will the Deputy Prime Minister consider looking into this proposal that has been advocated by a number of victims' charities to make sure that young men and boys get the domestic abuse support that they need and deserve?
So, Justice Secretary.
Well, I'm very grateful for the Honourable gentleman in allowing me to pay tribute to my dear friend, the member for Pontypridd, for her tremendous work. I think the whole House will recognise this was a minister entirely on top of her brief and who commanded the respect of victims victims groups right across our country. He makes an important point, and I will look closely on what more we can do for young people who experience domestic violence.
Joe Roberts.
Number 13, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 13 and 19 together. This government is committed to transparency on the issue. We publish data on releases in error each July in the HMPPS Annual Digest. On the 15th of April, we also published ad hoc data for April 2025 to March 2026, alongside Dame Lynn Owen's independent review and the government's response, accepting in principle all the recommendations.
Joe Roberts.
Oh dear, Mr. Speaker, my question was about how many prisoners have been released in error under this government, and the Minister doesn't seem to know the answer. But it's okay, I'll give him the answer. It's 441, which over a 2-year period is the worst on record. Will he now apologise, or will he provide a convoluted excuse about why it's not his government's fault?
It's a very good example of someone who didn't listen to my answer and then assumed that he had. We will be releasing the data for this very serious and important issue, as we should do, in due course. We released the data earlier this year on an ad hoc basis. By the way, over the last 14 years of Conservative government, they never released data on releasing errors. So we're not going to take lectures from the opposing bench on this issue. Fundamentally, Dame Lynn Owens has done a review into this important issue, has set out a series of recommendations as to how we solve it. We've accepted them and we begin to implement them. But I won't be taking any lessons from the opposing benches on this issue.
James Wilde.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Despite implementing what the Justice Secretary said were the strongest ever checks, every week criminals are being given a get-out-of-jail-free card. How many of those 441 prisoners wrongly let out of prison on Labour's watch remain at large? And why is it still taking days for the prison service to let the police know when they've wrongly released people?
Minister.
The truth, Mr. Speaker, is this is a long-standing issue in our criminal justice system, and it is a disgrace. Any release in error is a disgrace. Now, how do we solve that issue, Mr. Speaker? We solve it by investing in our prison system. That's why we're building more prisons than since the Victorian era. We invest it in stabilising the prison population. That's why we introduced the Sentencing Act, which finally we have some sustainability in our prison system after the Conservatives did absolutely nothing. We are taking action recommended by Dame Lynn Owens, and that action will be undertaken rapidly.
We now come to topicals. Ben Maguire.
Question 1, Mr. Speaker.
Justice Secretary.
Since the last Justice questions, the Victims in Courts Act and Crime and Policing Act were both put victims at the heart of the justice system, received royal assent. And in the gracious speech, His Majesty the King confirmed that he will proceed with the Courts and Tribunals Bill to turn the tide on the Crown Court backlog and deliver swifter justice for victims, and that we remain committed to a Hillsborough law to bring in a duty of candour for public service and rebuild confidence in the justice system. These are yet more examples of this government getting on with delivering justice for the British people.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cornwall continues to face some of the UK's worst legal aid deserts, with rurality and lack of transport adding to this postcode lottery. According to the Law Society, a third of domestic abuse survivors were forced to represent themselves in court, as even when advice is available, eligibility criteria often stands in their way. Will the Minister meet with me to discuss raising the income threshold for the legal aid means test in line with inflation and remove the capital assets requirement altogether to ensure victims of economic abuse can access justice?
Justice Secretary.
Well, it is important that those who need legal aid can access it, of course, including those in rural communities and victims of domestic abuse. We work with the market to mitigate localised pressures, particularly where they exist, by supporting a mix of face-to-face service, telephone and remote advice provision. I'll ensure that he gets a meeting with the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Friday, I met with a constituent of mine whose child was fatally stabbed 5 years ago. As a parent myself, I cannot begin to imagine what the family has gone through and the trauma they have faced since. But concerningly, Mr. Speaker, the killer of that child has repeatedly accessed social media while in prison to cruelly taunt the victim's family. Unfortunately, I've spoken with other constituents and their families who have had similar experiences. Will my right honourable friend agree with me that this is completely unacceptable and look at my constituent's case so we can ensure that violent offenders cannot continue to taunt victims from behind bars?
Justice Secretary.
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for raising these issues. Let me be absolutely clear. Prisoners are not permitted to have access to social media in any circumstances and face punishment if they do so. All cases are investigated by HMPPS if they're discovered. A few weeks ago, I visited our state-of-the-art digital forensics lab, which interrogates any phones found and provides evidence to bring successful prosecutions in court. And I hope that reassures his constituent.
Justice Secretary Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This weekend, 2 marches came to London. One condemned by the Justice Secretary, about the other, yet another anti-Israel march, not a word. Once again, we heard crowds of people demanding intifada revolution and other coded calls for attacks on British Jews. If the CPS refuses to prosecute the thugs who chant globalise the intifada and other calls for violence, why won't the Justice Secretary change the law so these people get what they deserve?
Justice Secretary.
Well, I'd want to reassure the honourable gentleman that everyone inciting violence against Jewish communities in our country must face the full force of the law. I know that he will recognise that I represent the Stamford Hill area of London with a significant Orthodox Jewish community, and I'm grateful that he's raised this. Can I just remind him that the CPS recently updated their guidance on hate crimes on the 5th of May to ensure that people face the law as they should.
Mr. Speaker, I have concerns about the recent reports that the Society of Media Lawyers, who are against SLAPP reform, have had significant access to ministers and civil servants while lobbying against stronger protections for journalists, whistleblowers and campaigners. SLAPPs continue to be used by the super wealthy and super powerful to silence investigative reporting and public interest speech. Will the government bring forward meaningful and undiluted anti-SLAPP legislation?
Well, he's absolutely right. We cannot allow the rich and powerful to use their resources to stop proper investigation, and I will be bringing forward legislation as soon as time allows.
Luke Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard from victims of domestic abuse and stalking the harrowing journey they face rebuilding their lives. For many, the one thing that gives them comfort is the knowledge that their abuser cannot reach them from behind bars. But government changes to Category D prisons can now allow these offenders to be moved to open conditions much earlier than before, despite their crimes being exempt from STS 40 because of their recognised higher risk. So will the Minister meet with me to discuss excluding domestic abusers and stalkers from early transfer to open prisons so that their peace of mind of victims can be retained?
Minister.
All prisoners, as I said earlier, including those convicted of domestic violence and stalking offences, will only be allowed to move to an open prison when they have been assessed and risk assessed. I'm very happy to organise a meeting for him with the relevant minister to discuss this particular case.
Jill Scroppen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome the Youth Justice White Paper and its focus on tackling the root causes of offending. Like many of my colleagues, I've seen tragic cases of vulnerable young people being clearly exploited by adults and drawn into crime. Can I urge the Minister to ensure that the new offence of child criminal exploitation is brought forward swiftly and that it's robust enough to go after those responsible?
So stay.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. There's nothing more tragic than seeing young people, often from deprived backgrounds, preyed on by adults to run drugs and all sorts of contraband across the country. We will be bringing this forward as soon as possible.
Tim Farrell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Kendal Magistrates Court was outrageously closed in 2017 on the promise, though, that sittings would continue in other locations, public buildings in Kendal, after closure. Yet there has not been a single sitting in Kendal since 2020. Will the Deputy Prime Minister put this right urgently so that promise can be kept and local people can have reasonable access to justice?
Well, I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman. He knows that the government inherited a justice system in crisis with record and rising caseload. He also knows that the last government closed courts right across the country. We are legislating for structural reform. I've invested £2.78 billion in investment to bring down the backlog. We'll continue to look closely at the needs in Kendal, but he recognises that it's going to take some time to address what we inherited.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The latest Women's Aid annual audit highlights that nearly 80% of domestic abuse survivors now face devastating tech-facilitated abuse and online stalking. How will the Justice Department collaborate across government to ensure that our courts and prosecutors are fully equipped to tackle digital violence?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her question and her consistent efforts to raise online harms. Whether it's physical, oral or online, abuse is abuse, and this government is determined to tackle violence against women and girls online as well as off. We are making it illegal to take or make intimate images without consent, including deep fakes. Our new deletion orders will ensure that courts can require offenders convicted of intimate image offences to delete images of their victims. The VOG strategy sets out our plan to tackle digitally facilitated violence across government.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We know how grooming gangs regularly trafficked young, vulnerable girls across the borders. But survivors of these appalling crimes are deeply concerned that the UK Government and Scottish Government inquiries are doing separate inquiries and won't investigate cross-border grooming gangs. So what is the Minister doing to ensure that the perpetrators, both the perpetrators of these horrific crimes, but also the institutions that failed their victims, are being properly held to account?
Minister.
The honourable member is right to raise this and has consistently raised this. I meet with justice counterparts from the devolved governments regularly, and I'll make sure that this is high up on the agenda for our next meeting. It's a very important issue. There is a lot of good work happening in Scotland, in Wales, in Northern Ireland and in England. We need to make sure that's joined up to address that particular mischief, which is incredibly serious.
Jogi.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Can I ask the Minister to assure me and my constituents back home in Newcastle Lyme that the changes to the unduly lenient sentence scheme will ensure that victims of crime in Newcastle Lyme and across the Kingdom are better supported at every stage of the criminal justice system?
Minister.
My honourable friend is right to raise this. I'm very proud that this government has listened to victims. I've met with the Victims Commissioner and an array of victims who have been complaining about unduly lenient sentencing scheme. We've been able to modernise it to allow an out-of-time route for victims and bereaved family members to refer sentences outside of the 28-day time limit. Clearly, 28 days is sometimes not appropriate for families who are in deeply distressed circumstances. So we've been able to make changes of that, working on a cross-party basis as well. I'm proud that this government is putting victims at the heart of the criminal justice system.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I think it would be fair to say the government and I do not see eye to eye when it comes to the policy of
curtailing trial by jury. However, if the government is determined to go down this route, their own impact assessment sets out that a significant number of magistrates need to be recruited. The MOJ has set this out to be 7,000 over 3 years. In order for the government's own plan to work, will they commit not to change any of the rules around trial by jury until they have recruited those magistrates?
Secretary.
I think magistrates play a hugely important role. I was sad that under the last government they were cut back. They used to be about 29,000. He will see the recruitment campaign right across the country. I think we need a new generation of magistrates, and I want them to come from all backgrounds.
Mr. Speaker, half of all prisoners lack the basic literacy skills needed to navigate everyday life. Only 1 in 3 secure employment within 6 months of release, and a third re-offend within a year. So rehabilitation, reducing re-offending and improving public safety must be at the heart of our criminal justice system. Will the Secretary of State please therefore commit to increasing funding for prison education so that offenders can access the basic skills and support they need to rebuild their lives, and so that they can reintegrate and contribute positively to society when they leave prison?
My honourable friend has been consistent in raising this important issue. We are committed to ensuring that there is a sufficient education provision for prisoners. I would gently stress, however, we can only provide that education if we are able to get prisoners into the classroom. So we need to stabilise the prison system, get order back into the prison system after the chaos that we inherited. But absolutely, this government is committed to ensuring that prisoners have education and work opportunities upon leaving.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I represent a very rural area and we have to drive many miles to get to a court. With fuel prices so high at the moment, I wonder why ordinary citizens are reimbursed for jury service at the rate of only 31.4 pence per mile for their travel by car costs, and yet the standard HMRC approved rate is 45 pence per mile. It doesn't cover the cost of travel and penalises those who live in rural areas.
Minister.
Well, the honourable member, as a member of the Justice Select Committee, raises an important and very practical point. The government recognises the hugely important civic duty that jurors play day in, day out across the country. We always will keep remuneration and travel costs under review, and we've heard the question.
Samantha Dibblett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure it's not missed anybody's radar that I recently launched a campaign for lifelong sex education, and as of last week I met with some parish councillors, one of which works within the probation service, and she thanked me for the campaign because of the amount of re-education they have to do, of young men in particular, when it comes to what is acceptable within sexual relationships. So I wonder if the Secretary of State would, and the relevant ministers would meet with me to talk about the importance of lifelong sex education in re-educating potential offenders re-offending.
Secretary of State.
Well, can I thank her for her campaign and her work in this area? It is important that prisoners and those on probation are re-educated, really, as to codes of conduct. And I'm very happy for her to arrange to have a meeting with the Prisons Minister.
Adam Dance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Secretary of State outline what steps he is taking through the criminal justice system to support victims of violence against women, particularly those that report historic cases of sexual violence, like several of my young constituents who face terrible communications, years of delays, and ultimately the CPS not progressing with the prosecution?
Minister.
Those of us who've spent years campaigning to address violence against women and girls know that we are building on the work of pioneers, and Baroness Harman was one of those pioneers. I'm looking forward to working closely with her across government to deliver our VOG strategy. As part of that, we will be delivering the new Victims Code, which will set out the service, support and information that victims are entitled to, and we're supporting victims with the largest ever investment of £550 million in victim support services.
Sarah Coombs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the past 6 months, the community in the Black Country was rocked by 2 horrific cases of Sikh women being raped in racially aggravated assaults. These 2 attacks shook the entire community to our core, but it recently came to light that a Reform Party election candidate celebrated these appalling attacks. He's thankfully now stood down after being elected just 2 weeks ago. Can the Minister say more about how women will be supported in these cases when not only were they victims of horrific sexual attacks, but there was racial hatred involved as well?
Minister.
Well, it is unsurprising that yet again we do not have any Reform MPs in the chamber. People will be shocked to hear about these cases of racially aggravated sexual violence, and any comments celebrating that are utterly repugnant. This government is determined to support victims of violence against women and girls, and we are committed to not only supporting the victims with the £550 for victim support, but we are also introducing independent legal advisors for adult rape victims.
Dr. Adam.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Minister what assessment he has made of the reports concerning communication between the former Foreign Secretary, Lord Cameron, and the ICC prosecutor, Karim Khan, regarding the court's investigation into war crimes in Gaza? And what steps is he taking to uphold the independence of the international judicial institutions that we set up?
Minister.
Well, clearly, some of those matters raised by the honourable member are perhaps matters for the Foreign Secretary rather than the Justice Secretary. As he said, we clearly always respect international law and the principles of the rule of law more generally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sexual assaults and harassment on trains have risen more than a third over the last 10 years, yet too many trains and stations still lack adequate CCTV. This evidence gap lets criminals evade justice and fails victims. Can the Secretary of State outline what steps he is taking alongside colleagues to improve CCTV coverage across the whole rail network so that perpetrators of violence against women and girls can be brought to justice?
Minister.
My honourable friend and neighbour share a keen interest in rail as we represent a city at the centre of the largest cluster of rail companies in Europe. And we have launched a new campaign to drive up reporting of harassment on trains, the new Safer Railway scheme, where train operators must show what they are doing to tackle violence against women and girls so that they can travel with confidence. And I look forward to working with him on this initiative.
Mr. Speaker, the former Minister for Safeguarding and Violence Against Women and Girls said that real change in combating violence usually came only after threats from her following catastrophic mistakes. Doesn't this confirm that the government is unwilling to take the tough decisions necessary to tackle violence against women and girls?
I am honoured to take up the role and build upon the incredible work that the Honourable Member for Pontypridd undertook, and she was absolutely essential in the Vorg strategy, freedom from violence and abuse, so that this government has a plan to prevent violence, pursue and prosecute perpetrators and support victims. And we will be working across government to deliver the strongest crackdown in British history.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Tam is a mental health legal aid lawyer who has seen demands in the sector rise while fees fail to keep up. As a result, many have left this work, despite the government's 2025 Mental Health Act increasing the workload. This is unacceptable when people's liberty is at stake. So I ask, what specific assessments has the department made of the current sustainability of the mental health legal aid sector, and what concrete steps are they taking to ensure its financial viability?
Sir State.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady. We've announced additional funding of up to £34 million a year for criminal legal aid advocates and up an additional £92 million beyond that for criminal legal aid solicitors. She raised the important area of mental legal aid in relation to mental health cases, and we'll look closely at that in the next funding period.
Anna Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my honourable friend for her first outing at the dispatch box. On Friday, I met Jimmy, an IPP prisoner whose case I've previously raised with the Prime Minister, the Justice Secretary and the Prisons Minister. Despite good progress, he still does not have a firm release date. After more than 20 years in prison and over a decade since IPP sentences were abolished. So will the Justice Secretary urge his department to do all it can to expedite Jimmy's release and that of the other estimated 2,800 people who remain in prison on IPP sentences?
So State.
Well, I recognise the real issues that exist for IPP prisoners, and we have discussed this at length and will continue to do so. The Prisons Minister has done a lot of work in this area, engaged with all of those, including in another place, who raise these issues on almost a weekly basis. And of course, we want to do more and see those prisoners who are not going to cause public harm released.
That completes questions. Let the front bench change over. We now come to the urgent question. Sir Jeremy Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster if he will make a statement on the government's approach to redacting or withholding documents within scope of the humble address agreed by this House on the 4th of February this year.
Secretary Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've set out to this House on previous occasions, the government is working to comply with the motion passed in February. I can reassure the House that this remains the case and can provide the following update today. The government confirmed before prorogation that it had referred over 300 documents to the Intelligence and Security Committee, which at the time represented all of the documents in scope of the motion, where the government believed that publication would be prejudicial to UK national security or international relations. The government has repeatedly assessed all of the documents it has collected to make sure that all of those that need to be referred to the ISC are referred to the committee. As part of this quality control process, the government identified a small number of further documents that it felt should be reviewed by the ISC and immediately submitted these documents to the committee. As Friday's statement from the committee set out, it has now considered all of these documents. As I have previously said to the House, the government will be publishing a second tranche of material. This is currently being finalised and will be one of the largest government publications ever laid in this House. This is reflective of the breadth of the motion and also the government's commitment to transparency in responding to it. It constitutes a very significant disclosure exercise involving sensitive material from across government. The government has taken seriously its obligations to comply with the humble address in full, while also upholding other public interest issues, such as our duty of care to junior staff. The government has carried out this work according to a robust process with assurance from an independent KC. Given the House is due to rise on Thursday, Mr. Speaker, and given the length of the publication, the second tranche will now be published after Whitsun recess to give the House sufficient time to review the material and to be able to ask me and the government questions, Mr. Speaker. It could have been published this Thursday, Mr. Speaker, but I felt that the House would deem that to be inappropriate, given it will be such a significant publication. Mr. Speaker, I just refer back to my previous comments. This will be the largest publication, other than I think the Chilcot Inquiry report, ever published to the House. When the government publishes this second tranche of documents, we will also publish a methodology confirming the process we have followed, and it will be clear from the published information the basis on which content has been redacted. The targeted redactions made to the material, beyond those made relevant to national security or international relations, have been made in line with clear precedent set by previous administrations in responding to humble addresses. As I said out to the House on the 23rd of February, and again when we published the first tranche of material on the 11th of March, we have taken the normal approach to redacting junior officials' names, contact details like telephone numbers and email addresses, the personal data of third parties where this is not in scope of the motion, and where relevant, legal professional privilege. This has been done using the principles set out in the Freedom of Information Act and in line with the Ministerial Code and the resolutions on ministerial accountability passed by both houses in 1997, which state that ministers should be as open as possible with Parliament and not provide information only when disclosure would not be in the public interest, which should be decided in accordance with relevant statute. I'm sure members across the House will recognise there is no public interest in the government publishing the names and contact details of junior officials or their telephone numbers. Mr. Speaker...
Order. I don't know, I know you've been here quite a time, but it's 3 minutes. We're over 3.5 minutes now. And I wasn't given notice of extra time needed. And obviously, the other people would need to know that. Please, I did set out rules of the House. We should adhere to them. Once again, we've broken them. We've only been back a few days. Secretary Jones.
Forgive me, Mr. Speaker. In that case, I will sit down and answer further detail in answer to questions from members of the House.
The next part. Sir Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for granting this urgent question. Thank you to the Minister for what he has said. But as you and the House know, the Intelligence and Security Committee has been considering redactions to documents on the grounds that, if unredacted, those documents may prejudice national security or international relations. But it has become apparent to us that the government also intends to redact documents for other reasons, not specifically permitted in the humble address, or in some cases, to withhold those documents altogether. Now, as the Minister says, the government did issue a list of further grounds on which it intended to redact, along with the first tranche of documents that it published, including, as he says, email addresses and phone numbers and what's described as personal data, though there is, of course, no mechanism for the House to confirm that those redactions are limited to only what is necessary. But I want to ask the Minister about material that the government intends to withhold for yet further reasons, for example, due to commercial confidentiality or to protect the monarch. The government also intends to withhold some documents related to vetting in their entirety. Now, Mr. Speaker, I make it clear that my committee has considerable sympathy with the substantive arguments the government may make for withholding information beyond that currently justified in the humble address. There are, for example, valid concerns about the disclosure of information given in a vetting process, inhibiting future subjects of vetting or those who are asked about them from being as open and forthcoming as they need to be for vetting to be effective. But we cannot accept that the government is entitled to ignore or to unilaterally alter the terms of the humble address. So does the Minister accept that if the government wants to argue that the humble address is too broad as drafted and needs to be refined, it must come to this House and make that argument and get the House's consent for any alteration? Does he further accept that without doing so, when the next set of documents is published with information withheld, then the government will not succeed in persuading this House or the wider world that this matter is closed? And finally, does he accept that if the government takes it upon itself to redact or withhold information contrary to the terms of the humble address it agreed to be bound by in February, that would be an issue not just of process, but of parliamentary sovereignty?
Secretary Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In relation to the questions from the Right Honourable Gentleman about compliance with the humble address, I refer him to the statement I've made previously in relation to the principles set out in legislation and the motions of this House, as I set out. I think he's asking me specifically about personal data that was collected as part of the security vetting process. And as I think he alluded to in his answer, the raw data that is collected as part of those investigations, which, for example, might relate to how much money you have in a particular account or who you may have had a personal relationship with in the past, that raw data would never be published, because if we did so, people would feel unable to answer those questions honestly and frankly in any UK security vetting investigation in the future, which would undermine the very basis of our national security system.
Matt Weston, Chair of the Joint Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have certain concerns just really around the amount of WhatsApp and other channels that have been used for very informal but important communications between officials and ministers, a practice that seems to have started very actively under the Johnson government and continued thereafter. So that would be my first concern. And then the second is about the use of low-level IT systems for quite serious documents of record. Can he update the House on what is being done to tighten up these really important channels?
Secretary General.
Can I thank my honourable friend? I agree with his concerns and similar concerns that have been raised by the Intelligence and Security Committee, both on the extensive use of what we call non-corporate communications channels, but also in respect to information that should have been on a higher level of classification that was shared at official sensitive. I've already announced to the House there's going to be a review that will begin imminently on the use of non-corporate communications channels, and I'll be taking further action to make sure that sensitive information is shared at the appropriate classification.
Senator Minister Neil O'Brien.
Mr. Speaker, the House gave the government a very clear instruction that the only documents that could be redacted were those which might prejudice UK national security or international relations. And all of those documents were to be referred to the ISC. So for my incredibly respected and right honourable friend to say that the government has applied redactions to the documents sent to the ISC beyond the scope agreed by the House and has also withheld documents entirely from the ISC is an extremely serious matter that completely undermines what this House agreed. There may be legitimate reasons the government doesn't want to place certain things in the public domain. But if the humble address motion doesn't allow for redaction on those grounds, the government can't just unilaterally decide to ignore the will of this House. And sadly, this pattern of backsliding fits a pattern of behaviour. The Prime Minister's Chief of Staff had to resign over the Mandelson scandal, but now he's apparently back, advising the Prime Minister already. We forced the government to hold an inquiry into the grooming gangs, and then they sabotaged it and they dragged their feet for a whole year. We said it needs to be harder to get ILR. Home Secretary said she'd do it. Labour backbenchers didn't like it, and so now it's not in the King's Speech. Again and again, as soon as attention moves elsewhere, they start backsliding. So we now expect the government to discuss its approach to the humble address constructively, and would welcome such discussions. So I ask the Minister, now that the government's had reviewed all the documents, the IC has reviewed the documents, when is the government going to release all the rest of the Mandelson files? The Minister says after Whitsun. When after Whitsun? Will the government return to the House to ask permission for the redactions that they clearly wish to make, which go beyond the scope of the humble address? And would the Minister brief opposition members on Privy Council terms about these broader redactions that the government clearly wishes to make? Mr. Speaker, members opposite voted for a cover-up when they voted against referring the Prime Minister to the Privilege Committee over this. They don't like it, but it's true. This House and the people of this country deserve better than yet another cover-up.
Secretary Jones.
Mr. Speaker, I take these matters very seriously, as I'm sure members across the House would recognise. I will not, though, for one instance, countenance the idea that there is, as loud as you may want to shout it, a cover-up. If there was any suggestion of a cover-up, Mr. Speaker, I would not be standing at this dispatch box to defend the process. I would resign. That has not been the case, and I would suggest to the honourable gentleman that he might want to focus on the substance of the matter at hand. On the questions that he's put before me, I've answered them in the statement and in my answer to the co-chair of the Intelligence and Security Committee, and I refer him to my previous answers.
Dear Member Thornbury, Chair of the Foreign Affairs League.
Speaker, I rise to support the ISC in their carefully considered concerns, and I am disappointed at the answer that the government has given. It seems to me that one of the questions in relation to the Mandelson appointment is why it is when the UK SV document had 2 red boxes ticked, which included this man should not be appointed, that somehow or other that was translated into he should be appointed. And it is very important that the public know and understand that we are learning from the mistakes that were clearly made, and we cannot know that that lessons have been learned unless they are checked. And the committees in this House, my committee and the ISC, are trying our best to get to the truth of this, and we are having obstacles put in our way. It's for that reason I believe that with proper redactions, it should be that the ISC are allowed to look at this file to understand why it was that mitigations could be put in place in order to make us safe when it came to the appointment of Peter Mandelson.
Secretary Jones.
To confirm, Mr. Speaker, the documents that related to the recommendation put to the Foreign Office and the Foreign Office's decision to appoint Peter Mandelson irrespective of the recommendation that was put to them, these documents have been referred to the Intelligence and Security Committee. What has not been referred was the raw data collected as part of interviews undertaken with Peter Mandelson, which in any circumstance we wouldn't share in relation to any appointment, and to confirm that neither I nor any decision maker in this process have seen that level of personal detail, because it is kept so securely to ensure that when people go through this process, they feel able to give full and frank answers without a wide range of politicians or others seeing their deeply personal information.
Lisa Spark, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. This House did not pass the humble address so that ministers could decide 4 months later which inconvenient information they would prefer Parliament didn't see. And following concerns from the ISC that the government is redacting information far too broadly, we must ensure that they are not just withholding documents and information from Parliament on their own say-so. Every day this pantomime drags on. Public trust erodes further. Parliament asks for transparency. Epstein's victims deserve justice, and the public deserves answers, not redactions. The point is not that any member of this House wants a junior civil servant's personal data to be published. It's that it's not the government's decision to make where the line is to be drawn. Mr. Speaker, given that documents on Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's trade envoy role are also due to be laid before this House shortly, will the Minister confirm that he will personally ensure that those will be produced without redaction too?
Hear, hear.
On the first part of the Honourable Lady's question around the assumptions of the government withholding information that it shouldn't, I'm just afraid, Mr. Speaker, that is incorrect. This is the most extensive disclosure of information, I think, ever in relation to a humble address. The sheer depth of the document when it's published will illustrate to the point that the government has gone to great lengths to ensure that it's complying with the humble address. That's why we've established a process with the Intelligence and Security Committee and the Public Administration Committee with independent KC oversight to assure that this process is being done properly. In relation to her question about the motion in relation to Andrew Windsor, that humble address is being administered by the Department for Business and Trade, and I understand it's due to be published very shortly.
Richard Butt.
Speaker, I've asked the Minister both in this House and through written questions on numerous occasions to give the House reassurances that Morgan McSweeney only ever handled documents for which he had the appropriate level of security vetting when working in Downing Street. Now, the vagueness of the Minister's replies has been noted by members of this House and by journalists. So today, I again give the Minister the chance to put this issue to bed by stating clearly on the record that at all times while working in Downing Street, Morgan McSweeney had the appropriate level of security clearance for all the documents he handled.
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question? I refer him to my previous answer.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister will be aware that on the 21st of April, the ISC on which I sit made clear that the humble address does not allow for documents to be withheld from Parliament, only for redactions to be made where the ISC has agreed to them. Last week, we were obliged, Mr. Speaker, to issue a further statement saying that it had come to our attention that documents were being withheld from the ISC. Now, the honourable gentleman may feel that that's justified, but the humble address doesn't permit it. The point is that he is confusing scrutiny with disclosure. The ISC is well used to making judgments about what's made public. That's why the House chose the ISC as the mechanism to deal with these matters. Will the honourable gentleman confirm that in line with the humble address, all material will be submitted to the ISC, and in particular, will he confirm there was no document or any communications, emailers and so on, related to mitigation of any risks associated with Peter Mandelson's appointment?
All documents that are in the scope of the humble address will be published in the normal way. In relation to his question about the work of the Intelligence and Security Committee, any redaction that had any relationship with international relations or national security have been submitted to the committee for their consideration. As he knows, as I confirmed to the House, that process has concluded. I think he's asking me again about personal data, and I refer him to my statement, which makes the point that compliance with the humble address sits within the context of the Freedom of Information Act, the Ministerial Code, and motions passed by both houses about how to comply with that statement. And as I said, all further information will be published in due course.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm very concerned that it appears Number 10 is still continuing to cover up Mandelson's dodgy dealings by redacting and withholding certain information. So what was Mandelson's role with the pre-Anne Palantir meeting? Why did the former Health Secretary grant Palantir unlimited access to identifiable NHS patient data? So, Mr. Speaker, what assurances can the Minister give us today that any information relating to Mandelson's involvement with Palantir will be exposed to full public transparency and scrutiny?
I can confirm to my honourable friend that all documents will be published in relation to the humble address as I've set out today and previously, but again reassert the fact that any suggestions of a cover-up are merely conspiracy theory.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ollie Robbins appeared before the Foreign Affairs Committee and was asked by us why he did not view the summary document produced by UK security vetting. He pointed to the sensitivity of the vetting interviews, what the Minister calls the raw detail, and said that those detailed vetting files should remain in a hermetically sealed box. We've heard that that box was not opened for sharing with the Prime Minister, and it has not been opened for sharing with those of us who sit on the Intelligence and Security Committee. The government does need the consent of Parliament to keep the full details sealed and inaccessible to the ISC. In the future, does the Minister intend for the FCDO to have the discretion to award developed vetting, or will that sit solely with UKSB?
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, any summary documentation and recommendation that was put by UKSV to the Foreign Office has been shared with the Honourable Gentleman's Committee. What has not been shared was the raw data collected in interviews with Peter Mandelson. And as I've said repeatedly to the House, and I'm sure he will agree with me, if there was a mechanism for that level of personal detail, and I am talking about how much money you have in personal accounts, who you may or may not have had a relationship with in the past, if that was known to be able to be made public to politicians, people going through this security process would not feel able to give full and frank answers. That would undermine the very nature of our national security system, and I'm sure as a member of the Intelligence and Security Committee, he wouldn't wish to advocate for that.
Amanda Martin.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to thank the ISC and the Foreign Affairs Committee for their role in this process. Mr. Speaker, although it's not mentioned today, I would also like to ask the Chief Secretary to provide the House with an update on the government's proposed legislation to remove peerages from those disgraced peers.
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question? I was delighted to see that it was confirmed in the King's speech last week that legislation will be introduced in this session, and we'll be bringing that forward shortly.
Good. David Davis.
To press the Minister on his lack of answer to my right honourable friend for South Holland and the Deepings. When it became apparent that Mandelson posed an obvious, serious security risk to the state, it was said that there were ongoing mitigations put in place in order to control that risk. Will the ISC see those ongoing mitigations, and if not, why not?
I think, Mr. Speaker, this is a question specifically to the Foreign Office in relation to evidence given by the former Permanent Secretary, which is about how mitigations can be put in place to manage risks. For example, as I understand it, Mr. Speaker, if you previously had a client in a commercial relationship with a business, you would not be allowed to meet with them privately whilst you hold public office. These are the types of mitigations I think the Foreign Office was referring to, and I think sound legitimate in the circumstances.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary for his statement today and the way he conducts himself about this very sensitive issue. And I know when he stands at the dispatch box to talk about it, his thoughts are with the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. Can I ask him whether this second tranche of materials will include materials that have previously been referred to the ISC?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question? The second tranche of information will publish all remaining documents except those that are currently with the Metropolitan Police in relation to ongoing criminal investigations. As I've said to the House in my statement, this will be a very, very significant publication that will warrant careful consideration from members across the House, and so we want to publish it with sufficient notice to allow members to consider it before coming to the House to ask any questions they may have of the government, which is why we are now publishing it after the Whitsun recess.
Julian Lewis.
In more than 30 years of its existence, the Intelligence and Security Committee has never once suffered from a leak. Therefore, anything that is disclosed to it, no matter how sensitive, is not going to be published. Therefore, the question of it undermining the security vetting process, if such raw data were published, does not arise because the ISC is the one parliamentary body guaranteed to ensure that that doesn't happen. So can he stop obfuscating on that aspect, and can he confirm that irrespective of the question of the raw data, what will definitely be made available to the ISC if it hasn't been already are the annotations and the documents that show how an initial failure to pass vetting for Lord Mandelson became a decision to approve him and state that he had been successful in getting through the process.
I can confirm, Mr. Speaker, that all documents that need to be referred to the Intelligence and Security Committee have now been referred to it, and that process has concluded, which is why we can move to publication after the recess.
Dave Dugan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister must accept that there is no more august committee in this place than the ISC. He must further accept that it is the least partisan organ of this Parliament. And it is against that incomprehensible reality that Number 10 and the peddlers of chaos within Number 10 have sought to confound the ISC by withholding information and deviating unilaterally from the terms of the humble address. So will he just say very clearly he's given himself and number 10 till after Whitsun recess? When after Whitsun recess will he release the next tranche of documents?
Just to reassert, Mr. Speaker, I really don't think members are advocating that the raw information collected as part of national security screening interviews with people who are becoming public servants ought to be shared with Parliament. The summary of those recommendations and the advice put to departments should and have been, and I think that is the appropriate way to handle that. He asked me specifically about when the document will be published after Whitsun recess, and we stand ready to do so as soon as we're able to secure the time in the House.
Sir Julius.
Mr. Speaker, this is a deeply unhappy and unacceptable situation to have the Chair and the ISC Committee coming to this House after writing, after raising questions informally with officials and the Minister himself, to be coming here today and having to pose a UQ. It's completely unacceptable. Will he confirm that if there are any changes to permissions, he will come to this House and seek approval from this House for those changes?
Mr. Speaker, I think I'm right in saying that the honourable gentleman who secured the urgent question made the point that in relation to the government's argument about sharing raw data, the committee was in some agreement with that. I don't think that's the issue that is in dispute. So any suggestion of withholding information against the will of the motion, I'm not sure is in contention. He asked me about compliance with the motion more generally, and I refer him to my previous answer.
Christine Jordan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would simply repeat that the House surely has a right to know when we're going to get this report. The Intelligence and Security Committee said that they were unhappy with the amount of WhatsApp messaging that was being used by the government. The image which is being created amongst the public is a government which is avoiding the issue, is incompetent, and it's undermining public confidence. The Minister started off by saying he could have presented the document this Thursday. So if he knows he could have done it on Thursday, can he tell us when, after Whitsun, we will see it?
Mr. Speaker, as I say, and the House will see when the document is published, if I'd published this document on Thursday with the House rising on Thursday afternoon, members would rightly have criticised the government for not being able to have sufficient time to read it and to be able to ask questions of the government. I'm keen for it to be published as soon as possible after the Whitsun recess, and I'm arranging that with business managers.
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid the answers about publication simply are not good enough. Mr. Speaker, the Minister may think that he's putting an argument to this House, but he's treating not just this House as a bunch of mugs, he's treating the public as a bunch of mugs. And the reality is that one of his own backbenchers said as a result of what happened, his party is being called the Pedo Protectors Party. So may I say to the right honourable gentleman, will he, yes or no, publish this data before the unnecessary, costly by-election?
The publication will be published to the House after the Whitsun recess, as I set out, and I'm afraid I just disagree with the honourable gentleman's sentiment.
Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would add to the comments of my honourable friend for Edinburgh West, in the sense that the Minister has outlined a date this week that it could be published. So why can he not actually just commit to a timetable so we can hold him to account? That's the key point. This whole grubby saga has highlighted why the Ministerial Code and responsibility in government is something that the public don't seem to think actually counts for anything anymore. So I wondered if, as a lesson from this grubby saga, the Minister might look to bring forward legislation that would make the Ministerial Code binding and ensure the consequences where ministers fall short and don't honour up to their end of a deal actually have something taken as a result and action from that.
The Government believes the Ministerial Code is functioning as it should. We've increased the accountability measures associated with it, and where legislation is required, for example, to remove peerages from disgraced peers in the other place, we bring forward that legislation shortly.
Francois.
Thank you. Do Labour MPs not realise that it's because of high-handed behaviour like this they suffered the drubbing they suffered on the 7th of May? The Minister has said that the documents will be published after we return from Whit on the 1st of June. but he has repeatedly refused to answer whether or not they will be published by the Makerfield by-election on the 18th. So let me ask him yet again, can he guarantee the House and the constituents we represent that this large batch of documents will be published in advance of the Makerfield by-election on the 18th of June? Yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable Gentleman knows that we have to secure time in the House with business managers for business action. I am ready for this document to be published as soon as we are ready to do so, and I'm committed to do so after the recess.
Lord Kieran
Speaker, one thing this sorry episode has achieved is to make the Minister an absolute expert on warm words and platitudes. I want to go back to the issue of disappearing messages that the member opposite raised. Obviously those messages aren't retrievable, but the very minimum we should get is a detailed breakdown of all those who were asked to supply information and were told they couldn't do so because they had disappearing messages on their phone. I think we're entitled to know which ministers and which conversations are no longer accessible to us.
All of the documents that have been made available through the Humble Address will be published in the second tranche.
Shocker Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2021, the Prime Minister wrote an essay where he said, "Where the current Tory government has muddied the waters of transparency, I want to make it easier to hold government to account. A Labour government must play its role in restoring honesty, decency and transparency in public life." And yet here we are. Does the Minister agree with me that after all the redacting of these messages, that it is not only the Labour Party that is being damaged, but democracy itself?
The Honourable Gentleman is making assumptions about redactions that he's neither seen nor read. Redactions have been made in relation to personal data or in relation to national security and international relations. That is it, Mr. Speaker.
Luca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the government stands accused by not one, but two of the most august committees in this House about not playing fair and giving across the information. The Minister's argument is simply this, that the government has done nothing wrong. Why, therefore, would both of these committees come to this House and lay those accusations?
It's a question, Mr. Speaker, for the committees.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We heard at the Foreign Affairs Committee about the pressure that the Foreign Office was under to move quickly on the appointment of Peter Mandelson as Ambassador to the United States. Now, concerns have been raised about the lack of transparency surrounding the papers connected to that appointment. If the government has nothing to hide, why is it now changing the terms and scope of the Humble Address, withholding and redacting documents from the Intelligence and Security Committee? And so will he confirm that he will ensure that the UKSV summary document will be shared with the ISC committee?
Mr. Speaker, the government isn't trying to amend the terms or the scope of the Humble Address. It's just a factually incorrect statement, Mr. Speaker. She asks me about documents that can be shared with the Intelligence and Security Committee in relation to UKSV's recommendations and the decisions made by the Foreign Office. I can confirm those documents have been shared.
Jim Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his statement today? Constituents have contacted me regarding the overreach of government bodies and the refusal to stay within the parameters as displayed just in the last few days in the legal judgment funded by the Police Ombudsman claim of RUC collusion in Northern Ireland were found to also exceed legal powers. Ever mindful of that, again today we have a statement. Constituents are highlighting overreach that sees refusal to be accountable to the public. Rebuilding trust is absolutely vital. The Minister, I believe, is committed to that. So how will the Minister start the process of rebuilding trust in all aspects of public life when appointed individuals refuse to stay within their limits? And what steps can be taken to enforce this in every level of public service? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I share the sentiment of the Honourable Member in relation to trust with the public. That's why the government has initiated the Ethics and Integrity Commission, updated the Ministerial Code, it's bringing forward legislation on the removal of peerages from disgraced peers in the other place, and is undertaking what is probably the most wide-ranging set of work in relation to ethics and standards in public life for many decades.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. When this Parliament passed the Humble Address, it was very clear that the House did not trust the government to do this. So that's why we wanted the ISC to do this. It is very clear that there are redactions that are happening beyond the will of that humble motion, the will of Parliament. And if that is the case, does the Minister accept that he has to come to the House to ask for permission? And if they don't do that, he needs to tell us why he won't be doing it.
Well, nailed it.
Mr. Speaker, I refer to my opening statement in relation to compliance with the humble address and the right for government to withhold information subject to public interest duties, for example, the names and contact details of junior officials. In relation to the humble address and the work of the Intelligence and Security Committee, all redactions that are in relation to national security or international relations have been submitted to the committee and agreed in line with the humble address.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the scale and significance of the Mandelson files due to be released, why does the Minister not accept that the review of those files over wits and recess would be a good use of everyone's time, with questions to the Ministers being put after the 1st of June when we return? Is it because Ministers are intent to limit scrutiny by this House? Because that's exactly how it looks like to me, and it looks like that to my constituents.
And Mr. Speaker, he's wrong. The intent is to increase scrutiny, not to decrease it.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Mr. Speaker, does the Chief Secretary recognise just how damning it is of the government's lack of regard for transparency and accountability that the ISC finds itself in the position of having to publicly condemn its actions?
The question about the committee statement is for the committee, Mr. Speaker. As I've set out, we've complied fully with the humble address and the work of the Intelligence and Security Committee.
Oh, my word. Let's work our way around. Sir David Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that it applies directly to the Minister, can I draw the House's attention to the motion brought by the now Prime Minister on the 4th of December 2018 following non-compliance with a previous humble address, in which it starts that this House finds ministers in contempt for their failure to comply with the requirements of the motion for return passed on the 13th of November 2018. It should be noted that that motion was passed by this House. We've just debated an area where the government may potentially be in contempt of the House. Indeed, the obfuscation we've heard looks like that. It's important to the House, and indeed the government knows of the precedent in this area, and I give notice, Mr. Speaker, that if after we've received the next tranche of documents, the humble address has not been met in full, or indeed that we haven't been told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, I will seek to bring such a motion in the future.
Let me just try and deal with this one. Look, what I don't want to is continue the debate, so this might be a bit of advice for others that's trying to catch my eye. A very experienced member, like Sir David, won't leave it here. I know he will pursue it through many other avenues that will be available to him, and I suggest that it will be coming back at some point. And just to say to the House, I've also had a letter from the ISC, and at some point I will also need to respond to that. So it isn't quite the end as we see yet. I'm coming round. Dr. Keir Starmer.
Same experience as my colleague to the left. The Minister has said that the documents are ready to publish, and that the only issue is securing government time to do that on the first day back on the 1st of June. What advice can the Speaker provide us and the whole House as to what other mechanisms are available to make sure there is time on that day if the government are unwilling to allocate the time for the measure?
It's not a matter for me, it's a matter for the government, thankfully. What I would say is that it is, as I understand it, a very large amount of documents. There is another question that hasn't been mentioned, is the ability to print such an amount to make it available to the House. What I would say is I've been advised that it will be coming as soon as possible, hopefully, and I don't want to speak for the Minister, but rest assured it won't be left. But I think it is important that we do have time to go through it. It may have been good reading for the Whitson, others may be campaigning, so let us say that I am keeping a very close eye on that, but I do understand there is a big issue about printing something this high in the amount of document, so it's not quite as straightforward as just presenting it. It is just that. Mark.
Thank you, sir. Further again to that point of order, Mr. Speaker, the Minister's excuse for not guaranteeing that the documents will be available by the 18th of June is that he would need to secure parliamentary time. This is news to some of us who've been here a while and understand that the government effectively control the timetable of Parliament. Indeed, every Thursday when the House is sitting, they make a business statement and tell us what's coming up for the next 2 weeks. So, Mr. Speaker, are you aware of anything in standing orders or Erskine May that would prevent them from making a business statement on Thursday and naming a day for publication after the Whitsun recess?
We love speculation. I didn't quite hear the Minister say, or worried about the by-election. I would say, and I know the Secretary of State, that he would also want to ensure this House is informed ASAP. I will be looking to ensure that happens as well. So please, let us calm down, let's not speculate too much, and let us see, and hopefully Whitson might bring some generosity to some of the members. I think they need the sunshine a little bit more. Right, that now completes points of order. Take care. Order. Nominations closed at 1 o'clock this afternoon for candidates, yesterday afternoon, for candidate for the post of Chair of the Backbench Committee. One nomination has been received. A ballot will therefore not be held. I congratulate Bob Blackman on his re-election as Chair of the Backbench Committee. Well done, Bob. Please.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the House for the confidence you've shown in me, and I will endeavour to ensure that backbenchers get the opportunity to debate the issues that they wish to debate in this chamber and in Westminster Hall as much as possible. Can I use your good offices to prevail on the government whips, the opposition whips and indeed the Liberal whips to ensure they nominate their members of the committee as fast as possible, preferably by tomorrow, so the committee can get up and working as in the new session to formulate those debates as soon as the government allows time.
Yeah. I cannot endorse more than what the members absolutely said. Sooner we get the committee working, sooner we get the debates coming through. And once again, I want to thank him for what he's put in already and the experience he's brought to this position. Right. We now come to the next statement. Secretary of State for Transport, Heidi Alexander.
Mr. Speaker, with permission, I'd like to make a statement on HS2. Last summer, I stood at this dispatch box and promised we would be straight with the British people. Not just about the appalling mess we inherited, but how we would fundamentally reset the HS2 project. Today, I am publishing the latest parliamentary report and the Lovegrove report, an assessment of what past failings in the delivery of HS2 means for the civil service and wider public sector. This was a Cabinet Secretary investigation commissioned by the Prime Minister last year. I would also like to take this opportunity to update honourable members on the latest stage at the HS2 reset. But, Mr. Speaker, if I may, let me remind the House of the litany of failure we inherited in July 2024. Costs soared by £37 billion under the previous government alone. Billions of taxpayers' money was sunk into Phase 2 work for the sections north of Birmingham before they were abruptly cancelled. Huge contracts were handed out without improvement in price, despite the Oakervee Review's recommendation to negotiate a better position. Instead of signalling the country's ambition, HS2 became a symbol of this country's decline. And after more than 5 years of construction and over £40 billion spent, the country was no closer to having an operational HS2 railway than when construction first began. That is the shocking legacy of the previous government. And I'm afraid it gets worse. I can today confirm the previous government spent most of HS2's budget without laying a single metre of its track. Today is about ending that era of neglect. New CEO Mark Wilde and Chair Mike Brown have an almost impossible task on their hands. As Mark put it to me recently, it's like changing the engine of an aeroplane mid-flight. However, the new leadership team at HS2 is turning things around. 6 major construction milestones were reached earlier than planned in the past year. The organisation is more focused on the things that matter, with 300 back-office roles removed. HS2 Limited is reviewing its supply chain contracts and the incentives within them to ensure we finish the job at the lowest reasonable cost. And it is managing those contractors properly now to make sure supplier performance is up to scratch. Finally, we're seeing improved oversight, with HS2's leadership now receiving real-time updates, helping to prevent delays and keep construction to time. But there's no getting away from the fact, Mr. Speaker, that the vast majority of HS2's previous budget was blown on completing around a third of the entire project. And over the past year, Mark Wilde and HS2 Limited have worked closely with me and my department to assess the remaining work to be done. They have now provided me with updated costs and timescales, which I can share with the House. It gives me no pleasure to say the expected cost of completing HS2 is now between £87.7 billion and £102.7 billion priced in 2025. Two-thirds of this increase is down to past misunderstanding of the work required, underestimation and inefficiency, issues within the control of HS2 Limited, some of its suppliers and previous governments. The remaining third is linked to inflation, which was not factored into previous cost estimates regularly enough. On timings, I said last year that I see no route by which trains could be running by 2033. We now expect first services to run from Old Oak Common to Birmingham Curzon Street between May 2036 and October 2039. And where the previous government could not say when the full HS2 scheme between Euston and Handsacre Junction would be delivered, I now expect that will happen between May 2040 and December 2043. Lessons have been learned from the Stewart Review, meaning HS2's cost and schedules are now built on more solid foundations, with credible estimates published as ranges to ensure they better stand the test of time. Colleagues may feel that they've heard all of this before, and I understand that scepticism, but it is different this time. HS2 Limited have now used the same experts and methods behind the successful Crossrail reset. They have priced future work against what we've learned so far, and their homework has been checked by an independent panel of experts. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, if this seems like an obscene increase in time and costs, it is because it is. And if it seems like I'm angry, it is because I am. I am angry on behalf of taxpayers and affected communities who have been swindled by the failures of successive Conservative governments. I'm angry on behalf of the thousands of rail and construction workers giving their all on this project who do not deserve to have their industry tarnished in this way. And I'm angry on behalf of passengers who continue to wait for the new services and new opportunities they deserve. Madam Deputy Speaker, despite this sorry situation, we are determined to claw back as much time and money as possible. Not only does the Lovegrove report corroborate the Stewart Review's damning assessment of the decision-making environment under the previous government, but it also talks about the original gold plating of HS2. It talks about the focus, and I quote, on the highest possible speeds, resulting in bespoke and highly engineered design. Madam Deputy Speaker, to translate, it was a massively overspec'd folly, with the prospect of the fastest trains anywhere in the world tickling the fancy of Conservative ministers. If we were a country the size of China, I could understand it, but we are not. Passengers just want reliable trains that turn up when they're supposed to, more services and more seats. They want a common-sense approach that gets them the railway they deserve, not a vanity project with trains so fast that proper testing couldn't be done until track and railway systems were complete. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I asked Mark Wilde to remove the gold plating and complexity from this project. Today, I have accepted his recommendation to align HS2 speeds already delivered with speeds already delivered on other European high-speed networks. That still means we will run some of the fastest trains in Europe with speeds reaching 320 kilometres per hour. But crucially, it lowers the cost of testing. It makes delivering the project less risky, and it could realise savings of up to £2.5 billion and could save at least a year in delivery time. Now, I realise that there will be those who will say this is all too much and we should just cancel the whole thing. However, I can confirm today that it could cost almost as much to cancel the line as it would to finish it, while delivering none of the benefits, with half-finished structures strewn across the English countryside, a relic to what could have been. And so this Labour government is clear. We will deliver HS2 to completion, because this country can build big things. We just need competent people at the helm to deliver them. Prime Ministers Cameron, May, Johnson, Truss and Sunak created the world's...
I'm sure the Secretary of State did not mean to use the Right Honourable Member for Richmond and Northallerton's name. Heidi Alexander.
My apologies, Madam Deputy Speaker. Previous Prime Ministers, in my view, created the world's most expensive slow-motion car crash, and they barely batted an eyelid. Under this government, we've rolled up our sleeves and done the hard yards, putting the right team in place and being honest about the scale of the challenge. Madam Deputy Speaker, I understand that this statement today will be met with cynicism and anger. But I say with genuine pride and conviction that I believe we are finally starting to see real delivery. Tunnelling machines are currently working under Londoners' feet to make HS2 to Euston a reality. Birmingham's skyline is changing before our eyes, with new film studios, a sports quarter and housing all being built around the new Curzon Street station. This is national renewal in action. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I last worked with Mark Wilde and Mike Brown, we took the delayed and over-budget Crossrail project and turned it into the Elizabeth line, which has now served more than 500 million passengers. We've done it before, we'll do it again, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Minister Jerome Mayhew.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving me advance sight of her statement. The Secretary of State's comments today demonstrate not only the challenges faced in the past and the reasons action was taken to reduce the scope of HS2, but also the significant challenges ahead if it is finally to be delivered. And it's true that the early years of the HS2 project were beset with delay and cost overruns, with HS2 Limited failing to maintain tight control of the budget and, frankly, Department for Transport allowing them to get away with it. It was for this reason that the previous government appointed Mark Wilde, OBE, as the new Chief Executive of HS2 Limited, with the clear instruction to get a grip of costs and robustly oversee this project. And it's apparent from today's statement that HS2's leadership under Mark Wilde is taking those steps to try and achieve this. Where there are actions that can reduce costs in the long run, then this side of the House will clearly support them. But given concerns about trust in the project, I hope the Government and HS2 Limited will set out in detail how they believe these measures will save money and deliver even on this new extended timetable. In addition, we have to acknowledge the deep-seated infrastructure challenges that we face in this country. When the Prime Minister was campaigning during the last general election, we heard a range of promises about housing and infrastructure goals that have completely foundered when they have come into contact with reality. That's why on this side of the House, we propose substantial changes to environmental legislation to give us the freedoms needed to cut environmental red tape, both for business but also for large infrastructure projects. Even the Prime Minister does not support regulations that lead to a £100 million bat tunnel, does she? This must be addressed because the Secretary of State has made a number of strong statements, and if she's angry, as she says she is, those statements must be backed up by consequential legislative changes that stop these cost overruns from occurring in the future. Turning to the specific, I wish to press the Secretary of State on matters on which those in the sector already have indicated that they want assurances. For example, Madam Deputy Speaker, what does the new project cost figures include? Does it include all the rolling stock under the new plans? To what extent is Euston funding included in these new estimates? And does it include signalling? Does the government intend to set out precisely what is being funded and when the various elements will be delivered under their new timetable? And can the Minister also explain what steps the government has taken to improve HS2 Limited's performance when it comes to settling claims with those impacted by construction, since she herself has separately highlighted that this is an area that requires improvement? Of course, HS2 doesn't operate in a vacuum. On the same day that this statement is being put before the House, it's been announced that the government pressure will result in 1 in 7 rail services being cut on one of Avanti West Coast routes, following a government request to reduce expenditure. And given the comments made about the project, is it appropriate that the services on the West Coast will offer fewer services to passengers? Ultimately, the government is right to take steps to reduce costs on this project. Errors were made and should be rectified, and I'm glad that the government continues to support Mark Wilde and his team as they work towards opening HS2.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to the Shadow Rail Minister for his questions and indeed for the tone in which he presented his case. He wasn't quite as bombastic at the dispatch box as he normally is, and so I can only assume that perhaps he was considering making an apology for the dreadful mess that the previous government left this project in. I didn't hear one, but look, I accept the manner in which he made his points. I do also, though, question where the Shadow Secretary of State is today. This is not the first time, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Shadow Transport Secretary has run scared from an oral statement, and I can only assume that's because he's frankly embarrassed by his party's abject record when it comes to transport. He talked about the appointment of the new CEO, Mark Wilde, under the previous government. I do have to say to him gently that it's a bit like an arsonist demanding praise for calling the fire brigade, because let me quote what Mark Wilde said about what he had inherited when he spoke to the Public Accounts Committee just days after he started in his job. We are in a completely unacceptable position. We have to acknowledge that HS2 has failed in its mission to control costs. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman asked me a number of specific questions and I will answer them directly. He asks how reducing the speed to 320 kilometres per hour will save money and ensure delivery. To be clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, this will mean that trains on HS2 are running as fast as bullet trains in Japan. We're making 3 scope changes in this announcement today. 1, reducing the speed, 2, reducing automatic train operation, and 3, ensuring that the signalling that we put in on HS2 is aligned with the ETCS system that is being rolled out on the Transpennine route upgrade and across the Network Rail system more broadly. We will depend on proven technologies. We are not taking a punt on world firsts. I think that is the way to reduce risk in the delivery of this programme and potentially reduce cost as well by up to £2.5 billion. He asked me about bat tunnels. Well, I can tell him we are building no more bat tunnels on HS2 and that this government has changed legislation through the Planning and Infrastructure Act, which could mean a different approach to protected species in future. And I gently say to him, who was overseeing this project when HS2 took the decision to proceed with the bat tunnel? It wasn't this government, it was his government, and we've taken actions to ensure that regulations in future do not get in the way of building the homes and infrastructure that this country needs. He asked me specific questions about whether the revised cost ranges include a number of different areas, and I can confirm that on Euston that there is provision within this range for the delivery of Euston, although we've also gone out to market to attract private investment, given that in the 10-year infrastructure strategy we set out our ambition to deliver the new HS2 station through a public-private partnership. The signalling costs are also included in these cost ranges. He asked me rightly about what action HS2 is taking to improve its performance when it comes to settling claims on land and property. I know that there are very many honourable members in this House whose constituents will have experienced frustrations in this regard. And in the letter I recently wrote to the chair of HS2 setting out his priorities for the year, I was clear that I wanted greater attention on this area. And finally, he asked me about some of the minor changes that Avanti West Coast have made recently to their summer timetable. They came to me with a proposition to better optimise their service pattern to meet the demand in the summer months, when actually if we can save money because we're not moving trains around the country with half-empty carriages, as a responsible government, I think it's reasonable for us to look at that. What I would also say to him in the timetable that was introduced on Sunday is that we've seen significant enhancements, including additional seats on London North Western services between London and Birmingham. We're seeing the most regular Mid-Cornwall Metro service in 60 years. And so where his government failed to invest in Britain's rail network, this government is doing exactly the opposite and making sure that people across the country have got the trains that they need and that they deserve.
Transport Select Committee, Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Secretary of State for being honest to this House and for grasping the nub of the problem. It shouldn't need the publication of the Lovegrove report and for today's statement to know that the cost and timetable overruns on HS2 started long before because the last government wanted spades in the ground before the designs and the costs and the permits were ready. And then they cancelled the project, half the project. So we have the Aston to Old Oak Common project. I'm so glad that the government picked up that and is moving ahead on the Euston element as well. But because we had the Stewart review and the Ogilvy report to tell us what went wrong too. I'm not going to my question is not actually going to be on HS2 because we've got the Rail Minister and HS2 Chief Exec coming to us tomorrow. But elements that that I believe are picked up in the Lovegrove report. What is the Secretary of State doing now to ensure that from now on essential transport projects, starting with the Lower Thames Crossing and the Northern Powerhouse rail project, don't go the same way? Will she assure me that she won't put on the high-vis and the hard hats for the photo opportunities until all of the detail, all of the permits and all of the cost budgets are in place first?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend, the Chair of the Select Committee, is right that the problems of HS2 were born many years ago. And the fact that the civil engineering is 4 years delayed isn't a product of decisions by this government or the current management of HS2, but it is, as she says, about overly optimistic cost estimates, construction starting before designs were mature, insufficiently controlled delivery, poor contractual arrangements, gold plating, constant changes in policy and scope. So she's entirely right on that. She asked me a direct question about what lessons we are learning when it comes to the delivery of future transport infrastructure. If I take Northern Powerhouse Rail, we've worked closely with local leaders to agree scope in advance, to agree priorities and sequencing so that we know what elements of the overall programme will be delivered first. We've set an overall budget cap for that, and we're also securing local contributions to ensure that we can maximise the economic and regeneration potential of that new transport infrastructure in those places. So we are learning the lessons.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Ollie Glover.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by thanking the Secretary of State for her candour on this matter and to the scale of the HS2 disaster, and also for the specificity of the range of dates that she has provided. And certainly we on these benches agree with her intent. We need to make the most of this shambles, and it would indeed be better to do something of what has been built rather than scrap it and hope that that resets the past. It's also good news that the Secretary of State has outlined commitment to proven technology rather than the innovations of the future, warp drive and whatever else was being talked about before. And particularly use of ETCS as signalling is welcome for that. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we in this country know how to build high-speed lines because we did between London St Pancras and the Channel Tunnel at reasonable cost. And of course, our French and Spanish allies also know how to do it. And the high-speed line from Tours to Bordeaux in France took 15 years, including all the planning and all the construction. So whilst the Secretary of State highlighting Crossrail's expertise on this expert panel she mentioned is welcome, is she sure that that expertise is the same as needed for the more specialised thing of high-speed rail construction? And is she confident that her expert panel has the high-speed construction and commissioning specific skills that we need, either from the UK or abroad, to turn this situation around?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his support for the overall approach that we are taking. I am reassured that both within the executive leadership of HS2, we have the capability and capacity that is now needed. That wasn't the case previously. There's a new financial director, new commercial director who is in place at the moment, and I'm reassured that the 6 new appointments to the board of HS2 that the new chair has led over the last year have the right skills in place. Can I also assure him, though, on the expert panel and the multiple layers of assurance that goes on in terms of the new plan and who has looked at it. We have real expertise in the Layer of Defence 3 panel, including Kenny Laird, Andrew Poole, Rachel McLean, Colin Brown, Laurent Trozier, Miles Ashley. We've also included a rep from NISTA on that. And then we also have the involvement of the project representative as well. So this is a really significant and substantial group of people who have all got, their elbow to the wheel in terms of making this project now a success.
Naismith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The consequences of a failure to effectively manage this project by the party opposite are felt nowhere more deeply than in Crewe and Nantwich, with jobs and regeneration benefits lost, as well as £11 million in sunk costs for Cheshire East Council. I welcome the shift in emphasis from speed to capacity, but the network is at capacity between Birmingham and Crewe now, not in 10 or 20 years' time. Will the Secretary of State therefore commit to more urgently looking at how we address capacity constraints between Birmingham and Crewe? And will her department engage with Cheshire East Council on plans they have to mitigate the investment they lost as a result of the decision to cancel the line in the Midlands?
My honourable friend has been a great advocate for his constituents, and I totally agree that the focus now, as it should have been all along, is about delivering more seats and trains that run on time. We will be conducting a further feasibility study into connectivity north of Birmingham, which will consider all options and the impact of each option on economic growth, housing, capacity on the rail network, journey times and resilience, as well as looking at how we might design, consent, fund the scheme, the specification of any future scheme. And so I'm willing to continue a dialogue with him about those issues.
Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State in her statement said she was angry, and I can assure her I've been consistently angry about this unaffordable, unwanted railway since it was ever greenlit. Angry on behalf of my constituents that have to live under hellish conditions while it's constructed. Landowners still waiting for payment for land taken. Our roads churned up by construction traffic going unfixed. Mitigation projects promised a decade ago that still don't actually have the money to deliver them. I heard nothing about any of those challenges in the Secretary of State's statement. But can I ask her very specifically about noise modelling. In Wendover, hundreds of homes and trains were already going to come through Wendover at 320 kilometres an hour. Already, hundreds of homes under modelling are found to be above the permitted decibel limit that the WHO sets down. So under the new speed that she has set for HS2, will she commit to the government fully remodelling, certainly through Buckinghamshire, the noise impacts of this railway on real people once it's built, and come back to the House with a commitment that those levels will not be above the WHO guidance?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I do appreciate that the honourable gentleman's constituents in Buckinghamshire will have experienced considerable disruption to their lives as a result of this construction project. And I know that it is the case that some of the time those who live nearest by infrastructure schemes tend to take more of the pain before the gain is delivered in terms of the new service. I will look into the matter that he raises around the noise impacts of a lower speed railway. My instinct is that the noise is likely to be less, but if it is any different from that, I will certainly write back to the honourable gentleman and let him know.
Dave Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State will not be surprised to see me raise issues with HS2 yet again. And she is very right to be angry about the scale of the failings that have been laid out in the reports today. She is angry. I am angry. But that absolutely pales into insignificance when compared to the anger of my constituents who have had to fight through 17 years of dealing with the failures of HS2 Limited. Part of the announcement today is that we will face potentially another 13 years before they even continue to carry on with work north of Curzon Street and connecting into Handsacre Junction, all of which, by the way, is north of Birmingham. The community is furious. My constituents are potentially the most, or certainly one of the most, impacted by HS2. Just last month, they closed the A38 going past Lichfield, forcing 70,000 vehicles a day onto local roads in the city. Constituents are fed up. So can she give some reassurance that the works at Street A, which are still ongoing, one of only 2 places north of Curzon Street where work is continuing, will be completed on time by October, and that the department will look very, very closely at what mitigations they are putting in place for communities like mine, who, by the sounds of it, could face a third of a century from the start of this progress before trains actually start travelling through our part of the world, and the significant impact it's had on our community.
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and he has been a fearsome advocate for his constituents on this issue, and I know that he will be meeting with the Rail Minister later today to talk about constituency impacts. I have heard nothing to suggest that the works at Street Hay will not be delivered on time. If there is any latest information that I haven't been apprised of, I will certainly come back to my honourable friend and let him know. Of course, it is important that we do continue with the works north of Birmingham up to Handsacre Junction, because this is the way that HS2 will connect into the wider rail network. And whilst in the short term this project will improve connections between London and Birmingham, in the longer term this is about improving the frequency, capacity and reliability of connections to the northwest and beyond to Scotland as well. So I appreciate his constituents' patience on this project, but it is important for the national interest.
Sir Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to say I share a good deal of the Secretary of State's frustration, not least because I was one of those who argued at the time that if the speed of the railway is reduced to roughly what she's proposing, it would open up a number of alternative route options, avoiding the open countryside that the line now cuts across. But can I counterintuitively ask her to be a little more ambitious, despite everything she's said about high-speed rail? She will recognise that the strategic benefits of high-speed rail, as they were put to this House originally, were about a network nationwide, not simply a line between London and Birmingham. So can I ask her to state, hopefully at least, that this and future governments will seek to expand that network so that what we're focused on high-speed rail is not going faster, but on going further?
The honourable gentleman makes a very interesting point, and I would say to him that one of the things I'm most keen to do is to ensure that this huge investment that we are putting into HS2 between London and Birmingham actually results in an improved passenger experience for people more broadly across the rest of the country. That's one of the reasons why when we made the announcement about Northern Powerhouse Rail earlier this year, that we also announced a feasibility study about a new connection between Birmingham and Manchester. And whilst it's slightly too soon to get into the specifics of exactly what that would look like, I can assure him that the thinking and the planning is happening in the department at the moment to make sure that this investment unlocks the maximum benefit across the country.
John McDonnell.
Given the huge sum she's talking about, what I want to raise might appear relatively trivial, but actually for my community it's quite significant. It is that we have a charity called Hillingdon Outdoor Activities Centre that ran a lake to enable local young people in particular to learn to sail and canoe. That lake has been taken over by HS2 as part of the route, therefore it's not been available for 6 years now. An alternative has not been identified until very recently, and again part of the decision making with regard to HS2 itself as well. It's meant that charity now, all its reserves have now gone and the staff are being laid off. And I just wonder, could the Secretary of State arrange for a meeting with her officials and HS2 that I can meet them to talk through the opportunities that there might be to assist the charity to continue providing such an excellent service to our community?
I'd be very happy to ask relevant officers from HS2 to meet with my honourable friend and to look at options for the Hillingdon Outdoor Activity Centre that he mentioned. When I look at the scale of some of the structures that are being built on the outskirts of London at the moment, the 2.1 mile Colne Valley viaduct, for example, it's evident what a huge and ambitious construction project this is. And I'm sorry that there will have been some impacts on communities, individual community groups, and I would be happy to look at what the alternatives might be.
Sarah Green.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents in Cheshire and Amersham didn't want HS2, and they've been putting up with the disruption of construction for years. Some of them warned that this would be a colossal waste of money, and they were right. This railway is costing nearly £1 billion a mile. Every pound of cost overrun is a pound not spent on the local infrastructure my constituents actually use and actually need. So given the department's complete failure to date to hold HS2 Limited to account, what commitment can the Secretary of State give that we won't be here again in a few years' time talking about HS2 overspend?
We have taken a different approach this time. Our estimates are based on prices that have been informed by the work that has been done over the last 5 years. I am committed to ensuring that the scope remains the same and we don't have the chopping and changing that characterised the previous government's approach to this project. But I would also say to her, whilst recognising there will be some impacts in her constituency, that this is a great engineering feat that we are involved in delivering. The first new terminus station that this country has built in 125 years. New stations at Birmingham Interchange, Old Oak Common, Euston, and so whilst I'm always happy to talk to her about the local impacts, I think in terms of the improvements to the rail network that HS2 can provide, it is very significant, and I think this government is entirely right to be committed to delivering this project to its completion.
Toby Perkins.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the Member of Parliament for Chesterfield, my constituents at one time hoped they might be beneficiaries of HS2. That seems so many years ago. But I share the Secretary of State's fury at the incompetence that's got us to this stage. We wouldn't have supported a programme like this if we'd known it was only going to be a line to Birmingham. It should be going, as any serious country would, to have high-speed rail up to Manchester and up to Leeds at the very least. I'm very glad that she's laid out today how she's going to try and get a grip of this. But can I add to what we've heard from the honourable gentleman from Kenilworth and Southam to say once the government has managed to demonstrate that under this government we have got a grip of the costs and the times, can we start to be more ambitious about reopening discussions around extending it beyond Birmingham up to Manchester and to Leeds?
As I said to the honourable gentleman from Kenilworth, as part of the announcement that we made about Northern Powerhouse Rail a couple of months ago, we did commit to doing a feasibility study on what a future link between Birmingham and Manchester could look like. We've not taken any decisions about the route or the specification, the speed at which that new line might need to be built to facilitate. But I do recognise that there are significant capacity constraints north of Birmingham, and I am keen that we find a way to ensure that as we set up Great British Railways, renationalise our railways, that HS2 becomes the spine of the Great British Railways network and unlocks capacity, frequency, reliability improvements elsewhere in the country.
Joy Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If the Minister in a year's time, a few months' time, decides to scrap HS2, you will have my full support. She will have my full support. And I just want to know what assurances the Minister can provide in providing better services to our residents for unpaid land claims and services and destruction of roads, because in Beaconsfield, Marlow and the South Bucks villages, we have seen nothing but a negative impact from HS2.
Yep. Yeah.
I am keen that HS2 always engages with the community and local businesses with care, with respect and with rigour, and if that hasn't been her experience locally, then I'm aware that she's got an adjournment debate later today, and I know me and other ministers will be only too happy to take that issue away. I do have to disagree with her about this idea that we should cancel the project now. The Chief Executive of HS2, in his letter to my department's Permanent Secretary, made very clear that cancelling this project and doing the necessary remediation could cost almost as much as completing the line, and we would have those half-completed structures strewn around the English countryside. I'm sure that's not something that her constituents would wish to see, and that is why it is right to reset this project and complete HS2 as I've set out today.
Grady.
Deputy Speaker, this shocking overspend is equivalent to over £1,000 per household in the United Kingdom. And families in my constituency and across Britain work very hard to earn money to pay the bills and try and have a reasonable standard of living. It is shocking. HS2 was meant to bring considerable benefits to the north of England and to Scotland. More reliable and quicker services to Glasgow and the west and central belt of Scotland, more passenger capacity, opportunities for people in the north and Scotland for economic growth and the reduction of emissions by displacing flights. Would the Secretary of State agree to meet with me to discuss what the long-term plan is to improve rail services between Scotland and the north of England and the rest of our family of nations, so that we have appropriate journey times that are reduced, passenger capacities at an appropriate level, and services become more reliable?
My honourable friend is right. This is shocking, and the truth of the matter is that this government is picking up the bill for the mess created by the previous government. I would be very happy to meet with my honourable friend to discuss the ways in which we can improve capacity, frequency, reliability of services between England and his constituents in Glasgow, and I look forward to discussing that in more detail with him soon.
Seamus Logan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can sense the Secretary of State's anger at the scale, the width and depth of the failures in this project. But of course it was initiated in 2009, when Labour were in power. And when I look at this collective failure on both sides of this House, yet members opposite so quick to point out the ferries problem in Scotland, nothing. It pales into insignificance with the scale of this incompetence. But I want to ask the Secretary of State, the member for Brentford and Isleworth, the chair of the Transport Select Committee, said on BBC Radio 4's Today programme yesterday that the most important thing, and I'm quoting, the most important thing is that HS2 will create a high-speed link between London and the North West and eventually to Scotland. Scottish taxpayers are paying for this folly. So can the Ministry explain when is the project? When? She can say 2043 for the rest of the project. When is this project going to extend to Scotland, as was suggested yesterday? And how much more in Scotland are we going to be expected to pay? And how many years after 2043 will it be delivered?
I have been clear, and I remain clear, that we will not be extending HS2 north of the West Midlands. What I have announced when I made the Northern Powerhouse Rail announcement a couple of months ago is that we will be doing a feasibility study about, in the longer term, after the delivery of HS2 to Birmingham, after the delivery of east-west connectivity across the north of England through Northern Powerhouse Rail, how we can then look to invest in improving the infrastructure between Birmingham and Manchester. That work will start this summer, and I'd be happy to keep him updated.
Menton Glyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the clarity and determination to deliver on HS2. Rail investment is infrastructure investment which drives growth. But can I also urge the Minister to look at driving growth between towns as well as between cities, such as bringing lines like the Calder Valley line into the 21st century?
That philosophy and that approach certainly lies behind much of the work that we put together in our plans for Northern Powerhouse Rail. He will also be aware that at the spending review we announced over £15 billion for mayors in our city regions to improve connectivity between towns and cities, major centres of employment. So the aspirations that he has for his area and his constituents do align very closely with ours.
Thank you, Batty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My communities in Balsall Common and Birksall have taken huge amounts of pain long before I was first elected in 2019, and what has further exacerbated that pain has been the conduct of HS2 and its subcontractors with communities. I met with Mark Wild. He knows my concerns around that, and I do take heart in the level of engagement that he's given on that, and I hope that continues. But one of the key issues that's affecting my communities is the land that has been taken by HS2, which is yet to be released, including around Arden Cross, which is a project worth hundreds of millions of pounds, including a health campus in conjunction with the local mayor, local councils and Warwick University. I'm being told it might take 4 years. I think it can be done in 2. Will the Minister please take a look at this?
I hope he is reassured that I'm already looking at this, and I have had discussions with the leadership of HS2 about this, and certainly the Member of Parliament for Birmingham Hodge Hill, or as it used to be called, I'm not sure whether that's still the name of his constituency, has raised this matter with me as well. I'm keen that where it is possible to release land to enable development, regeneration, unlock new homes, unlock new workspaces, if that can take place whilst not compromising the delivery of HS2, then I'm keen that that happens, and there is a piece of work that is underway within HS2 to look at the specific issues in relation to Arden Cross.
Dr. Rupa Huck.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the honesty and clarity after years and years of sitting opposite Conservatives when we didn't know if it was happening at all, where it would start and stop. It was going to be a Y shape in the beginning. So, I mean, this is good news in a way, but also, and I also echo the praise for Mark Wilde, who's met with my residents, and for Lord Hendy in the other place. But for my residents in Old Oak Common, this fabled area that was once going to be the terminus, it is disappointing about this ever-lengthening timeline. I wonder if she might be able to look into opening the Elizabeth Line station a bit earlier, because some of them in new builds, like Oakland's Rise, would promise there'd be a brand new station in 2026. Surely there should be something in it for them before 2039.
My honourable friend is right to highlight the fact that development is proceeding in the Old Oak area in advance of the completion of the rail network, and I'm pleased that actually the Old Oak and Park Royal Development Corporation have gone out to find a development partner to build 8,000 new homes in that area, with potentially 1,000 started in this Parliament. We do need to ensure that any homes or any development that happens, there is adequate public transport provision to provide for those new residents. I will take the specific issue away that she makes about the Elizabeth line. I'm not entirely sure of its feasibility, but I will come back to her with more detail.
Sarah Ball.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many farmers, small businesses and residents have had the access to their properties disrupted by the construction of HS2. The Wilcoxes in my constituency have been battling for over 5 years to get a simple deed of easement to guarantee access to their property. And as a former property lawyer, I know that's a very simple document that should have been agreed, and without it, properties become unmortgageable and unsellable. So could the Secretary of State set out what steps she's taking to ensure that these deeds of easement are entered into without further delay?
I am sorry to hear the situation that she describes. If she wants to write to me about the specific case, I will raise it with the leadership of HS2 for her.
Anne Davis. Madam Dirprwy Llefarydd. Can I thank the Secretary of State for her honesty in coming to the House with this update? Wales is, of course, footing the bill for HS2, a project based entirely in England, now costing up to £103 billion. While in Scotland and Northern Ireland have their fair share of Barnett consequentials, Wales has nothing. And people in Wales have had enough of being treated as second-class citizens. They recently elected a Senedd with a majority of members within it committed to ending this injustice. So will the Secretary of State respect the wishes of the people of Wales and be open to talks with the Welsh Government on reclassifying HS2 so that Wales no longer pays for it, or at least has its fair share of the Barnett consequentials?
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not true to say that Wales is getting nothing. At the spending review last year, we announced £445 million in direct funding to modernise and upgrade Welsh Rail. And only a couple of months ago, in February, the UK government, with the former Welsh government, announced a long-term pipeline of rail enhancements that could total up to £14 billion. I would be happy to discuss rail enhancements with the new leadership of the Senedd, and I look forward to having a constructive working relationship with the First Minister and his Cabinet.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Having chaired the all-party rail group for the last 9 of 10 years, I've seen a procession of ministers and officials come along and give reassurances such as we've heard from the Secretary of State today, and it's hard to believe that her successors will not be coming to the House in the distant future, talking about further resets of the project. But could I ask her in particular, can she give an assurance that this, the spending on HS2 will not affect the announcement she made a few weeks ago about improving other rail services in the north? And I know she'd be disappointed if I didn't mention the campaign by myself and the Father of the House to improve services to northern Lincolnshire.
Answer that now.
The honourable gentleman would expect me to have comprehensive discussions with my colleagues in the Treasury before announcing rail enhancements. That's entirely what we have done over the last couple of months, whether that was about Northern Powerhouse Rail when we set out those really ambitious plans at the start of the year, or indeed whether it's about the anticipated profile of expenditure that will be required over the next 10 years. So I can assure him that anything that I've announced today doesn't change what I announced in January on Northern Powerhouse Rail.
Madam Deputy Speaker, before I was elected to this place, I was a member of the Independent Panel for the Community and Environment Fund and the Business and Local Economy Fund for HS2, which was responsible for dispersing funding to communities disrupted by the building of a Whacking Great railway line. One of the reasons communities rightly and understandably get grumpy when large-scale infrastructure projects affect their communities is when there's no obvious benefit to them, when a railway line goes through but there's no station for them to benefit from. What assurance can the Secretary of State give the House that she's looking at some of the things that can be learned positively from what's happened with HS2, particularly looking at how we strengthen and make clearer the link between community benefit and large-scale infrastructure projects where the immediate benefit isn't obvious to those communities?
I think one of the failings with HS2 has been to focus on the speed of the line and the 4 stations, when actually one of the major benefits of HS2 is to free up capacity on the existing West Coast main line between London and Birmingham to enable better regional services, to enable more freight, for example, to transfer from lorries on the road and get that onto the rail network. For too long, this project has been about speed and it's not been about seats and reliability. And I think through this reset, we are changing that and we are determined to ensure, as I said earlier, that this is the spine of the Great British Rail network that we will deliver as we renationalise the railways.
Tom Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for her statement. It's outrageous to hear the waste and money thrown away by successive Conservative governments. Even now, the eye-watering level of money required to reset HS2 grates on people up in Yorkshire and the North, where the northern legs were cancelled and comparatively we get less funding per head for transport than counterparts in the South. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that a small amount of money saved from reducing the scope and speed would be better spent on schemes like Northern Powerhouse Rail, reinstating the York Area Capacity Scheme, estimated at only around £150 million, that would unlock the bottleneck at York Station and deliver benefit across the North?
I can't spend this money twice. I have taken the decision to reduce the speed of HS2 to 320 kilometres per hour. We believe that could save up to £2.5 billion and result in delivery a year earlier. Given how long people have been waiting for this new railway, I think that's the responsible thing to do so that people can get on these trains sooner than they otherwise would. I understand he's a fearsome advocate for those rail improvements in his constituency, and I'm sure we'll talk about those more when we get to the next transport questions.
Shockout Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The truth of the matter is that despite spending taxpayers over £103 billion of taxpayers' money, my son has laid more rail track from his Lego set than the previous government has done from the HS2 programme. But seriously, there's considerations and concerns from whistleblowers who have alleged that costs were deliberately hidden from Parliament, documents were shredded, and staff who spoke out were sacked. So before another penny is spent of the British taxpayer, how will the Minister ensure in the future there are accountable binding mechanisms to stop contractors and executives from misleading this House again?
He is right to raise these very important issues, and we will always take any whistleblowing complaints with the utmost seriousness. Can I also reassure him when it comes to fraud that as part of the reset that HS2 is going through, it is strengthening its counter-fraud capability, its internal controls and processes, because when you're spending this amount of taxpayers' money, you should treat it as if it was your own and the care and attention that you would apply to your own money. And so we're taking all necessary steps to make sure that we strengthen the controls within the organisation to ensure value for money for the taxpayer.
Tim Farron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for reeling out a list of
very depressing dates in the far future, which leads all but the youngest of us to contemplate our mortality. And what is also depressing is the serious lack of investment in rail infrastructure in the northwest, north of Manchester. It's an ongoing issue. Now, I get that HS2 has sucked up money, energy and attention, but I wonder whether the Secretary of State might seek to put this right by being creative with the use of the existing main line. For instance, would she work with Network Rail, myself, Westmorland Furness Council, to advance the cause of reopening stations like Shap and T-Bay, ensuring massively improved public transport links for rural North Westmorland?
State. If the honourable gentleman, the right honourable gentleman, would like to write to me about the case for reopening Shap and T-Bay, I would gladly consider it. We are reopening some rail stations across the north of England. The Northumberland line, which I visited at the start of last year, has been an enormous success with new stations at places like Ashington and Blythe. We are investing in rail in the north of England. That was demonstrated by our commitment to Northern Powerhouse Rail, but I'm happy to look at the specifics of the scheme that he suggests.
Freddie Van Mierlo.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Minister for delivering this really important update in the House rather than at party conference as the previous Tory Prime Minister did. I think what's really struck me about this debate is that the cost of HS2 is now measured in the hundreds of billions, but what we're spending on active travel is measured in the hundreds of millions. The government previously committed, I think it was only 600 million until 2030 on active travel. And projects there, things like the Tame to Haddenham Greenway, would deliver enormous benefit to my constituents. So would she reflect on the differential between how much is being spent on active travel and this project?
State.
I would gently correct him. We may be talking about tens of billions when it comes to HS2. We are not talking about hundreds of billions when we talk about HS2. He makes a fair point about the importance of investment in walking and cycling. The government is due to launch its cycling and walking strategy, the third iteration of it, and we are backing that with £600 million worth of investment, and we realise the benefits that actually active travel, people walking and cycling more, using public transport, can have, not just for people's own health. It can have environmental benefits, economic benefits as well, and it's something that me and the local Transport Minister care deeply about and will ensure that we make progress on.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State very much for her statement and for her positivity and trying to make matters better in relation to where we are. The Secretary of State talks about maximising international standards and reshaping governance to find efficiencies. Yet my constituents in Northern Ireland are facing critical infrastructure deficits of their own. If this fundamental reset is truly about driving economic growth and to maximise value across the United Kingdom, can the Secretary of State please very genuinely, explicitly outline how the billions clawed back from streamlining HS2 will be used to support union connectivity and in particular air passenger duty, which hampers connectivity within the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland? Thank you.
State.
Well, I congratulate the honourable gentleman on leveraging in a question on air passenger duty into a statement on HS2. No, my honourable friend is right. He never misses an opportunity. I am obviously very concerned to ensure that connectivity between the mainland UK and Northern Ireland remains, that it's reliable, that it's affordable for people, and I will be sure to talk to him further about what more could be done aside from air passenger duty, which is a matter for the Treasury. If there's anything that my department can do to improve the situation for his constituents, I'd be only too happy to talk to him.
Can I thank the Secretary of State for her statement this afternoon, and I will allow a couple of moments for the front bench to swap over. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
King's Speech, motion for an address, adjourned debate on question.
I inform the House that Mr Speaker has selected Amendment I in the name of the Leader of the Opposition. The question is that an humble address be presented to His Majesty as on the order paper. I call Claire Cortino to move the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move the amendment as on the order paper. And in fact, this may be our last meeting across this dispatch box, because the Secretary of State is once again on manoeuvres. So considering he's gunning for a promotion, let's review his record, shall we? He promised in the election that he would cut everybody's energy bills by £300. And what's he delivered? Energy bills up by £200 thanks to his plans. He said he would protect pensioners, but weeks into office he axed the winter fuel payment, a policy that many of them have cited as their worst political decision in power. He promised that Great British Energy would lead to, and I quote, a mind-blowing reduction in bills. And yet 2 years in, it hasn't taken a penny off household bills, but it has given a six-figure salary to one of his mates. And now we learn that Great British Energy has been putting solar panels made by Chinese slave labour on British primary schools, something he promised this House he would not do. So what's next? Oh, that's right. He said he could control the price of wind. But his botched wind auction signed us up to the highest prices in a decade, way more than the cost of electricity that he inherited. Promise after broken promise. Bills up, pensioners betrayed, six-figure salaries for his mates, and eye-watering contracts for wind developers. And now, to top it all off, a so-called energy independence bill, which would shut down the North Sea. The greatest act of industrial self-harm in a generation. If that's what gets you a promotion in the Labour Party, then Lord help us all. So let's turn to this so-called energy independence bill. For true energy independence, we need our own oil and gas. But this bill enforces the willful destruction of the North Sea. We need our own petrol, diesel, I will in a moment, we need our own petrol, diesel and jet fuel, but this bill does nothing to save our refineries which are being taxed into oblivion. We need an electricity system which keeps the lights on for British households and industry, but his plan will leave us at the mercy of foreign imports. This isn't independence. It doesn't even come close. It's an energy dependence bill that would leave us weaker, poorer, and more reliant on foreign regimes.
Grateful to her for giving way. She says that for energy independence we need our own oil and gas rather than investing in renewables. She'll know that under her government, the government paid £44 billion to subsidise our energy during the time of the Ukraine price spike. Can she tell us how much were our bills reduced as a result of having our own oil and gas when the Ukraine crisis happened?
Firstly, let me say to the honourable gentleman, bills came down £500 under me. They've gone up £200 because of the Secretary of State's plans. And let me tell him another hard truth. Cutting off production in the North Sea, he should listen to this, he might learn something. Cutting off production in the North Sea doesn't mean we use any less oil and gas. Production is not linked to consumption. All that it means is that we'll import more of that gas from abroad. That is weaker. That makes us more reliant on imports. No, he used up his chance. He should have asked a better question. Now, look, there are some parts of this work that I welcome. The Fingleton Review is impressive. I thank those involved, and as I've made clear before, we will support this work going forward. Nuclear is the only form of energy that can provide round-the-clock, totally clean power, and I'll always support policies which make it as easy as possible to build. However, there is a catch. The Secretary of State says he wants to ease nuclear regulations, whilst at the very same time he's cancelled the project that they would be used upon. By cancelling the third large-scale nuclear power station that I signed off, he has killed the nuclear pipeline. He is repeating his own mistakes.
We are set to have yet another Labour government which has failed to start a singular new large-scale nuclear power plant. And now we here in Natural England are adding yet more delays to Hinkley Point C for little environmental gain. Is he fighting it? No, he's defending the status quo. But by the end of this Parliament, we'll still be waiting for a decision as to whether SMRs will go ahead. By 2030, there will be less nuclear online than there is now. And in 2035, which is 10 years away, they still won't have started any new large-scale nuclear power plants in this country. This is the same old stop-start approach that killed the industry to begin with. If that's what he calls being ambitious for nuclear, he needs to give his head a wobble.
I thank the honourable lady for giving way. In my constituency of Morecambe and Lunesdale, we have Heysham 1 and 2 power plants. The reason that nuclear power will possibly go down is because plants are coming to the end of their lives. Plants are coming to the end of their lives, and the right honourable lady's government did nothing about it for 14 years. Why did she not deliver, Madam Deputy Speaker, when she was in government?
Well, look, let me tell the honourable lady. Under the last Labour government, which the Energy Secretary was part of, not a single new nuclear power plant was started. So when we came into power in 2015, when we got control of the energy brief, there was one nuclear welder left in the country. It is the stop-start approach which kills the nuclear industry. And here's the problem. They have killed the pipeline again. These are the same old mistakes. And that is why I'm raising them, because we're getting into the same trouble again. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, he says they weren't mistakes. It wasn't a mistake not to start a single new nuclear power plant. That's what he thinks, on the record. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, on to the North Sea. Andy Burnham, who is hoping to be Labour leader, talked yesterday about reindustrialisation. But meanwhile today, the Secretary of State is asking his backbenchers to vote to shut down the North Sea. This is the single greatest act of industrial self-harm we have seen in a generation. Only a complete wacko would respond to a supply shortage by shutting down their own oil and gas industry. We are in the absurd position of the Labour Chancellor thanking Canada and Norway for increasing their oil and gas production while her own government is shutting British production down. And why? So we can be more reliant on higher emission gas from Qatar or the US. So we can send billions of pounds to Norway to import gas from the very same basin that we could be drilling ourselves. And they're calling this energy independence. Have they lost their minds?
Yes.
I'll happily give way on that point.
Very grateful to the right honourable lady. She talks of absurd positions. I did a little bit of research before the speech today. I went back to the 21st of May 2024, just before the last general election. And in this House, in her capacity then as the Secretary of State, she said that she believed in net zero and that we will get there in 2050 and with the public on our side. Her position now is that she doesn't believe in net zero, doesn't believe it's desirable or achievable. Is that not absurd?
Madam Deputy Speaker, people change their minds when they look at facts. I'm not hiding for this. I'm not hiding for this.
It takes actually thinking for yourself, though.
I think the honourable gentleman needs to look at the overall record of things I said in government. The key thing, the first thing I said when I went into position is we cannot impoverish ourselves in the name of net zero.
Exactly right.
You know, I started a true costing of renewables in department because we didn't have a proper costing of energy. Yep. Who cancelled that work? The Secretary of State. I backed the North Sea. I signed off Rosebank. I legislated to protect those North Sea licences. Who is turning all of that around? The Secretary of State. And we all know the real reason that he's doing it. He's shutting down British oil and gas to show climate leadership. Yep. He put that in the King's speech. Yeah. Let's be crystal clear, though. What he's saying is that he's willing to turn his back on British industry, even though we won't need any less. We'll just rely on higher emission imports from abroad. Yep. Because he cares more about the climate bureaucrats than the jobs of British workers. That is what climate leadership means to him. But the question I would ask is, where exactly is this meant to be leading us to? Bankruptcy? Where does it end? Cheering as the lights go out, as the last factory in Britain closes. That's what his North Sea and carbon tax policies are doing. They are simply offshoring British emissions. To the coal-powered refineries of India, the diesel tankers bringing us gas from the US and Qatar, to the factories we are now getting our ammonia from in Trinidad. That doesn't help the climate, and it doesn't help British workers. I'll give way to them, lady.
Thank you. I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Businesses in Bognor Regis and Littlehampton need stable and affordable energy to grow and invest. So would she agree that with our Get Britain drilling bill is vital, not just for energy security, but for our future economic security?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. The North Sea is a vital part of our industry. It not only provides us with the gas that we need for energy security, but it provides feedstock. That feeds into our chemical industry, our plastic industry. There's a whole supply chain, a whole set of other industries which rely on the North Sea and us having a successful industrial base. You lose one of those, I'll just make a bit more progress. You lose one of those foundational industries and it's like dominoes, the rest go. And this is the point. If we keep offshoring British emissions, it doesn't help the climate and it doesn't help British workers. And the question I would ask them is, do they understand how bad it looks when they make speeches patting themselves on the back here in Westminster, whilst hard-working Brits out there lose their jobs so we can import more goods with higher emissions from abroad? That's why the vote on the North Sea today should be a litmus test for them. Do they reject decarbonisation by deindustrialisation or not? Now let's talk about electricity. I'll just make a bit of progress. A key part of the Secretary of State's plan is to make us more reliant on electricity imports. He doesn't like to talk about it, but at the height of winter, when we need it most, we'll be importing twice as much electricity by 2030 as we did when they came into office. What does that mean? It means relying on the goodwill of France and Norway to keep the lights on in Britain. I'll remind the House, we are now in a situation where France is on the edge of a debt crisis with the National Rally topping the polls. Does the House really think it's prudent to hand over the keys to our electricity security to Marine Le Pen? Because let's be honest, that is the Right Honourable Member's plan. Whichever way you look at it, this isn't an energy independence bill. This is an energy dependence bill that makes Britain beholden to Marine Le Pen for our electricity, to Xi Jinping for our solar panels, and to Donald Trump for our gas. Their plan is for energy scarcity, but what we need is energy abundance. That's why our plan would be to double down on nuclear, to axe the carbon tax to save British industry, to get Britain drilling and to make electricity cheap. I will happily give way to that.
I'm very grateful. She paints in her speech a very stark consequence of the Labour Party's policy of a total proscription on new oil and gas licences. What can she advise us? What will that look like without access to future oil and gas from the North Sea Basin for the United Kingdom?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman, and I know his party has changed position on this recently, and I welcome that change. Like I said before, the North Sea is a foundational industry. It's not just the oil and gas it provides. It's not just the tax revenues. It's not just the jobs that exist within that industry. It's all of those other industries. It supports the chemicals industry, the plastics industries, even the renewable industry. By the way, they support more drilling in the North Sea because they need the specialist rigs. They need the undersea technologies. They need the exact same workers. There are so many industries and wider economies that they are killing just because of the ideological bent of this Secretary of State. And here is, I will make a bit more progress, and here's the fundamental bind that the Labour Party is in. It doesn't matter who their next leader is, they will all fail. Their supposedly popular leadership contenders will become unpopular very quickly when they can't keep their promises. It happened to us in government, it's happening to Labour now, it's happening to Reform at the council level, it'll happen to whoever is in government next, unless you actually face up to the trade-offs that get you better growth. Growth is the antidote to so many of our problems, but to deliver it, you need two things: cheap, abundant energy and economic freedom. But by shutting down the North Sea, cancelling nuclear projects, keeping a distorted electricity market in place, what they are doing is making energy scarce and expensive. Now, being part of the EU doesn't solve that problem. The EU leaders themselves rail against their own energy policy. Reindustrialisation is just a meaningless slogan unless you back the North Sea, axe the carbon taxes that are killing British industry and cut the cost of energy. If none of their contenders have the courage to say anything about these issues, then nothing will change. And alongside cheap, abundant energy, the most important ingredient for growth is economic freedom. But the Labour Party openly stands for more state control, more tax and spend, more red tape on employing people, more expensive energy, less AI, fewer profits and more subsidies. But they've been on this path for 2 years now, and what do we have to show for it? Higher inflation, weaker growth, soaring unemployment. Why would anyone want more of this? Families are working harder and harder, getting less and less at the end of the month. And if what people want is full-fat socialism, why would they choose Labour when they've got the boob whisperer over there who's offering them bigger and better? Our whole system is flooded with caution. Nobody's incentivised to take any risks. That is what's making us poorer. And the truth is, the personalities in the Labour leadership race do not matter. Unless we get cheap, abundant energy, we remove the legal straitjackets, the onerous taxes, fix the broken regulators and the sluggish machine of government to set the economy free, nothing is going to change. And look, if people think on their side of the house that Andy Burnham has the answers, let me tell you. Andy is like the fun uncle who's got to sit on the sidelines saying whatever he wants without anybody holding him accountable. Let's have ice cream for dinner. Let's go to the zoo next week. Let's nationalise everything. Who cares about the bond markets? Let's rejoin the EU. He's just said whatever he likes because he's never had to pick up the bill. Now he's actually looking at being in charge. He's having to go back on all of these promises. So ask him this, ask him how he's going to fund his nationalisation plans. He wants to stick to the fiscal rules. So is he really saying he's going back to taxpayers who already face the highest tax burden in history? When he talks about reindustrialisation, ask him if he supports the Secretary of State's plans to shut down the oil and gas industry, the biggest act of industrial self-harm committed in generations. If he wants more powers at a local level, amen to that, I couldn't agree more. But ask him, how can he argue for economic freedom in one breath, whilst with another dictate to people what tumble dryers or cars they have to buy? If they really care about growth and reindustrialisation, they would axe carbon taxes, get Britain drilling, double down on nuclear and make electricity cheap. In short, they would put the national interest ahead of the Secretary of State's ideology and vote with us tonight.
The original question was that a humble address be presented to His Majesty, as on the order paper. Since when an amendment I has been proposed, as on the order paper, the question is that the amendment be made, and I call the Secretary of State, Ed Miliband.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to speak in support of this gracious speech. Madam Deputy Speaker, this debate takes place in the shadow of the second fossil fuel shock in 4 years. Families and businesses across the country deeply concerned about the impact of the Iran war on the cost of living. A war this country did not start, a war this government chose not to join, but which is having significant effects here at home. Just like when Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022 and energy bills rocketed and the British people and firms paid the price. And the argument, Madam Deputy Speaker, at the heart of this gracious speech is there is one overriding lesson of these two crises, that while we remain exposed to the fossil fuel roller coaster, we are deeply vulnerable as a country. Our sovereignty, our security and the British people's living standards undermined by this dependence and exposure. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, for a simple reason, we do not control the price of oil and gas, which is set on international markets. And there is an answer, and this is different from what it was like in the 1970s, when we had fossil fuel shocks. There is an answer staring us in the face. Energy independence through clean homegrown power we control. Clean homegrown energy that comes from our own wind, sun and nuclear resources, that cannot be disrupted by foreign wars, that cannot be controlled by the whims of petrostates and dictators. That means our national security and energy security cannot be held hostage. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, one commentator put it incredibly well, I think, in 2023 after Russia invaded Ukraine, and I quote, "Moving to home-based clean power mitigates risks to bill payers now, I won't for a moment, now and in the future," and I quote again, "protects consumers from volatility in international fossil fuel markets." I agree with that commentator. It was the Right Honourable Lady, the Shadow Energy Secretary, Hansard, the 16th of November 2023. I agree with her, Madam Deputy Speaker. The problem is she no longer agrees with herself. Where the evidence says we need more renewables, not less, she opposes them. Where the evidence says electrify as much as we can, she says abandon support for people to get heat pumps. Where the evidence says electric vehicles can protect consumers, she opposes action for their take-up. Not because the facts have changed, not because the evidence has changed, but because she's jumped on the anti-clean energy, anti-net zero bandwagon. Now, Madam, I won't give way for a minute. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very happy to give way to her so she can tell the House whether she agrees with herself.
Very happily ask the Secretary of State the question. Well, no, there you go. You said you'd happily give way. Doesn't look so happy now. In the department, I started work on the true costing of renewables because the department does not have an accurate cost of energy. It does not have an accurate costing of Clean Power 2030. Why has he not published one?
It wasn't worth giving way, Madam Deputy Speaker, after all. She can't answer the question. I won't give way, no. What a sorry... Well, I will later on. What a sorry state of affairs. She cannot even agree with herself. And there was a gaping contradiction. There was a gaping contradiction at the heart of her speech just now. Because for all the verbiage, or everything she said, she has no answer to the crisis before us. Because even she can't seriously believe what she is putting forward. The idea that new exploration licences for oil and gas will solve our energy security challenges, it's obviously nonsense. According to the National Energy System Operator, new licences will make no material difference to capacity and therefore security of supply. And nor will new drilling. And don't take my word for it. When asked if new oil and gas would cut bills, she said new licences, and again I quote, wouldn't necessarily bring energy bills down. That's not what we're saying. So she comes to the House. I won't give way for a minute. So she comes to the House. Our House with a plan which will not take a penny off bills, which will not give us energy security. I'm not going to give way again, no. And which rejects the things she used to believe. And this is the difference. And this is the difference with this side of the House, is that we are learning the lessons of the fossil fuel crises we face, and we are acting. I give way to you.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State. He is accused of being messianic in his approach to proscribing new oil and gas licences in the North Sea. Would he explain to the House today, if it can be demonstrated that UK consumption of oil and gas is not falling at a rate that is equal to or faster than the rate of production in the United Kingdom, will he release his screeching U-turn handbrake turn on new oil and gas licences in the North Sea?
The SNP has had more positions on this than the Kama Sutra, Madam Deputy Speaker. So it is genuinely hard to keep up. Look, we've got a very simple position, Madam Deputy Speaker, which is we want to keep existing oil and gas fields open for their lifetime. And one of the things that the Energy Independence Bill will do will be to introduce transitional energy certificates, tiebacks, so-called, which is what industry have called for. And so we're not in favour of a turning off the taps position. But I'll just be honest with the House. Madam Deputy Speaker. nor are we in favour of a drilling every last drop position. And that explains our position on new... Why not, he says? Because if we did that, we would end up in climate disaster. And that is the truth. And Madam Deputy Speaker, look, I'm not going to give way. No, don't take my word for it. Don't take my word for it. Right? This is what the Energy Transitions Commission, which includes energy companies, says. Any national strategy which assumes that all fossil fuel reserves must be exploited is incompatible with limiting global warming to safe levels. And the truth is that new licences are totally marginal to the North Sea, as I said. I'm going to make some progress. And I will give way. For nearly 2 years, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've been moving at speed on our mission to make Britain a clean energy superpower. And we came to office amidst the legacy of the irrational onshore wind ban, the fiasco of the AR5 auction with no offshore wind secured, and years of dither and delay in nuclear. And she did amuse me, the Right Honourable Lady, on nuclear. I'll come to that in a second. And they left us exposed, Madam Deputy Speaker. 14 years of less than 2 years. Opposed every step of the way by the party opposite. We've secured enough clean energy for the equivalent of 23 million homes through 2 record-breaking renewables auctions. But the lesson of these 2 fossil fuel crises is we need to go further and faster. I'll make a bit more progress. That's why we've already brought forward our next renewables auction and taken steps to fast-track the rollout of renewables on public land. But renewables are only part of the story. And I want to come to nuclear, because this is going to be fun. I have to say, those drafting the opposition amendment obviously have a real sense of humour, Madam Deputy Speaker. Here's the truth about their record. They promised Sizewell C FID in the last Parliament and didn't deliver. They promised SMRs and never delivered. They promised fusion and never delivered. We have delivered them all, and they have the cheek to complain when we're delivering the biggest nuclear building programme in half a century, delivered by the Labour government. Now, I should welcome the fact, I will in a minute, I should welcome the fact that the Honourable Lady supports our nuclear regulation bill. I'm bound to ask, why didn't they do it? I mean, was it incompetence, idleness, ideology, combination of all three? But I do, my friend, the Honourable Member for West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine, he always has a great quote that you can read out. This is what he said following the last general election. After 14 years of Conservative government, he said, we are now in a position where it's more difficult to build critical infrastructure than it was when we came to power. It is a Labour government clearing up their mess, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm going to give way. Yeah, I'm going to give way.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. Including in that list of achievements is the £12 billion deal signed last year in September to bring new nuclear to Hartlepool, making Hartlepool one of the biggest clean energy economies in this country. Does he agree, as we secure energy security, we must also secure economic security for those parts of the country left behind?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. And this is what's so exciting, Madam Deputy Speaker. Contrary to what the Shadow Energy Secretary said, we're seeing a renaissance of nuclear in this country. And not just through the Rolls-Royce programme. We're very pleased to do the signing of the Rolls-Royce the agreement with Rolls-Royce very recently with the Chancellor, but also other routes to market. And we are very, very encouraging of both the efforts of my honourable friend and others. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman because he and I go back a long way.
We go back a long way, and we agree actually about the crisis of capitalism in terms of the sacrifice of domestic production for imports. He and I would have a lot in common on that. And he will understand that the economic uncertainty he described and the need for greater national economic resilience applies to food too. So accepting that we should put solar on buildings, we should have offshore wind, surely he understands that by putting solar plants at scale on the most productive farmland needed to deliver food security, his argument about economic resilience falls flat. So will he just look again at that? There is a middle way. We do go back a long way. Let's, for heaven's sake, compromise.
Well, we may agree on some things, but not on this. Look, let me just say to him, because I do have great respect for him, on solar, even on the most ambitious plans for solar, it's less than 1% of agricultural land, something like 0.6% or so of agricultural land. And I do say to the... let me just make this point. I do say to the party opposite, there is something somewhat irrational that in relation to nuclear, they want to be builders not blockers. But in relation to everything else, they want to be blockers, not builders. Because if you support the nuclear power plant, well, you've got to support the grid to connect the nuclear power plant to the grid. If you want to get away from our dependence, and he says he does, from our dependence on international fossil fuel markets, you need to support the cheapest, cleanest form of power, which is solar power. And this is just simply what an array of choices. I give way to the Honourable.
As one who wants to see nuclear power in Northern Ireland, but unfortunately that's down to the Northern Ireland Assembly, and it looks like there might be obstacles to that. But I do wish to see and welcome the Secretary of State's commitment in relation to the tidal, the battery storage and green hydrogen. The Secretary of State has always been very keen to ensure that Northern Ireland can also be part of this growth that's coming from here. Can the Minister perhaps give us some encouragement for Northern Ireland when it comes to green energy and moving forward, that we are part of that plan for this United Kingdom, Great Britain and Northern Ireland?
Well, I'm always happy to work with the honourable gentleman for whom I have great respect, and so my team of ministers. I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. We heard the Shadow Secretary of State didn't take my second intervention when I was attempting to get an answer from her, but we know that the party opposite proposes to get rid of the energy prices levy, costing the government about £12 billion. We know that it wants to get rid of VAT, costing about £5 or £6 billion. And we know it has a plan for oil or gas, which might be here in 4 or 10 years' time, which is owned by somebody else, and it believes it will use the collection of these different policies to reduce people's energy prices. Has my right honourable friend seen any credibility to the plans from the party opposite that he can share with us? We haven't heard it from them.
Well, my honourable friend makes a point incredibly. My honourable friend makes a point incredibly well, and I do want to say something about the renewables, and then I will move on. The right honourable lady at the time of the AR7 auction said we should cancel the auction. Now, as I said, that was an auction that secured power for the equivalent of 16 million homes, including. Well, just if they listen for a second, including offshore wind at prices 40% cheaper to build and operate than new gas. Now, she said at the time, she shouted out at the time from a sedentary position that the price of, and I quote, gas is falling as a justification for her position. She did say that. Today, the gas price is around 50% higher than it was then. Now, there's a really important point here, which is there can be no clearer demonstration of the gamble they wanted us to take. What a terrible call. What a foolish position. Because we are at the time of the greatest geopolitical instability in generations, and anyone who would rationally learn the lessons of when Russia invaded Ukraine says we cannot gamble on low fossil fuel prices, because this is what happens. By contrast, Madam Deputy Speaker, we stand, I'm going to make some progress, we stand for national security through energy security and energy independence. I want to come on to how we protect consumers, because this is a very important point, Madam Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend, the Chancellor, showed at the budget last year that she took decisions to raise taxes, including on the wealthiest, so we could cut bills for everyone, and we saw that happen in April. I do want to come on to the point that my honourable friend made, though, because this gracious speech also includes legislation to raise the rate of the electricity generator levy from 45% to 55% as part of our plan to break the link between electricity and gas prices and act on the excess profits that arise from that link. And we are also making a big call, which is keeping in place the windfall tax on oil and gas profits during this conflict. Now, in the last few weeks, we've seen profits from major oil and gas companies soar. These are unearned profits as a result... No, I'm not going to give way. No, I'm not going to give way. These are unearned profits as a result of the war. Now, we say, if I can just make a bit of progress, we say tax those profits to help the British people. No, I'm not giving way. I'm not giving way. Now, the energy profits levy has raised £12 billion since it was introduced in 2022. I'm not giving way. No. In the words of the right honourable member for Richmond and Northallerton, the former Prime Minister, he was then the Chancellor. And this is not my words. This is not Red Ed. It's Red Rishi. Madam Deputy Speaker, the oil and gas sector is making extraordinary profits, not as the result of recent changes to risk-taking or innovation or efficiency, but as a result of surging commodity prices. He was right. No, I'm not giving way, just if he listens. But at this moment, what has the official opposition, alongside the SNP, decided to call for the government to dump the policy? So let's just get this straight. At the precise moment that the British people struggle with the effects of the war. They say the priority for scarce resources is to cut taxes for the largest oil and gas companies making record profits. And let's be clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, no amount of false accounting or fuzzy maths can hide the fact that the idea that cutting these taxes at this moment of windfall profits will improve revenue. I will give way to the Honourable
Secretary of State for giving way, just so no one is under any false interpretation of what this tax does and how it works. Does the Secretary of State understand that this tax does not apply to trading nor overseas production? It's on production from the North Sea, which is not where those profits are being made, are they?
No. But the Honourable Lady doesn't obviously understand that prices are going up, including from the North Sea. And let's just go to the amount this raises. According to the OBR, even before this crisis, the windfall tax was forecast to raise £5 billion by September 2027. So the Conservative Party, the official opposition, are going to have to explain, where's the money going to come from then? They're going to cut this tax, £5 billion, cutting taxes for the biggest oil and gas companies. Now, by contrast, we believe you should tax fairly and use the resources to help the British people. And I do want to. I'm not going to wait. I need to finish soon. So, on the Energy Independence Bill, we're going to help legislate to deliver the biggest investment in home upgrades in British history through our 15 billion warm homes plan. And as part of this, we'll act to help private renters. And this is important, because this is about how do we make sure that in the drive to clean power, we help everybody in our society. And it's a scandal, Madam Deputy Speaker, that 1.6 million children living in private rented homes are suffering from cold, damp or mould, according to Citizens' Advice. We say it's time to act. Now, minimum energy efficiency standards for renters was promised by the previous government, then scrapped, and the Energy Independence Bill will legislate for them, cutting bills for renters, lifting 400,000 families out of fuel poverty by 2030. And as part of this, and it goes to the question, he's no longer there, but the honourable gentleman asked me, we also believe that this drive for energy independence can deliver for workers and communities. We're already seeing the jobs clean energy is creating across the country. 11,000 more workers in nuclear, according to the industry's estimates. 8,000 more in offshore wind. Thousands more upgrading the grid, on the way to 400,000 extra clean energy jobs by 2030. 90 billion of private investment announced since the election. And we also want to ensure that those... I'm not going to give way. We also want to ensure that those jobs are good jobs. And so we will amend employment legislation as part of the EIB to enable us to bring the rights of offshore renewables workers in line with those working in oil and gas. And I do also say that it's by driving forward in clean energy that we can have the best chance of a fair transition in the North Sea. 70,000 jobs were lost in less than a decade under the last government. We're determined to lead the world in industries such as offshore wind, hydrogen and carbon capture, and we will continue to use the North Sea and oil and gas for decades to come by keeping existing fields open for their lifetime. That's why the Energy Independence Bill will legislate to introduce transitional energy certificates, as welcomed by industry, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would also say to the reform benches that we also look forward to the debate in the EIB on their plans for fracking, because fracking will make no difference to bills, it's dangerous and it's roundly opposed by local communities, and we will act. Let me close by saying this, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is the approach to energy security. I will give way,
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. Part of my constituency is in Lancashire, where we did see fracking testing and we suffered earth tremors because of that. Does he agree with me that the British people do not want fracking in our communities and do not want to see the risks that we saw in Lancashire?
Well, I have to say there is something quite ironic. My old friend puts it well, which is that Reform nationally say they want fracking, and then their representatives in Scarborough and Lancashire seem to say they're against it. And we're going to be asking from now to the general election where Reform candidates stand with the local community or the fracking industry. No. So this is the approach to energy security that underpins this gracious speech. Above all, we will learn the lessons of the fossil fuel crises of our age. We will build our energy independence, tackle the affordability crisis, deliver good jobs and investment in our communities, and make the right decisions, Madam Deputy Speaker, for today's and future generations. And I commend the gracious speech to the House.
Before I call the Lib Dem spokesperson, I think it would be helpful to everybody to know there will be an immediate 5-minute time limit after she has spoken. Pippa Halings.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And oil and gas prices
have a long history of spiking and damaging our economy. The UK was among the worst hit in Western Europe by the price shock following Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. So as long as we remain tied to volatile international fossil fuel markets, then dictators and foreign wars will have a grip on our economy and on the pockets of families and pensioners across this country. So surely it is time to wake up to that reality and learn the lessons of the past. And that is why we Liberal Democrats do welcome the government bringing forward a bill on energy independence. We will scrutinise it carefully to ensure that the urgent and ambitious measures necessary for the energy transition are there, bringing down energy bills, ensuring energy security, but also a fair, managed and prosperous transition to clean energy. Madam Deputy Speaker, as households nervously await the announcement of the energy price cap next week, with forecasts showing households could be hit with a £300 Trump war tax on energy bills, we Liberal Democrats are clear that the best way to get down energy bills is through home-grown renewable power with prices we control. I will give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. I know the Lib Dems are a big fan of localism. This isn't a dig, by the way. In my constituency of Harlow, we've got a primary school, Church Langley Primary School, that has led the way when it comes to solar panels on their roof, and they're actually able to generate all the energy they need from those solar panels. So would she welcome the work that this government are doing to ensure that other schools can benefit from the same sort of system?
I definitely welcome that, and as you will see in my speech, we want to go even further on that. And as we know, it is Liberal Democrats that fix people's church roofs and put the solar panels on there, so we will too. But for too long, the pace of change has been too slow, and it's left people and businesses trapped and at the mercy of a broken energy system, which they're literally paying the price for. So it's time to take back control of our energy future, and that does start with our communities. And in the last session of Parliament, I welcome the government agreeing with our calls to include community energy and community benefits in the GB Energy Act. But now communities must be given the right to sell and buy energy locally. And we must mandate community benefit requirements where communities host renewable infrastructure. The transition that is done with them, not to them. And I also welcome the adoption of the Sunshine Bill introduced by my honourable friend, the member for Cheltenham, requiring solar panels on all new homes. But why wait until 2027? And why not go further? We Liberal Democrats want to see solar on new warehouses and car parks, turning rooftops across the country into sources of clean, affordable power. And we also want to see solar panels on schools and hospitals. Since 2019, energy bills for schools and the NHS have more than doubled, forcing impossible choices between heating and healthcare or between bills over books. So the current government investment reaches less than 1% of schools. So Liberal Democrats would go further and faster, helping protect frontline budgets for our schools and hospitals. Families too want to do the right thing, and there's been a record increase in the sales of solar panels and heat pumps since the start of the war in Iran. We must build on this momentum, help households and small businesses take back control of their bills, giving access, we say, to zero or low interest loans for upgrading properties by establishing an energy security bank to support electrification. However, at the same time, we do need to fix the broken energy market. It remains absurd that electricity is still priced so highly compared with gas. And that means that people are often not rewarded for electrifying their homes and businesses. And it's also crazy that consumers are paying billions to switch off our wind turbines when the grid cannot cope with surplus renewable generation. And that is why I welcome the recent steps taken to begin breaking the link between gas and electricity prices, a reform long called for by the Liberal Democrats. But we urge government to go further and faster in this bill, moving unfair policy levies off electricity bills, providing a progressive social energy tariff for those unable to absorb these repeated bill shocks, upgrading grid infrastructure, and ensuring that customers directly benefit from cheaper renewable power through flexibility when there's surplus renewable generation. Yes, we need energy independence, but that doesn't mean isolation. So the UK and the EU have deeply interconnected energy systems, but the damaging Brexit deal has meant a huge increase in energy costs. Our future lies ever closer energy ties to our nearest neighbours. And this government needs to drop its red lines on Europe. Rejoining the EU internal electricity market and linking our emissions trading schemes will reduce costs and strengthen resilience. Madam Deputy Speaker, my right honourable friend, the member for Kingston Surbiton, was right to say that it is fantasy and fabrication for some in this House to pretend that there is a solution in the North Sea to people's high energy bills. Even when North Sea production was at its peak nearly 30 years ago, the UK was still exposed to global price shocks because we have been price takers. Nor is the answer fracking, as some are calling for, destroying our countryside and polluting our waterways. We will push for a complete ban on fracking and have complete clarity on closing all of the loopholes. We do need a secure energy mix. That includes nuclear. And we do believe that small modular reactors have great potential to strengthen energy security alongside renewables. Oil and gas will also be part of that energy mix for decades to come. But we must recognise the need for a fair and managed energy transition, given that our remaining reserves are in decline. Communities cannot be left behind. So we urge the government to establish a Just Transition Commission, future-proof supply chain jobs, and enable the retention of our brilliant skilled oil and gas workers into high-quality jobs in renewables and other sectors.
Give way on that.
I will give way.
Thank you. Does the Honourable Lady agree that new licences in the North Sea would help protect the workforce and the supply chain in order to help with the transition to new energies?
I think research has shown that the hundreds of new oil and gas licences awarded by the government between 2010 and 2024 has resulted in just about 6 days of extra gas. What we need to look at are the jobs that can move into. I think there were 75,000 jobs that were lost without any cries and outcries from the government before. We are looking at a just energy transition that really does help those high-skilled workers into business.
On that point.
I'll just keep going. Madam Deputy Speaker, what proponents of prolonged over-reliance on fossil fuels often ignore is the costs of inaction. There is overwhelming scientific consensus that transitioning away from fossil fuels is essential for our efforts to tackle climate change. Communities around the country are already feeling the impacts and costs of extreme weather events. My constituency of South Cambridgeshire is one of the most water-stressed in the country, and last month we saw 5% of annual rainfall, and we're feeling it. Floods and droughts have battered farmers across the country. They're reeling from the worst harvest on record, and that will lead to problems with food security and will put up our food prices. And one avoidable death is one too many for the elderly and vulnerable during recurrent heat waves. Nor does anyone want ravaging wildfires ripping through our most treasured woodlands and national parks. As the government's suppressed national security assessment on global biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse laid bare, the destruction of nature threatens the UK's resilience, prosperity and national security. People want to know the truth. In my constituency of South Cambridgeshire and across the country, people's emergency briefings are happening. People are taking control. They want to know and be better prepared. And that's why we must also look to prepare for the climate shocks we can't avoid. And that's why we reject the government's false dichotomy between climate and nature, saying that nature is a blocker to growth. We have to be better prepared. We have to overcome the silos between energy, climate and nature. We need to promote nature-based approaches to both capture carbon as well as to adapt, storing water, regenerating our soil, cooling buildings and protecting people's homes from being uninsurable. Madam Deputy Speaker, a secure future for our country depends on our energy independence, restored nature and resilient communities, meeting our responsibility to our children and young people for a healthier future for generations to come. Thank you.
Chair of the Select Committee, Bill Esterson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, the Select Committee has taken evidence on much of what is in the gracious speech. And a big part of the debate today has been about the threat that we face as a result of the second fossil fuel crisis within 5 years. I remember the first one in 1973, Candles on the Table, was fun as a 6-year-old, not much fun for most of the country, and we've repeated that experience multiple times ever since. But in order to address the challenge of the fossil fuel crisis we're going through at the moment, the government, we've had one piece of evidence again and again and again at committee, and it's that the government must bring down the cost of electricity to enable the transition away from our dependence on oil and gas. I'm not going to... I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Would my honourable friend, to support your argument about the price of electricity, the renewable energies is largely generated in Scotland, North Wales, South West England. We have the highest level of fuel poverty. We have no mains gas, and the suffering caused to those rural areas is remarkable. And I think until that is impacted or improved, we're not in a position to move to an electricity-based economy. Thank you.
I'm grateful to him. Of course, the government was very supportive of heating oil with measures that were announced recently for precisely some of the reasons he's set out. But we have to address this threat and we have to transition for reasons of energy security and for reasons of cost and bringing bills down as well. Anybody who's going to the pump now, anybody who's looking at what their bills are likely to be, I think Martin Lewis was predicting the latest increase in the price cap just today, can see what is coming for domestic and business consumers. And in terms of energy security, Ukraine has learned the hard way and shown us all through the Russian attacks on its oil and gas installations. We've seen the same in the Middle East with the war with Iran. And decentralising and moving away from dependence on oil and gas is key when it comes to protecting energy generation. And the economic arguments are very, very strong. The Right Honourable Lady was talking about growth earlier. And I just say to her that just look at what the OBR is saying. The OBR makes the point that the costs of not addressing climate change are significantly more than the costs of making the transition. The Climate Change Committee predicts that if we don't act, we will see a fall in GDP of 7% by 2050. And if we really want to be scared, listen to the actuaries. And actuaries do know a thing or two about this. They predict a global GDP fall between 2070 and 2090 of 50%, with catastrophic consequences across the world, unless we take the action we need to now. So we have to act. And then to the North Sea. It is a super mature basin. There is a fraction left of what there was there to start. We were in a hurry to extract from the North Sea. Peak North Sea was 1999, 4.5 million barrels of oil a day. By 2023, after 13 of their 14 years in office, it had fallen to 1.23 million. That is a quarter of its peak production, and it will halve again by 2030. And as NISO says, new licences won't make a material difference to capacity or production. Jackdaw would only provide 2% of UK demand if it is given consent, and Rosebank would only account for 7% of production by 2030 of 2030 levels. It doesn't stop the decline; it only slows it. I will give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way at last. I finally got to my feet. And I'm surprised that I wasn't allowed to intervene earlier, because I agree with much of what's being said, especially from the Secretary of State when it comes to renewables and Acorn. But I have a question for the honourable member. Would he agree that granting a licence for Jackdaw would be much more environmentally friendly than importing LPG from Qatar or from the USA?
Here, here, here.
Well, it's as I previously had said, the amount is very, very small compared to the needs of the UK. I think there are. He might not be so disappointed in what I say next. I think there is an argument, and the government has done some of this with tiebacks, for continuing to support production in the North Sea, because the same supply chains that are responsible for our oil and gas industry are going to be critical for the development of the renewable generation that goes on in the North Sea and more widely. And many of those workers, and some of them have already moved into sectors like nuclear. So I think it is key, and it's really, really important that the agreement with the TUC on the Clean Jobs Plan is pursued. And I welcome what the Secretary of State announced before about rights in the North Sea for renewables. I think it is key that we enable that transition, that we give a future, a well-paid future, to people working in oil and gas now. Madam Deputy Speaker, the opportunities for security that I've talked about, an increased generation and electrification will reduce that reliance on imports of oil and gas. What the Secretary of State referred to, what's hopefully in the bill, about optimising the grid, will only help with that process too. The government has already addressed via NISO the connection queue, which is being cleared already. And giving people access to excess renewables, being able to sell back to the grid, and encouraging businesses to make greater use of flexibility can only help give people access now to cheaper energy. So the economics of this really add up as well. The clean energy economy is growing 3 times faster than the rest of the economy. It is delivering the jobs that the Secretary of State referred to. It is the Warm Homes Plan, and this will be supported by the Warm Homes Agency, which again has been announced, will deliver people healthier homes to live in. It will deliver better air quality. And what is critical, as I said at the start, is reducing the price of electricity so that people can take advantage of the technology in the Warm Homes Plan. It is already cheaper, according to Auto Trader, to buy a new EV. The second-hand market has been cheaper for some time. And enabling more people to drive electric can only help in that transition and in the reduction in our reliance on oil and gas. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government has to have the confidence to deliver this agenda. It has to have the confidence that it is right that energy independence comes through the move away from oil and gas and towards renewables. And it has to make the case to people that they will benefit from the investment in their homes, in their transport, and more widely. And I very much support and look forward to debating in detail the Energy Independence Bill.
Well done. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Sefton Central, who speaks with great authority and it talks a lot of good sense. I have to say to the benches opposite that changing the Prime Minister will solve nothing. We tried that 4 times. Didn't do us any good at all. So this King's speech should have been an opportunity for fundamental reform. And does the government have the courage to do that? And what we suspect on these benches is that it does not. The fact is that for too many years we've concentrated on wealth redistribution rather than wealth creation. And we're getting poorer and poorer and less able to do the things in the public sector that we want to do. But let me start with a more consensual point and welcome the government, and I see the Minister sitting there and I've talked to him about it, welcome the government's commitment to the nuclear fusion site at West Burton, Gainsborough, only 2 miles from the town I represent. Fantastic, cutting-edge technology. Only this morning I received a letter from the Chief Executive. At the heart of STEP fusion is a world-leading technical effort. So those people who say Britain is broken should look at the thousands of jobs we're creating, the millions of pounds worth of investment. And he thanks us. He says the UK is recognised globally for its lead in fusion regulation, having set a proportionate approach comparable to industrial processes through the 2023 Energy Act. So there we are, consensual, working together, cutting-edge technology. We've heard a bit about solar farms. I visited over 30 villages in my constituency, an open churches festival this week, and I went to a village at Fillingham. I saw on Fillingham Airdrome solar panels being built. Nobody seemed to care. Brown site, 100, 200 acres. But 16,000 acres around Gainsborough, prime agricultural land. I hear what my honourable friend says for South Holland and the Deepings. So just have a moderate approach. You know, I can climb the hill in the Wolds from my cottage, I can look across the North Sea, I can see that we're world leaders in offshore wind. Fair enough, popular. But 16,000 acres of prime agricultural land. All the profits going to entrepreneurs in London and large landowners. Yeah, I give way to the chairman of the Select Committee.
I'm grateful to him what he said before, and I always find his contributions interesting. The Select Committee heard from the Country Land and Business Owners Association on the subject of solar panels on agricultural land. And their evidence to us was clear that it doesn't have the impact that is feared, and that actually it is often beneficial to farmers in providing an alternative revenue stream without affecting their ability to grow crops.
£100,000 a year for owning 100 acres. Yeah. Very good, wonderful incentive. But can you grow? We are the breadbasket of England. Can you grow wheat and barley? Anyway, I don't want to go on about it. We know the arguments. Now, nationalising British Steel. No, we don't take an ideological view of this. I represent a constituency where hundreds of my constituents work in British Steel. Greg Clark ran it for 9 months. He paid all the wages. So I personally, neither for nor opposed to it. But actually just nationalising British Steel won't make a difference when we're paying the highest energy costs in Europe. That's the real problem. So that's the problem that the government needs to address. Nationalisation or not, let's not get bogged down in these arguments. Let's find a private sector buyer. Let's get the workers back into operation, get our blast furnaces moving, and not be over worried about ideologies about the blast furnaces. We want to create British Steel.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and he's making an excellent point in respect of British Steel, where hundreds of my constituents also work. Would he agree that in the short-term nationalisation may be the way forward, but longer-term we need to get private sector investment into the industry, and the way to achieve that is to reduce energy costs, and that is absolutely critical, not just for steel, but for so many of our heavy industries.
Yeah, my honourable friend is so well respected in the area for the fantastic amount of work he's done in Scunthorpe, constantly holding the government to account, working with the government. And we've got to do this together to protect our steel-making capacity for the sake of our industrial wealth. Now, the Energy Independence Bill, I agree it provides a framework for transitioning the UK energy market away from fossil fuels. We all agree with that, towards alternative forms of energy. No problem with that. This is sensible regarding nuclear energy. But the ideological pursuit of renewables is doing harm and is at odds with achieving energy security when we have our own fossil fuel resources in the North Sea. It's not a zero-sum game. I don't see the ideological virtue of simply exporting your carbon emissions, which we're doing to Nova. I've got to make some progress. I do apologise. So again, I would have thought we could have a compromise on that. We could have a policy which is sensible, gradually moving away from fossil fuels, gradually becoming a more green energy economy, but not simply exporting our emissions by setting arbitrary dates. Now, will you forgive me, Madam Deputy Speaker, as this is a debate on the Queen's speech, if I mention another subject in the short time available to me? Now, when you get to my age, you can say unpopular things, because I haven't got much longer anyway. So I've got 2 minutes and the problem with our country is that we're governing by focus groups. And what do focus groups want? They want less tax and of course, they want better public services. Their debt is already 100% of GDP. Within 50 years, because of the triple lock and other benefit increases, it'll be 170%. Now, of course, the old vote, but they all have children and grandchildren. We do have a responsibility to younger people in our country. They know the present system is unsustainable. So, whilst the average increase of the triple lock measures over the past 13 years, and we brought it in, it was supposed to be a temporary measure, but no party has the courage to change it. The average increase over 13 years has been around 40%. Pensions have gone up over 60%. nearly £20 billion of annual additional costs so far. This will get bigger every year and more unaffordable. By 2050, the gap is likely to have grown to £120 billion, if not more, to exacerbate the economic crisis. And whoever becomes Prime Minister, they've got to cope with this. It's really important. By that time, there will be 20-25% fewer tax-paying workers for pensioners in Britain, our children and our grandchildren. Of course, we've got to care for old people, particularly old people in poverty, and divert resources to the old people in poverty. But you've got to remember the younger people too. This is entirely unsustainable. So let me finish this point. Yes, we want to keep a triple lock, not the triple lock. We want to have the average of the three indices so it doesn't go up exponentially every year. The government should do the right thing by the nation and bring it in. They should bring it in, make our finances affordable, and my front bench should not oppose them. We should govern in the national interest. We should make our finances sustainable, and then we can really help the people most in need. Thank you.
Toby Perkins.
Very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. His Majesty's gracious speech set out a forward legislative programme for the government, with plans to build our national security, our economic security and energy security. And I welcome this agenda. It's consistent with the manifesto that I and my honourable friends were elected on, and I urge all members of the government to exhibit a relentless focus and urgency on delivery of that programme to ensure that that ambition is matched by its impact. Now, we were elected in 2024 on a mandate of change for national renewal after 14 years of decline under the Tories. And there is a great deal that I could focus on in terms of those achievements if I had more time. But specifically on the National Health Service, on migration, where we saw the recent very positive announcements on the minimum wage increase, on workers and on renters' rights, this is a government that is delivering against that agenda. And we also saw that despite the prophets of doom on the benches opposite, the most recent figures show once again unemployment continuing to fall and the fastest growth in the G7 in the last quarter. So many of the fundamentals are going in the right direction. But anyone who spent time attempting to persuade voters to vote Labour in the recent elections will have been left in no doubt that our voters remain unconvinced that we are going fast or far enough to bring about the change that they want to see. So I would like to focus on some specific measures within His Majesty's gracious speech that I particularly welcome. Firstly, on the Energy Independence Bill, I very much welcome the government's action to protect households and industry from global instability by powering forward with clean, homegrown energy to create energy independence and get off the fossil fuel roller coaster. Both the Energy Independence Bill and the National Nuclear Regulation Bill will also strengthen our resilience to energy price shocks for the long term and bring down the cost of bills for families. The Ukraine crisis, as we referred to earlier, saw the government of the time pay to subsidise customers' bills because we were so dependent on the global markets. That intervention that government made, that I think politically they had to make because of the impact it would have had on the number of people who would have gone under, cost the British taxpayer £44 billion in a single year. The idea that the response to that further global insecurity of the Iran war is to reduce investment in renewables is quite mad. And so I welcome the government's further legislation on these two bills and absolutely support the increase in nuclear that this government is getting on with after the dither and delay of the previous government. And it was quite remarkable to hear the contribution of the Shadow Secretary of State, who on the one hand said, well, you haven't done enough in 2 years on nuclear. And on the other hand, said, well, you can't blame us for the 14 years of inaction because the previous government got in the way a bit. It was just absolutely incoherent. And the exchange of letters between the Shadow Secretary of State, I encourage everyone to look at that, between the Shadow Secretary of State and the Chair of the Climate Change Committee, made absolutely clear that when she voted against the auction 7, she simply did not understand what she was talking about in terms of the difference between ELCO and contracts for difference. So when she says that we should follow her advice on this, we should treat that with the greatest of scepticism. Now, I should also say that I echo the contribution of my honourable friend from Sefton Central on the need to reduce energy bills far more, to help with the cost of living, but also to ease the green transition, to benefit consumers and to support industry in this country. Alongside that, we also see in this King's Speech the Clean Water Bill, which, alongside climate action, we do need action on nature. Nature is the foundation of our national economic security, and we cannot tackle climate change without restoring nature. The government made a promise to clean up Britain's rivers and seas, and I'm delighted to see this Clean Water Bill there as part of the King's Speech. Not only tackling the water industry reform, which is crucial, but also recognising the need to tackle agricultural water pollution and road-based water pollution too. I welcome the European Partnership Bill. It's important we work more closely with our European partners, and I fully support what the government is also doing on apprenticeships. Apprenticeships and greater investment in adult education is absolutely crucial if we're going to equip tomorrow's workers with the skills they need to support industry. So there are many measures in this bill that can make a real difference, as well as the need to go further and faster, and I look forward to supporting it again later.
Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If we are moving into an era of electric cars, thousands of them, and if we are moving into, mostly made in China, of course, and if we are moving into an era of artificial intelligence developed in the United States, then we are going to need infinitely more electricity than the country is capable of producing at present. Madam Deputy Speaker, since the days of the great Walter Marshall, the head of British Nuclear Fuels at one time, I have been a supporter of nuclear energy. And I believe passionately that we have to move much, much faster towards small nuclear reactors if we are going to begin to meet the needs of tomorrow, the needs of our children and our grandchildren. And I hope very much that we can unite behind that move. But in the meantime, we've got to bridge the gap. And I believe it is sheer folly for this government not to take advantage of the resource that we've got in the North Sea to help to bridge that gap. It is an absolute nonsense to buy in fuel from Norway or elsewhere when we could be producing it from the same sources ourselves. And we should be doing that. Don't tell me it's a drop in the ocean. It's an important potential contributor to bridging the gap in our energy needs. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State, sadly no longer with us, derided. I take no lessons from a former failed leader of the opposition, but the Secretary of State, in extremely derisory fashion, spoke of the minimal cost to agricultural land of solar panels. Those solar panels are covering, in East Kent, agricultural land on which was growing bread-making wheat. My right honourable friend referred to the breadbasket of England. We can't lose that land, and we don't need to lose it when we've got acres of rooftops in public ownership and acres of car parks that could and should be used first. Now, the Secretary of State said, we're going to have to produce the network to get the future power to the homes and the businesses and the hospitals and the schools that we have to feed. He implied that that requires a network of pylons right across the United Kingdom. I am not prepared as a grandparent to see my grandchildren's future environment sacrificed on the altar of hideous pylons strung up by National Grid simply to meet the desires of their shareholders. And we need to remember that it is a private company. We've got to learn, Madam Deputy Speaker, how to underground our cables. It's happening throughout Europe, where they've already got overhead cables and they're taking them down. But National Grid, through, for example, the Sea-Link project, is planning on building, in my corner of England, a 90-foot-high converter station, the size of 5 football pitches, built on marshland, which they've just discovered is wet, which means they're going to have to import thousands of tons of concrete and destroy the whole of the local environment around it, which includes a nature reserve and a site of special scientific interest. That is not progress. That is selling the family silver. It's selling the environment of our children's future, and we must not do that. So I believe we have to strike a balance between meeting our future needs, bridging the gap, and protecting our environment. And, Madam Speaker, I've got 18 seconds left, so I'm going to stop there. Thank you very much.
Dame Annalise Dodds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the measures in the King's speech on energy security. As on many other issues, the opposition's wrong-headed approach would leave us tethered to global markets that we can't control. They'd lock our country out of much-needed jobs, and they'd condemn Brits to higher bills. Yeah. The energy independence and nuclear regulation bills, in contrast, are further leaps towards the stronger energy security we need. In my speech today, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to tackle an issue touched on actually by the previous speaker in his remarks, an issue which will increasingly drive the amount of energy our country needs to generate: the development and deployment of artificial intelligence. The Government did not bring forward in this King's speech our manifesto commitment to ensure the safe development and use of AI models by introducing binding regulation on the handful of companies developing the most powerful AI models. Indeed, AI was not mentioned in the speech. The Government has acted decisively on one symptom of the lack of regulation: the widespread production of sexualised images. This, however, followed 3 million such images being generated. Harm was already done, and I underline here recent comments made by my right honourable friend for Birmingham Yardley. Now, the Government has, rightly in my view, launched its Sovereign AI Fund, supporting innovative start-ups to scale up and generate value here in the UK, including access to compute. And I know many of the ministers, indeed, from the Department for Energy have been working hard to ensure the capacity is there to deliver that additional compute. However, when it comes to the design and use of AI systems and models, we have only the AI Security Institute, a world-first, expert-led organisation, but one which lacks statutory powers and which has to ask companies politely to engage. Even the Trump administration now appears to recognise the need for evaluation of frontier AI models before release. If we're genuinely serious about our country's economic security, we must devote as much attention to AI and its astonishingly transformative, productive and disruptive potential as we're rightly devoting to energy security and the delivery of homegrown renewables. That will require, first, working with the EU on digital regulation, and I will push for this to be reflected in the Welcome EU Partnership Bill. The Government maintains in the briefing pack for the King's speech that nearly 1/3 of UK AI startup leaders are considering relocating overseas due to regulatory complexity and capital constraints. Given that regulatory complexity will often relate to cross-border issues, the prescription is not here deregulation, but regulatory coordination. I want to keep to time, thank you. Capital constraints and relatedly constraints in compute are real. Here we must recognise that while unilateral measures to support sovereign AI are important, their scope is necessarily limited, so we must again work with reliable partners who share our values, not least within the EU. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must be brave enough to open up discussion on the fiscal framework for AI. We currently tax the very thing, labour, that AI will, in some sectors, in specific ways, displace. We must examine now how we might be able to use the public stake from our sovereign AI investments or mechanisms like a token tax or reform to capital gains, as the TUC has suggested, to build up the resources that may well be needed. There is potential for significant disruption to the labour market, and we must be more ready for it. Research out today from King's College London suggests 69% of workers and 64% of employers are worried about the economic impact of AI-related job losses. A majority of all groups surveyed predict AI's benefits will mainly go to wealthy investors and companies, not workers or society. And a majority of all groups also back government intervention. If we are to secure the government's intention of the fastest adoption of AI in the G7, we must deal with these issues too. Our young people in particular will not forgive us if we fail to engage with this generational challenge. Thank you.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Britain is becoming harder to govern. That's not principally because of disruptive or destabilising societal change, and it's not even because of the increasingly complicated world which is creating more uncertainty for all governments. The problem is in governance itself. The Prime Minister complains that he pulls levers in Downing Street, but they have less effect in practice than he hoped. And Simon Case, when he left office, put this very clearly. He said, an increasing number of English devolution settlements, independent quangos, arm's length body, courts, statutory consultees and the like block the path from what a winning political party promises at an election and what it can achieve in power. Successive governments have delegated power to all kinds of unelected, unaccountable bodies. Everything from the budget for the Office for Budget Responsibility to Network Rail, from the Environment Agency to all kinds of other quangos, many of whose names we barely know, and neither do we know how their membership is chosen or to whom they are held account. It's time for a more radical programme than this Queen's speech offers. It's time for Parliament and Government to be more confident about the difference it can make. Now, the Secretary of State in opening this debate talked about economic resilience, and he's right, by the way, absolutely right, that in the age in which we live, we need to build more national economic resilience. But that means facing up to the fact that we manufacture too little of what we consume, we grow too little of the food that we need to feed the nation. And the sort of economic resilience that he describes requires us to look again at the balance of payments. Before the 1970 election, it was said that Harold Wilson, the then Labour Prime Minister, lost that election against expectations because there were bad balance of trade figures. No one now speaks of the balance of trade. And yet the truth is that we import far more than we did then. In the mid-1980s, we grew about 75% of the food we consume. That's now down to 40%. It is preposterous that we've lengthened supply lines, that we've, as a result, decreased traceability. We don't really know where much of what we consume is made or how it's made or by whom it's made. We know that in the Far East there's all kinds of unacceptable conditions that wouldn't be tolerated in this country, and yet we still choose to import large amounts of those kinds of goods. So let's have a fresh look at the character, the shape of our economy, if we really want to build more national economic resilience. To do that, we will also need to look at productivity, because as the Father of the House described, it's not good enough for government to spend endlessly without looking at the value it gets from that expenditure. And yet we know that both public sector and private sector productivity has stalled for a considerable time. Not unique to this country. It's a problem for the whole of Western Europe, most modern economies. But nonetheless, we need new measures to focus on productivity so that what we get for what we spend becomes the issue, not how much we spend as a whole.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and he's giving quite a good lecture on what needs to happen. What incentives do we need to provide farmers to grow more and indeed use their land as effectively as possible, and also employers to use their time as effectively as possible so that we can literally operate on a 24-hour-day, 3-shift operation in production.
Yeah. Let me just before I deal with that excellent point, and I'm grateful to my honourable friend for making it, just remind the House the current trade deficit is about 25 billion, by the way. That would be unthinkable a generation or two ago. And on the issue that he described, we have to rebalance the food chain. For too long, major retailers have held a gun to the head of primary and secondary producers. It's not the size of the cake that matters, it's who's getting what sort of slice of the cake. So whilst those major retailers continue to make huge profits, the people who actually grow, make the food, have seen their livelihoods under persistent pressure for the whole of the time I've been in this House, and no government has really had the courage to face up to that fact. So we need to give more power to the groceries crowd adjudicator, to intervene where sharp practice takes place, and to stand up for the hard-working farmers in Lincolnshire and even farmers elsewhere, but particularly ones in Lincolnshire, of course, who grow so much of the food which we consume across the kingdom. If we're going to build productivity, we have to invest in skills. Now, when I was the skills minister, I'm proud to say we built apprenticeship starts to around 500,000 a year. Still not enough, in my view. I think we should be having more apprenticeships than that. We've got it up to about 500,000 a year. That's fallen to about 350,000 now. We have fewer apprenticeship starts than we did then. We have to re-evaluate what advanced learning looks like. Higher education is all very well, but higher learning matters just as much. And vocational, practical and technical skills both deliver for the economy because they satisfy economic need, and they give people a chance for fulfilment whose aptitudes, whose tastes and talents lie in that direction. So to build productivity, we need to invest in skills. That's the kind of radical programme. Productivity, tackling the trade deficit and building skills that I'd hope to see. And I implore the government to address those kinds of issues in the common interest, for the national good, for the common good and the national interest.
Jeff Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I say it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman from South Holland and the Deepings, who made a characteristically interesting speech. I agree with him very much on the need to improve our investment in productivity and skills. Can I start by making a very brief tribute to Susanna Reeves, to Joanna Midgley, to John Hacking and to Angela Garside, who are 4 councillors who lost their seats in the elections last week in my constituency, not because they weren't excellent councillors. Every single one of them was a brilliant councillor, deeply rooted in their community, but because the public wanted to give the government a kicking. So maybe I should apologise to them for the loss of their seats on that basis. And I think that's because we haven't communicated as a government, and this is not aimed at any individual, this is collectively. We haven't communicated the really good work we've been doing in the last session, laying the foundations for recovery for this country. And this is a King's Speech which is packed with measures to carry on that work and to do the same and to move forward faster. Like the Energy Independence Bill, as the Secretary of State has set out, the move to clean power is absolutely key, not just to build the green industry and the green jobs of the future, but to deliver the climate commitments that so many people in my patch in South Manchester care about. Now, I'm very conscious of limited time, so I'm going to focus on some of the measures which will make a big difference to my constituents in Manchester Withington. I want to start with the Northern Powerhouse Bill. Very strongly welcoming that. HS2, when HS2 was cancelled, it was a real kick in the teeth to people in the north. We were looking for the link up to the northern economy to the southeast, and notwithstanding the shambolic planning and delivery that the Secretary of State set out earlier on behalf of HS2 Limited, overseen by the government, it was a real shame that was cancelled. But we've always argued in the north that Northern Powerhouse Rail is actually more important. To get that connectivity east-west across the great cities of the north will drive our economy and make us able to thrive and compete on a global scale. So I'm really pleased that the government has set out the Northern Powerhouse Rail Bill. 2 points I want to make very briefly on that. Firstly, We will. Can I get in? Maybe I'm the first to do this in respect to this new bill. Can I make a plea? We need that underground through station at Manchester Piccadilly as part of that delivery. Anything, I mean, it's expensive, but anything else will be a false economy. That will be the way that we drive the connectivity across the cities of the north, and we need to do that. And the other thing I'd like to just make a plea on is a clarity early on the route. I think the route proposed from Manchester Airport to the city of Manchester at Piccadilly is under my constituency, as previously proposed. There was some controversy and some discussion about the site's event shaft, so I'm not going to get into that detail now, but it's really important that we give our constituents early details and an early opportunity to have their voice on that. I want to say something very briefly on the overnight visitor bill, only because it's taken some criticism from a number of places in the last couple of weeks. In Manchester, we've had one since 2023, an overnight visitor levy, and believe it or not, the sky hasn't fallen in. We're still the third most visited city in the UK, and the key point about this is permissive. It's not an obligation. And I'm sure many of us will visit cities across Europe, across the US, and the visitor tax that we see in those cities never put me off, even in my impoverished interrailing days. It's not going to stop people wanting to visit a city like Manchester, and it drives investment into the destinations that makes them more attractive to visitors. In my constituency, common hold and leasehold reform bill, it will be hugely welcomed. Too many leaseholders have been trapped in the system with spiralling charges, opaque management, limited rights over their own homes. And our excellent housing minister is already making a difference on that, and I'm really pleased to see that coming forward. Likewise, the social housing bill, which will make a big difference. Since I became an MP in 2015, the biggest issue in my inbox has been housing, and it's really important that we can expand our house building. Very briefly, I want to mention the ticket touting bill. It's, in my role as the APPG on ticket abuse, I've realised that ticket touts are costing approximately £400,000 every single day, and that's intensifying the cost of living pressures for households across the UK. So it's great that the government set out a draft bill. It's disappointing that it's only a draft bill, and can I urge, it's really important to get it right, but can I urge the government to bring that forward as quickly as possible. I'm going to end on a positive note. I've had a number of occasions to deal with gov.uk and one login in recent times. Digital access to services is making a big difference already. Let's ignore the conspiracy theorists and get on with the digital access to services bill to improve our services for everybody.
Aaron.
It's an honour to follow the honourable member for Withington. Something I find less pleasurable, and indeed detest, is the use of the phrase in our discourse that Britain is broken. I hate that phrase, because it's not true. I wonder if we can reflect on how damaging and intoxicating the opium of nostalgia is. And it's not like a wistful nostalgia, harmless and benign, used by commentators and politicians. It's an angry and aggressive and malign form of nostalgia. The reality is, let's open up and be honest about this. There was never a golden age, and the idea that somehow everything in the past is better and today it's all rotten and broken is utterly poisoning our democracy and our discourse. Let's be honest, the only thing that was better about the past consistently is that the music was better and we were younger. So let's not fall for witless, unpatriotic guff about Britain being in terminal decline. We are a wonderful people with a history strong and rich and resources second to none. We are not broken, but we must be better. A wise government would acknowledge our challenges and strengthen our alliances with NATO, with the Commonwealth, and indeed reconnecting with Europe, not least on energy security. John Maynard Keynes famously said, "When the facts change, I change my mind." What do you do, sir? You don't need to love everything about the European Union to know that our security and sovereignty now obviously depend on our deepening and widening alliances. We need to see Europe as the third bloc alongside the US and China, and if we are not part of that, if we are detached, then we are not safe. But our security involves looking internally too on energy and food security. Over the last few weeks, the energy market has been in the eye of the storm, of course. The loss of 14.4 million barrels a day of crude oil. I will give way. Yes, sure.
I thank my friend for giving way. Food prices have become the biggest pressure on family budgets. Our food system is failing as households, it's failing our farmers, and it's also failing the economy alike. It's clear that a good food bill is a glaring missed opportunity to back British farmers and improve public health. So does my honourable friend agree with me that you can't have food security without energy security, and that the government must set out a national food strategy to support this?
I want to strongly support my honourable friend's food security bill, and I will come to that in a moment. The fact that we have seen this loss of crude oil output from the Gulf since Donald Trump's war began, it's been partly offset by draining stockpiles and other temporary reliefs. For the developed world, prices have risen and indeed crippled many communities that I represent in Westmoreland and indeed across the whole of our country. But so far, we have yet to run out. But the International Energy Agency warned just last week that oil inventories are being depleted at a record pace. Governments, companies and consumers need, therefore, to be ready. Are we? I do not think so. Energy security is now utterly and totally urgent. If I cannot convince you of all of the science that points at human-made climate change, the need to tackle it, that catastrophic blight that we face, if I cannot convince you on that level, surely I must be able to convince you that our energy security rests on renewable energy, domestically produced, because Putin cannot turn off the sun, the wind or our waves. Surely we should be therefore rejoining the European international energy market, and we should be investing massively in the national grid. But it is also vital we recognise, as my honourable friend rightly and wisely said, the importance of food security in all this. The United Kingdom is currently only 55% food secure. The outsourcing of our agriculture has become a national security liability. We need more short, diversified food chains with more incentives to primary producers to grow food domestically. The problem is, though, England is now the only country in the United Kingdom and the only country in Europe that no longer provides support for our farmers to produce food. Now, maybe we could agree that back in 2020, when the Environmental Land Management Scheme was being drawn up by the previous government and adopted by this government, maybe we could agree that that was how things felt at the time. But the facts have changed. It's time to change our mind and to back our farmers to produce the food that we need. The facts have changed. Food prices are projected to be 50% higher in November this year than they were in 2021. Agricultural inflation is double regular inflation and therefore feeding food inflation, which will follow and harm our communities. And of course, we live against the backdrop of uncertainty. The technological and geopolitical shifts that we are living through include, of course, the very threat to the future of NATO, Russian and Chinese aggression. So our energy, food and military resilience matters more now than it ever has before. We are fools if we do not respond. So, you see, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are not a broken country. We are a brilliant country, but we are a vulnerable country. We should not be energy insecure. We should not be food insecure. We should not have the smallest army we've had in 200 years. We should not be decoupled from our allies in Europe. But the good news is that we can fix all of these things if we have the will. It will mean uncomfortable choices and changed stances from many. But the facts have changed, so we need to change our minds.
Emma Foodie.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm really pleased to be able to speak in this debate today on the gracious speech, because this government was elected to deliver change, and in my community for too long we've felt at best ignored and at worst left behind. Decisions taken in Whitehall and Westminster did not address the challenges that we faced. That investment didn't reach us, opportunities didn't reach us, frankly, Westminster didn't hear us. And the measures in the last King's speech began to change that. The English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill brings decisions closer to home. The changes to the Green Book give us a fair go at securing the investment that we deserve. Breakfast clubs and free school meals set up children not just for the day, but to give them the best start in life. We're starting the process of bringing buses back into public control. Public services are showing signs of recovery following 14 years of austerity. And this King's speech builds on that. But we must deliver more and we must deliver it faster. And today's debate is rightly about energy. And recently I visited the Port of Blyth in my honourable friend, the member for Ashington and Blyth's constituency, and I heard about their vision and the jobs and the opportunities that the renewables sector is already bringing there. We have been at the mercy of repeated international crises, underlining why we must secure energy independence to protect people here and across the country. Previous governments didn't move quickly enough, and we are paying the price. Now, my region is leading the way to build clean, renewable energy and energy security. New seabed site off our coast can unlock at least 6 gigawatts of offshore capacity. That is billions of pounds of investment coming to our region, creating jobs and opportunity. And in my own constituency, the West Hertford Business Park, with support from Arlington and the Port of Blyth, will unlock 2,000 jobs and more than 400 million of local investment. The Moor Farm roundabout upgrades, never knowingly not mentioned by me, add to the sense of possibility and acting as a gateway to growth across the North East. We're building futures here. Energy Central Campus at Blyth and the Energy Academy, in Wallsend are training a new generation of skilled workers for the industries of the future. And when the opposition talk down clean energy, they are talking down opportunity. Opposing this drive could cost up to 17,000 jobs in our regional renewable sector. So members opposite should level with my communities about what their plans mean for their jobs and their families. The Energy Independence Bill will take us further, and I want my region at the very heart of it. Now, as a Labour and Cooperative MP, I'm proud that we're delivering community energy and the local power plan too, ensuring that by 2030 every community can benefit from a local energy project, transforming our energy future and giving communities a stake in clean, affordable power. And turning to a few other measures set out in the speech. Since being elected, I've championed the rights of leaseholders and freeholders. It is a huge issue in my community. In the 60s new towns of Cramlington and Killingworth, many homes were built as leasehold and too many are now trapped without the protections that they deserve. Similarly, our new build estates, although some of these have been around for over a decade and push the definition of new build, still have not been adopted. And I know ministers are passionate about ending these injustices and putting the protections that are needed in place once and for all. And also, building on the work of my honourable friend, the member for Washington and Gateshead South, around ticket touting. Since being elected, I've worked alongside the Cooperative Party, calling for action to tackle ticket touts and price gouging for culture, music and sporting events. Because it's fans that make events, whether gigs, matches or shows, and are at the heart of these. And too often, they are robbed of the opportunities or ripped off through price surging and touts reselling tickets. There are many other bills in this programme that I support, Madam Deputy Speaker, that will make a real difference in my community. On housing, education, national security and immigration, this King's Speech is a programme to build on the change that has already been delivered, but to go further and faster, to extend opportunity to communities like mine, with measures to improve the lives at the heart of this programme, to provide the good jobs and opportunities of the future. It's now time to get on with delivering this change, and I look forward to supporting these measures.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Cramlington and Killingworth. And as a scientist by background, I welcome now the cross-party agreement towards nuclear power forming a key part of our energy supply for the future. It wasn't always the case that was the case. Certainly on the Labour benches previously, there was opposition to nuclear power, and indeed from the Liberal Democrat benches. So I'm delighted now that we have agreement that this is the positive way forward. And indeed, the key here is making sure we have a mixed economy in terms of energy supply. I welcomed, for example, the use of solar power on the roof of the Aspire Centre adjacent to the Royal National Orthopaedic Hospital, granted by the previous Conservative government, which means that the supply for that centre and the hospital is actually contained from that solar, and it contributes towards the grid as well. This is welcome news. But I can't understand why the government doesn't agree to actually exploit the North Sea to a further extent. It won't come on stream straight away, but surely we must be thinking about it for the future. To cover one or two other areas, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Vagrancy Act has coming to an end, but we still require from the government, and there's no commitment in the King's Speech, for the necessary statutory instrument to make that happen. Can we see that happen? Equally on the Social Housing Renewable Bill, The government's ambition is huge, but timid. We must go faster and further to provide the much-needed social housing that is required in this country that has not been built for more than 30 years. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, we live in a dangerous world. The reality is, with the war in Ukraine causing energy price hikes, indeed we must think about what has that done for the Treasury in terms of windfall from the petrol pumps going into the Treasury. But at the same time, a fragile truce in the Middle East, the civil war in Sudan, where more people are being killed than anywhere else in any other conflicts, and indeed the 500,000 Christians in Nigeria who've been massacred by Islamists. The sad reality is, on the 7th of October 2023, I was absolutely appalled that after the attempt by Hamas to commit genocide on the people of Israel, we saw people celebrating on our streets what was going on. We've then subsequently, a blind eye was turned to the hate marches that were assembled outside a synagogue in London, 100 yards away at midday, just as the Shabbat services were coming to an end. And that's continued week after week after week, with the congregation being intimidated from going about their lawful business. Now, the Prime Minister quite rightly talks about combating anti-Semitism, but it's not enough to have words. We need action now. A blind eye was turned to the Hamas flags and the Hezbollah flags in those marches. A deaf ear was cocked to from the river to the sea. Palestine will be free, which means the destruction of the State of Israel. Equally, a deaf ear was cocked to globalise the Intifada. And what have we seen as a result? We have seen Jewish businesses attacked. We've seen restaurants attacked. We've seen synagogues attacked. And now we see Jewish people on the streets being attacked purely because of their religion. This is absolutely unacceptable, and we have to start somewhere. So I welcome the decision by the government to bring forward the legislation on prescribing the IRGC, long overdue, and I've led that campaign in this Parliament for many years. But we must go further. Why is the Iranian ambassador still here? He should be kicked out. So should the embassy closed down. And all those so-called diplomats refused entry to this country. Iran is the head of the snake that controls all the terrorism in the Middle East, and we must recognise that. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
One thing that the government here hasn't done, but which they could do, and the honourable gentleman I know will want to see that, same as I would, and probably many others in this House, that's the Iranian assets owned by the government that are in London, and they're all well known where they are. Does the honourable gentleman feel like I do, that it's time that those assets were taken away from them here in London, where we have some control?
I thank the honourable member for that. And clearly, the assets from the IRGC and the despotic regime that exists in Iran must be sequestrated and brought into use for the people of this country. There are 11 well-known properties which are detached houses that are not used at the moment but owned by this despotic regime. They could be used for homeless families. They could be used for Brits that need somewhere to live, but we don't take the necessary action. Equally, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've raised previously, we have 13 charities that get their funding from Iran. They have their headquarters in the UK, and they're banned in Arab countries. Why is it they're allowed to exist and spread their poison? Equally, we must go further on university campuses. Vice-Chancellors have a duty to protect Jewish students, but don't carry out that duty. And perhaps we could start in our schools by teaching our children the true history of the Middle East. In 1948, the Arab countries tried to prevent Israel from being set up. They encouraged and almost forced the Arabs to leave the state of Israel so they could go in and kill everyone. The reality is Israel won that war, and no one's ever forgiven them since. The sad fact is that if we go into 1967, 1971, where Israel fought wars once again to protect itself, those are not taught in our schools. And we need to understand that if we don't educate our children in this right way, then unfortunately propaganda will be allowed to grow. Why is it that one of our colleagues from the Labour benches was banned from going into school in his constituency solely because he's Jewish? That cannot be acceptable. So words are not enough, Madam Deputy Speaker. We need prompt action and firm action to root out anti-Semitism and anti-Jewish hatred once and for all.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy
Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak in this debate on the gracious speech. And I'm proud, since our Labour government took office in July 2024, that we've introduced a number of policies to improve our country's energy independence and therefore our energy security by increasing domestic clean energy production and reducing reliance on imported fossil fuels. And one of the best examples of this is the creation of Great British Energy, a publicly owned energy investment designed to support British clean energy projects. And I also welcome our Clean Power 2030 plan, which will mean most UK electricity comes from low-carbon domestic sources by the end of the decade. And this includes expanding offshore wind, removing planning barriers to onshore wind, increasing solar power generation, investing in grid infrastructure and supporting nuclear and carbon capture projects. And this King's speech has outlined our plans to go faster and further, taking definitive action to protect the energy, defence and economic security of the United Kingdom for the long term, including the introduction of an energy independence bill to scale up homegrown renewable energy and protect living standards, helping to tackle the affordability crisis, particularly for low-income households, including through our Warm Homes plan. We've seen firsthand... Sorry, I'm going to continue, short on time. We've seen firsthand the devastating impact of exposure to volatile international gas markets, which caused major price rises after Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. This government is taking measures to protect our citizens and ensure such stark and unaffordable increases are never passed on to households again, regardless of global conflicts, supply disruptions and sudden rises in international energy prices. With the war in the Middle East being felt in the pockets of people at home, this is more important than ever. And I welcome the fact that more stable energy costs for households and businesses in Luton South and South Bedfordshire and across the country is a priority, while giving the government greater flexibility during international crises. Our government's mission to secure our energy independence is just one facet of the work this Labour government is doing to strengthen our sovereign capability, using the economic freedom gained after leaving the EU to have greater democratic oversight and to intervene more directly in the economy through our industrial strategy and public investment, with a focus on backing British business and good, skilled, unionised jobs. There's no better example of this than our commitment to safeguard the domestic production of steel through the Steel Industry Nationalisation Bill, which we will debate later this week. This highlights the importance of the role of an active state in supporting its citizens, protecting our national resilience, our economic security, and our ability to act independently in the interests of our citizens in an increasingly volatile and uncertain world. I've spoken about the sovereignty and security of energy, but part of building a more secure Britain for my constituents is to ensure that everyone has access to a safe and secure home. And I welcome our Labour government's commitment to address long-term housing shortages, which have driven up rents, made home ownership harder and placed increasing pressure on social housing and public services. Increasing our supply through long-term investment in social and council housing with significant restrictions on right to buy under the Social Housing Renewal Bill, alongside planning reforms and reform of the leasehold system, including the capping of ground rents, will make the housing market more affordable and stable, particularly for families in constituencies like mine of Luton South and South Bedfordshire, where more affordable family homes are so desperately needed. Indeed, expanding our housing supply goes hand in hand with our efforts to strengthen our national resilience, reducing housing inequality and creating a stable foundation for long-term social and economic security, all part of building a stronger and fairer country for all.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week in the gracious speech, the government pledged to introduce a new representation of the people bill. Now, constitutional issues like the electoral system can seem far removed from people's daily lives, but that could not actually be further from the truth, because with a better electoral system, politicians and parties will be more focused on the issues that really matter to voters. Electoral reform is a necessary step to ensure a fairer society with better schools, better hospitals, safer communities, clean air and clean water. The representation of the People Bill has the potential to be the latest chapter in the evolution of our democracy. Ours is a proud history of a franchise that has expanded across the generations, extending the vote to an ever broader base of people. From the 1832 Great Reform Act to the 1918 Representation of the People Act, which granted the right of voting to women, to the 1969 Act, which made the UK the first democracy to give votes to everyone 18 and above. This is a story of progress, and we should continue it. So I welcome that the government is continuing this trend with votes for 16 and 17-year-olds. When I trained 16 and 17-year-old recruits in the regular army, some of them were bound months later to serve in places like Iraq and Afghanistan, which they did. If 16-year-olds can join our armed forces and pay tax, they deserve a voice in how both of those are used. The new Representation of the People Bill has the potential to occupy a place in the pantheon of progressive extensions to the franchise. First past the post, by contrast, is our current system, which enables parties to turn a small plurality of votes into a massive majority of seats. And 2024 showed this at its worst. The general election of 24 was the most disproportionate in modern British history. Turnout was the second lowest since records began in 1885. Less than 60% of the electorate cast a vote. They were unconvinced and uninspired by both Labour and the Conservatives. Labour won 1/3 of the vote, Labour won 2/3 of the seats, and Labour won 3/3 of the levers of power. The 2024 general election result was a direct consequence of the first-past-the-post voting system. This winner-takes-all approach threatens to reward populists who thrive in divisive and adversarial politics. I'm speaking this afternoon not in relation to our party political self-interest here in the Liberal Democrats. We were delivered a result. We were delivered a result that was proportionate to the votes that were cast. But look around me. For the MPs from Reform UK or from the Green Party, if the 2024 general election had been conducted under the additional member system of PR, Reform UK would now have 94 MPs sitting on these benches. The Green Party would have 42 MPs sitting on these benches. Instead, we have 5 and we have 4. The disparity between votes cast and the seats won adds significantly to the disillusion that many of us will have heard on the streets of the UK when we were out there campaigning in the local elections earlier this month.
Will you give way?
I will.
On that point. So, I thank him for giving way. Is not the biggest problem with first past the post that often you're voting against someone rather than for someone, and that poisons our democracy because everyone thinks they end up with someone that they don't want?
The honourable member for Tunbridge Wells is spot on. He's spot on. Former Labour voters, I accept former Labour voters vote for me to keep out the Tories and Reform. Former Conservative voters vote for me to keep out Labour and the Green Party. This is not a system we want. We want a system where people can vote positively for change with hope. Little wonder that the only other European country besides the UK that elects their parliament this way is Belarus. If first past the post continues, we could see just 30% of votes bringing in the government with extremist ideas. I want to see a proportionate number of MPs for Reform UK and for the Green Party, not a disproportionate number. I don't agree with them on universal access, on defence or on immigration. On universal access, it's the Reform UK that's talking about tax breaks for people who opt out of the NHS. The Green Party is talking about bringing in a basic income for everybody with no conditions. One wants to strip us of universal healthcare. The other one wants to have taxpayers paying for a universal income. On defence, whether it is Reform UK apologising for Putin's aggression against Ukraine or the Green Party pledging to dismantle the UK's nuclear weapons, one is lowering the Ukrainian flag over town councils that it controls, while the other would hoist the white flag over defence establishments in this country. On immigration, whether it is the Green Party threatening to end proper controls or...
Can I encourage the honourable gentleman to return to at least some of the substance of His Majesty's gracious address? Richard Ford.
Madam Deputy Speaker, these parties do not represent the moderate majority, but with as little as 30% of the vote at the next general election, they could control all of the levers of power. First past the post is unfair, unrepresentative, and it undermines the legitimacy of our elections. I urge the government not to prolong the disenchantment, the apathy and the hopelessness. People are fed up with being told to vote for the lesser evil. The representation of the People Bill is the opportunity this government has to get it right. Thank you.
Nadia Whittam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I agree with every word that the Honourable Member has just said about first past the post and proportional representation. It's Labour Party policy. It unites the left and the right of the Labour Party. I think it's probably one of the few things that the Honourable Member for North Durham and I work together on passionately. And if colleagues on this side of the House think that first past the post was great for us in the last election, then just wait till the next election. It's the right thing to do, it's the most democratic thing to do, and it's also the best thing to do in our own self-interest. Madam Deputy Speaker, our party came into government against a backdrop of deindustrialisation, privatisation and austerity, which over the course of decades has bled this country dry. It's left millions of people in abject poverty, in the fifth richest country in the world, and millions more struggling to get by. Of course, people are enraged by the state of our society, but grifting far-right politicians declaring war on minority groups are exploiting this rage to sow division. They are funded by many of the people who cause these problems in the first place, who want us to punch down so we don't look up at them. This threat is on our streets and in our political system. From the Unite the Kingdom rally, mocking Muslim women and calling for mass deportations, including of British citizens, to the Reform councillors celebrating the rape of a Sikh woman and saying that Nigerians should be melted down to fill potholes. Unless we want these people running this country, we have to get our act together. Because while we've done some good things in government, and I want to be clear here that this isn't a criticism of the Secretary of State, who I think has done an excellent job in his role, particularly against some of the flat earthers opposite. But while we've done some good things in government, like improving workers' rights and renters' rights, creating GB Energy, increasing funding to local councils, the fact is, we have not delivered change at the pace and the scale that voters expect. And there is also far too much that this government has got wrong, like attempting to limit jury trials, like cutting benefits for disabled people, its failures over the genocide in Gaza. These mistakes and the refusal to learn from them are fueling the collapse of the two-party system and the rise of a multi-party political landscape. But the leadership strategy to stop reform has just reinforced their narrative that immigration is what's wrong with our society. And not only is that completely at odds with Labour values, but it's also been a complete electoral disaster. We have smashed apart our own voter coalition, and as we hemorrhage votes to the Greens, we're also delivering seats to reform. Madam Deputy Speaker, I refuse to put a positive spin on the last 2 years because I want us to be better. We have to face unpleasant facts. I know it's painful. It's painful for all of us because we all believe in the potential of a Labour government. We all understand what is at stake here. And I know that colleagues who disagree with this analysis do also genuinely want to improve people's lives and stop a far-right government. But I'm afraid the argument that we can achieve this by sticking to a failed political strategy just does not hold water. This Labour government needs a total reset to show that it's listening, that it understands what it got wrong, and that it has a clear plan to change. But its response to a catastrophic performance in the local elections has been to double down on the same incrementalism that we've seen thus far. And this is what we've seen again in this King's speech. While there are positives like the Hillsborough Law, measures for Ukraine, commitment to ban conversion practices, it's clear to most of us that they are not enough. There are much bolder measures that we should be taking to tackle the cost of living crisis and to rebalance the economy so that it works for working class people. Just 2 examples: rent controls, so housing costs are affordable and people aren't priced out of their communities. nationalising utilities to prioritise public need over private profit and bring down bills. And we need to do that at the same time as unashamedly standing up for the full diversity of the working class, wherever people were born, whatever the colour of their skin, their religion, their sexuality or gender identity, whether they're disabled or not, whether they're in work or not. Madam Deputy Speaker, tinkering around the edges was never going to cut it. Chasing the far right, yes.
I thank her for giving way, and I agree with so much of what she's saying. We need to be ambitious. We need to be looking at the big picture and fixing systems as well as situations. Like her, I want to see us stepping out in a far more ambitious way from here onward. And I see the headings of these bills in the King's Speech offer huge potential for us to do things that are far more transformative and meaningful and address the root causes of many of the problems that we're facing. So does she agree with me that there is a chance with the bills under this King's Speech, but with a radical different approach to working them through to bring the kind of change and delivery that we've been hoping for?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. I feel like to have a candid discussion about this, it would probably be best not to have it in the chamber. But yes, I think that the King's Speech provides headings, but I'm afraid I think that's all they are. They're hints to what we need, and they're not the sum of it. And we haven't been. It's not just that I don't believe that the change is coming, but it's been promised. It hasn't been promised. We're doubling down on the same mistakes that we made. And what we've heard from the Prime Minister is we've done great things in government, you just haven't realised it yet. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, tinkering around the edges was never going to cut it. Chasing the far right on immigration was never going to work. And if we don't learn these lessons now, then it will be too late. We will be squandering the generational opportunity of a Labour government to transform this country for the better, and we will be allowing the far right to win. And I refuse to sit here quietly and let that happen.
Kruger.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady, because I think she made a very important point at the end there. She is right. I'm afraid to say this is a very underwhelming King's Speech. There are some welcome headlines there, but the fact is the ambition is very diminished. And the reason for that, and she represents it, is that the party opposite is fundamentally split. They're unable to move forward boldly in any direction that is needed. And I don't make a personal accusation against them. I know what it's like. I sat on those benches in the last Parliament supporting a government that was also fatally split and unable to move forward. This is the consequence of the politics that we're in. And by the way, I welcome the very eloquent and elegant repudiation of her previous position by my friend, the Shadow Secretary of State. I think she made an excellent speech about the difficulty of the government's policy, and she's now in the right place. But across the board, and particularly on this topic of energy security, Madam Deputy Speaker, we see bold ambition, the right statements being made, particularly about energy independence and resilience. But then the detail that follows is utterly underwhelming. And indeed, explicitly in this area, we see a decision not to exploit the enormous opportunities, the reserves we have in the North Sea. So I'm afraid the aspiration of energy independence that we should all welcome, including eventually to get to the huge benefits of the abundant natural resources that we should be using for energy, we're not going to get there this way. Likewise, in other areas, crucial areas, Madam Deputy Speaker, of national priority, defence being the main one, we hear the right language about the need for investment, the need to recover our defences, which have been sadly depleted over many decades. We have a chronic weakness in our national defences, and yet we see still no defence investment plans, still no clarity on where the money is going to be spent or even where it's coming from. And the reality is, and I represent a military constituency with many amazing tech firms and military firms developing the kit that we need for our defences, they are laying off staff as we speak because the money is not promised, is not available to them. It is absolutely scandalous. In all of the sectors where the United Kingdom has real current and enormous potential advantages, in these high-tech sectors of fintech, agri-tech, and AI itself, all areas, by the way, which, thanks to Brexit, we are able to drive ahead boldly and independently on. In all of these sectors, we are being hobbled by a lack of ambition and as a chronic inability to release the talents and the opportunities of these sectors. I mean, I was going to intervene earlier on the member for Oxford East, who was bewailing the exit of UK tech entrepreneurs in the AI space and saying that we should be more like Europe in that regard. They're not leaving the United Kingdom to go to the EU. They're going to the Middle East, they're going to the United States, they're going to the Far East, because these countries have a pro-tech industrial policy, which is what we need here in our country. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been meeting a whole bunch of businesses recently. We're on a bit of a prawn cocktail operation in the Reform Party. It's amazing which businesses want to come and talk to us at the moment. It's very encouraging. But they are all very depressed about the state of the economy. And one of them said to me recently, yesterday in fact, an AI entrepreneur, said, if we're not careful, this country's economy is simply going to be US tourism. That's all we're going to be able to offer, because we are driving away all of the entrepreneurs, all of the businesses which represent the opportunities for growth in future. I was talking to a pharmaceutical firm last week, now exiting to Europe, yes, to Switzerland in fact. I saw this morning again a company developing the technology for small modular nuclear reactors, giving up, going to the United States. This is what we are doing. We are driving away the talent that we need for the future. And lastly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very enthused by the opportunities that our high-tech sectors represent and what we could be doing. But there is also the ordinary economy. Labour used to talk a lot about this. The Chancellor wrote a book called The Ordinary Economy, I think, The Everyday Economy, some years ago. That's absolutely a vital focus for us. But what are we doing for those businesses that are the backbones of our high streets, national businesses and SMEs? We're ramping costs onto them, NI contributions, business rates. On the small businesses, the VAT threshold way too high, inhibiting growth, inhibiting job creation. So a government that wants growth, wants productivity, is going in directly the opposite direction. And I would just end with a plea to the ministers. I extol and I applaud their aspiration for a clean transition, but right now we are in a national emergency and we need to crowd in every possible source of electricity that we have to get our economy growing. And that includes nuclear and it includes fossil fuels. Thank you.
Alex Sobel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in this King's Speech debate, and I'd like to thank the Energy Secretary for another very clear case for the energy transition. Regarding the energy security part of the transition, I welcome the Energy Independence Bill, which is one of the most significant and pragmatic piece of legislation we seek to work on in this Parliament. This bill is directly entwined to our national security. Energy independence sets us free from the energy cost chaos caused by Putin's erratic warmongering. This is another step that enables us to stand in strong solidarity with the people of Ukraine. The stabilisation of energy security will enable us to work on Jo Cox, whose 10th anniversary of her tragic murder is coming up shortly. Work on her agenda of progressive internationalism by improving our capacity to be a force for good. On Jo's progressive internationalism, I'm also proud to see the European Partnership Bill and welcome the Youth Mobility Scheme many of my constituents will be able to take advantage on. So I'm keen to see even more progress in terms of our European relationship, including freedom for European musical acts to tour Europe and visa-free travel. Furthermore, I'd like to hail the Power Rail with delivery of a fair deal for the north of England, something we've been sadly neglected through the last 14 years of Conservative government prior to 2024, through Northern Powerhouse Rail Bill, a scheme, you have to remember, that was announced and then cancelled by the previous Conservative government. That all being said, there is certainly more work to be done on the Clean Water Bill in the speech. To ensure we establish true water resilience in terms of our national energy security, we must ensure the bill does not tie us into a failed, privatised system owned by overseas actors. The only route to our water security is through mutual ownership. In England, we should have the system like they have in Wales, where the people of Wales own the water company. This is notably different to 1970-style nationalisation. As we know, nationalisation at the mercy of any future government who might seek to privatise it again, whereas mutual ownership puts the public first, where local people make key decisions about their water supply systems. We should see mutual ownership of the entire water industry. This will ensure a stable and secure future for our water systems. The public must have a say in the future of our water. Generally clean waterways, publicly owned, secure for the future of the nation. Restoring waterways and nature is not separate from national security, it underpins it. My Amendment G, as on today's order paper, recognise that functioning and healthy ecosystems reduce flood risk, protect our homes, hospitals and transportation systems from overheating, sustain soils to be able to grow food and clean the air we breathe. The UK's key ecosystems are every bit as vital as our roads, energy grid and water networks, yet we continue to treat them as an afterthought. As the Treasury Commission Das Gupta review made clear, we undervalue the natural assets that our economy and security depend on. By legislating for a strategic nature network and recognising it as national infrastructure, we can restore, connect and maintain a system of key functional ecosystems that strengthen our national security, protect communities and build resilience across the UK. As other members have mentioned the prospect of electoral reform in the representation of the people bill, I also want to say that we've just seen a local council elections where we had a council elected on 20.5% of the vote, even lower than the lowest percentage at the last general election. We are seeing increasingly lower percentage winning margins as we move from a 5-party system in England and a 6-party system in Scotland and Wales. We need a national conversation and we need to think about this clearly for the long-term future of our country, which is why I will be placing an amendment on the representation of the people bill to establish a national commission for electoral reform, which I urge the government to do, so we have clear actions going forward about the future of our voting system and its integrity. Just to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure that the Treasury bench has heard what I've had to say about the amendment, about the need to include nature as infrastructure. So I'm now withdrawing my amendment, knowing that the spirit of the amendment has been heard and taken on by the government. Thank you.
Joe Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The security of energy, the price of energy, is something that affects every household, every individual and every business up and down the country in every constituency. It's a matter that concerns everyone. That's why the Secretary of State, when he was in opposition during the last election, promised to cut household energy bills by £300. But instead, in government, he's presided over an increase in household energy bills of £200. That is his record as he sets his sights on his next job, the job he so desperately craves, that is the job of replacing the Prime Minister. He is also the Secretary of State that has set up GB Energy that won't produce any energy, that will cost taxpayers £8 billion, and its own chief executive says will take something like 20 years to employ just 1,000 people. There is nothing in the King's speech that will secure the country's energy supply, that will bring down energy costs, and that will bring the jobs and investment that the government has promised. Now, we've heard from across all benches in this House that there is a consensus, there is a unity. We all want to decarbonise energy use, but on these benches we will not support doing that at the cost of families, households, individuals, particularly those who are hard up and are least able to pay. This is not a binary choice. You're either pro-decarbonisation or you're against it. You can be for it, but understand that security in energy supply, security in household energy bills must come first. What country in the world will run headlong into an ideological experiment for the sake of it and leave hard-up citizens behind? No country in the world. This country shouldn't be one of them. This government shouldn't be one of them. I will give way.
Many of these problems have been put in the too difficult box for too long, and they're long-term and difficult to fix. But does he at least acknowledge that the government's investment through the National Wealth Fund of £600 million into the small modular reactors is a real step forward which will get people's bills down in the long term?
I accept there are some really difficult questions in and around this whole area of debate. And the truth remains that no government has done more to decarbonise the economy and to bring forward green technology than the last Conservative government. But we will not do it at the expense of hard-up working families. And it's the bonkers green tax agenda that this government is peddling that is harming the debate on decarbonising the economy. And I will get on to an example before I give way, after I give way.
Just puzzled by his idea that the last government, and I'm actually very comfortable with accepting that has been a growing consensus about decarbonising of our energy supply, energy system over a period of time, starting with the Climate Change Act when only a handful of Conservative MPs voted against it. However, I am puzzled to say that he thinks that the last Tory government did this without any burden on the taxpayer or indeed bills, when the energy a so-called savings package that Liz Truss put in place cost £44 billion and has left this country in profound debt.
I acknowledge the last government made mistakes. I don't have a problem with that. But it's not an excuse for her government to do even worse on some of those hardships for hard-up working families. No excuse to her government whatsoever. Bonkers green taxes harm the debate, and I will give this House an example. UK ETS levies on the maritime sector, levied on ferry companies that my constituents on the Isle of Wight rely on in order to access things that everyone else takes for granted, like health, like education, like jobs, like seeing friends and family. Next month, you could travel across the Solent to the Isle of Wight and take your car on one return trip for £511 for a 5-mile return crossing. The government, instead of helping us, they say they'll help, and I'm still holding out hope that they will help. Instead, the following month, in July, will levy a tax on the Fishbourne to Portsmouth route. They will levy a carbon emission tax that the ferry company cannot avoid because it cannot decarbonise its ferries and go electric because there is no grid charging capacity in Portsmouth Harbour. There is no grid charging capacity in Southampton either. These aren't strange little harbours. This is the naval base of the United Kingdom and one of the biggest export container ports. Yet there is not the grid capacity to charge an Isle of Wight ferry, but the ferries will pay, and the ferries, guess what, have passed on that charge to consumers, my constituents. I'll give way to the honourable lady to try again.
Briefly on the point specifically on Southampton, it was under the Tory government that the Labour-run Southampton Council wanted to clean up and have that grid connection in order to be able to decarbonise shipping in that port, specifically to tackle air quality in that city and to be able to help exactly the problem. 14 years the Tories had and they did nothing.
I generally say to the honourable lady, the reason her government is in such a mess and polling at under 20% is because she and her colleagues think the universal excuse for her government's inaction is to blame a previous government. She won that argument at the last election, and since then her government has done nothing. Southampton will have that grid charging capacity for boats in mid-2030s, yet the government is bringing in a charge in July of this year. And do you know what the irony is, Madam Deputy Speaker? One of those ferries does have batteries on board. It's a hybrid boat and can use batteries in order to cross the Solent and not burn fossil fuels. But it's being charged because it cannot use its batteries because it's not got nowhere to plug into. Now, when the EU are bringing in this charge, they are ring-fencing the money they get from ETS to invest in grid capacity in ports. Not the UK government. They're taking the money and shoving it in the Treasury and making no promises about investing in grid capacity. That's not the last government, that's this government. So I say to the front bench, it is bonkers green levies which make no sense, which harm ordinary people, which undermine their entire case for their green agenda.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For more and more UK households and businesses, the monthly energy bill is one of the largest bills, and it is increasing, in large part due to rising international oil and gas prices, which have been exacerbated in turn by the recent war in Iran. And so it's exactly for this reason that for too long we have been energy insecure. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, energy security is needed to give us cost of living security. If we get this right, if we can cut bills, we can cut emissions, and we can cut our dependence on volatile foreign oil and gas markets all at the same time. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I haven't heard yet a single argument from the party opposite as to why continued dependence on those markets is a good idea, including from the Honourable Member for Isle of Wight East, who I follow, as opposed to a driver of price shocks and increases. For most of the last 50 years, the UK has been a net importer of electricity, much of it coming through interconnectors like the one in my constituency of Folkestone and Hythe. And the growth in British renewables is at long last rightly being pushed forward by this government, and it's starting to reduce our heavy reliance on imported energy and fossil fuels. Last year, our energy production was the most British and clean it has been for years. Energy production under this Labour government has defied the doubters who decry the decline of North Sea oil and gas and who urge us to open new fields. I will.
Thank the Honourable Member for giving way. I just want to make sure that everyone's clear. I think he's talking about electricity, power, not energy. The power that makes up just 20% of our energy mix, not the oil and gas, which makes up the 75% of our energy mix. They're very different things.
I'm interested to hear that she came up with no justification why continuing to be in hock to the international oil and gas markets is not a good idea. So I'm reinforced in that argument from her intervention. I want us to be energy independent and eventually energy dominant, where we are exporting our energy around the world, generating more revenue for the Treasury, creating more jobs here at home, and helping to fix our current account deficit. The new Energy Security Bill rightly seeks to hardwire in strong consumer protections, a stronger watchdog and a more flexible, modern grid, giving Ofcom a clearer duty to protect households, changing how support is targeted to low-income and vulnerable families, and making local grids smarter so people can benefit from cheaper off-peak energy. All of this is not a technical tweak, they are frontline issues on the fight against fuel poverty. The vast majority of my constituents in Folkestone and Hythe and Romney Marsh want to tackle climate change. They do want to lower energy bills, and they want Britain to be energy independent. And the best way of achieving all of these objectives is to deliver a balanced energy mix and to make sure that savings and opportunities reach people's front doors. And that means including a serious warm homes programme, upgrading insulation, modern heating systems, and clear duties on landlords so renters are not left shivering in leaky homes while their landlords take all the profits. And solar finance has evolved to the point where there can be no excuse not to have solar on every domestic rooftop, which can allow tenants to benefit from lower bills as well as landlords. And the government must do everything it can to make this a reality. Renewables play a critical part in our energy production along with new nuclear, and we should continue to extract the existing North Sea oil and gas fields, but the government is right to oppose the opening up of new fields, which will not lower people's energy bills because the oil and gas price is determined by global markets. And opening up new fields would undermine our mission, as many colleagues have said, to tackle climate change and would weaken our global leadership role that we have on this issue, and I pay tribute to work of the Secretary of State and the Department on this. The real jobs plan is for energy to invest in clean power, grids, storage and efficiency, and to give workers in existing industries a clear path into those new roles. I will.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. I've sat through the entire debate, which is now getting on for 3 hours. I've read the bill. Nobody, not one member of this House, this afternoon, including myself, nor the bill, refer to hydrogen, which is probably the best clean future energy there is.
I thank the Right Honourable Member for his intervention. I agree with him. Hydrogen is an important part of where we need to go, but we need to fix these fundamentals, which were not fixed during the 14 years which came before Labour's election, and we need to get on with those things too.
New nuclear creates jobs, and in my constituency we have 2 old nuclear power stations at Dungeness that are currently being decommissioned. And Dungeness is a brilliant candidate for new nuclear technologies with an existing grid connection, land available, close to population centres and with high electricity demand. And fundamentally there is also strong support from the people of Romney Marsh for new nuclear at Dungeness, who understand that this is about good jobs, clean power and long-term investment in their community. And I recently helped organise an event at the community hub that was packed out about new nuclear, with local residents who are desperate for new nuclear power generation to return to their community. And so I commend the actions of this government to help speed up new nuclear technology development. And it was something that my predecessor pushed the Tory government for, his own party, for many years, to bring back Dungeness new nuclear to Dungeness. But he got nowhere, I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, because his party were just not interested in helping him. And so I do welcome the nuclear regulation bill's intention to implement the Fingleton review, where it cuts unnecessary delay and duplication. And this is not to say that we undermine environmental protections. Those must, of course, remain effective and credible, as well as evidence-based. And the argument is not nature versus nuclear. Climate change is itself a major threat to habitats and species, so changes must focus on faster decisions, but with real environmental integrity. If we are to achieve true energy security, then we need new nuclear to play a critical role, because the sun does not always shine and the wind does not always blow. We need warm, efficient homes, fair energy bills, and a regulator with the teeth and the remit to stand up for the public as the system changes. New nuclear can generate a significant number of well-skilled, well-paid, unionised jobs and help support the reindustrialisation of Britain, which we, of course, desperately need. And so can the mass rollout of renewables, grid upgrades and home retrofit. So I welcome the Energy Security Bill and the Nuclear Regulation Bill, especially the measures that help speed up the development of new nuclear. This is about whether families can afford to heat their homes, whether workers have good jobs in the industries of the future, and whether Britain can stand on its own 2 feet in a dangerous world. And I would say to the champions of the oil and gas industry sitting on the benches opposite that they should do the right thing for the country. They should accept we can never get bills down while we rely on international oil and gas markets, and they should support the measures in this bill to give us clean, cheap power and energy independence for our great nation.
Anna Sabine.
Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the many challenges facing rural constituencies like mine is the rising cost of fuel. When the war in Iran pushed up prices, I had constituents telling me they could no longer afford their planned orders of heating oil and would try to manage without heating for as long as they could. And as you might expect, residents in fuel in East Somerset rely heavily on car use and therefore fuel like diesel and petrol in order to access health services. I'm very concerned about the lack of community input into decisions being made around health services, which disproportionately affects communities who have to drive or get the bus or run patient transport services in rural areas. The King's Speech brings forward plans to abolish NHS England, but in my constituency of Frome and East Somerset, NHS Somerset has been running what it calls a test and learn exercise at Frome Community Hospital. For 6 months, the number of beds was temporarily reduced from 24 to 16. And at the end of that period, the test and learn was simply extended for another 6 months, meaning that for a full year, capacity has been reduced and no full consultation with communities about these changes has been required. People are rightly concerned that a reduction in a local service will require them to travel further afield, the cost of which is rising. I have serious concerns about whether the evidence provided so far is strong enough to justify making these changes permanent, and I'm deeply troubled by how little the community has been involved in that conversation. I decided to do my own consultation, hosting a pop-up in Frome 2 weeks ago and asking local people to tell us why the hospital was important to them. One constituent wrote, "I feel strongly that Frome Hospital provides so many services for local people. When I hear from elderly friends who've ended up with long stays in Bath, I find it incomprehensible that once they reach a certain stage of recovery, they can't be moved nearer home." Another said, "It's a shame we must lose beds. My friend was in Bath for 5 weeks, then had to go to Wincanton Hospital for another 7 weeks as there were no beds in Frome. And this was so hard for her family who lived miles away." The people of Frome and its surrounding villages rely on their community hospital. And yet they woke up one morning to find a decision had, in effect, already been made to reduce its capacity. A decision that means some of the most vulnerable members of our community will not have a bed in a local hospital community setting if they're discharged from our general hospital in Bath. For an elderly person, for a carer managing on their own, or for those without access to a car, The risk of being placed in a community hospital somewhere else in Somerset is a serious barrier to suitable care. And a lack of public transport and increasing fuel costs places a huge additional stress on families and carers. 2 weeks ago, I was pleased to meet with the Minister for Care to discuss the government's plan for neighbourhood health centres, a policy I broadly welcome and one which I believe could genuinely benefit parts of my constituency. In this meeting, the Minister was explicit that our Integrated Care Board was required to consult local MPs and other stakeholders on their plans for these new health centres. Not only has our ICB not been in touch, but when we followed up with them ourselves, we were told two things. First, they had no idea they were expected to engage with MPs on this. And second, they'd already decided where the hubs would go without consulting anyone else. In both the cases I have set out, there seems to be a lack of mechanism to force ICBs or trusts to consult local people and a total lack of sanction if they fail to do so. People who live in Frome and surrounding villages are the experts in their own lives, and they have helpful, constructive and innovative ideas to input into decision-making around the future of local health services. The government is also overseeing the removal of Health Watch and the Citizens' Senate, two additional bodies which centre patient voice at the heart of discussions about their care. I'm worried that without these bodies being replaced, or without mechanisms in place to ensure good consultation, communities risk being entirely unheard in decisions which will, for some, affect their daily lives. I do hope that ministers will coordinate with colleagues in departments for health, transport and elsewhere to ensure that people in Frome and East Somerset can get the health services they need in the places they need them and in an affordable way.
Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I say it's a real pleasure to see you back in the chair, the model of calmness and authority. And I think after the week that my party has had, then there is a virtue in stability, which I think you represent in that chair. But I'm pleased to be back in this chamber for the first time in the session of this Parliament to talk about policy and not personality. To focus on one of the biggest issues our country faces, our energy security. The decision by the United States and Israel to strike Iran on the 27th of February has seen thousands of lives lost, billions expended in weaponry, a stalemate in the Strait of Hormuz and a global energy crisis. For many countries, the situation has become very grave very quickly. In the UK, the price at the pump on the day before the strikes, petrol was £1.35 per litre, diesel was £1.43. Average prices now stand closer to £1.58 and £1.86 respectively. And while we are less reliant on the Strait of Hormuz than many countries, our exposure to the fossil fuel roller coaster, that is the global market, means we are being hit hard too. The choice before us is simple. Get off the fossil fuel roller coaster, accelerate our transition to green and clean energy for people and planet, or people and the planet will continue to pay the price for our reliance on gas and oil. A word on climate change. Records on global temperatures date back to 1850, and yet the past 11 years have been the 11 warmest years on record. We must pursue the transition to clean and green energy for our political and economic security today, but for the tomorrows of all of the generations yet to come. Madam Deputy Speaker, when it comes to embracing green technology, the public is already voting with its feet. The CEO of Octopus Energy has reported a 50% increase in demand for solar panels and a 30% uplift in demand for heat pumps within weeks of the conflict in Iran starting. This is welcome news, but the transition to green, clean and homegrown energy is not a challenge that the market alone can fix. I'm proud of the record of our Labour government in the last 2 years. 2 renewable energy auctions with bids for enough power to power 23 million homes, ending the de facto ban on onshore wind and scaling up the social housing Warm Homes Fund, including more than £6 million for Welwyn Hatfield Borough Council in my constituency, which will see more than 600 council homes retrofitted in my community. But we have to go further, and I hope the Energy Independence Bill can be a focal point for this government. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have to innovate. I was with the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister in January when he made an excellent speech on how to speed up the delivery of policy, something that so many colleagues have talked about today. He talked about learning the lessons of the vaccine task force model and applying it more universally. And I would encourage colleagues in the Department for Energy and Net Zero and the Cabinet Office to work together with this model in mind, particularly with a view to speeding up the all-important connections to our grid. We have to work, Madam Deputy Speaker, with the private sector. I'm very proud that Ocado has its national headquarters in Hatfield, and they've been in touch with me about their ambition to speed up their grid connections and the importance of an EV charging infrastructure that allows them to transition to electric vehicles. And I'm also very pleased that Mitsubishi Europe, working in Hatfield, is training gas engineers to transfer from boilers and so that their skills can be applied to working on heat pumps in the future. But most importantly of all, we have to make clear that the green transition will work for everyone in our society. And the Social Housing Warm Homes Fund is one of the single most important parts of this plan. Retrofitting the homes of people on low incomes, demonstrating beyond doubt that this is not some kind of elite project, as members on the other side of this House want us to believe. It's a project that will ultimately get bills down for people who need it most. Madam Deputy Speaker, if the Conservatives and Reform wish to cling to the fossil fuels and the global markets, it's their job to explain the cost to their constituents. But clean, green and cheap energy is the future, and this Labour government is absolutely right to be striving for energy independence.
From after the next speaker, the time limit will be reduced to 4 minutes. Harriet Cross.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And too often we see when we debate energy in this place, it becomes tribal very quickly. You're either oil and gas or you're renewables. There's no room for nuance. We need renewables, we need nuclear, but we also need oil and gas. And many members today have spoken about the cost. The cost is one element, but supply is vitally important, because oil and gas makes up 3/4 of the energy we need every day. The energy we need in the 24 million homes who still rely on gas, the energy we need in over 500,000 businesses that need oil and gas, the oil and gas that goes into different industries such as pharmaceuticals, petrochemicals, all of these need oil and gas. So this energy independence bill assumes that just by calling it energy independence, we suddenly do not become dependent on oil and gas. That is not true, and it will not be true so far into the future because we have not developed the systems to move us away from needing oil and gas as quickly as we need to. So if we look at our nearest neighbours in Norway, who many people rightly think have their energy system done correctly. There are 5 flights a day from Aberdeen to Norway, bringing workers, skilled workers, from the oil and gas, what was capital of Europe, to Norway to work in their industry there. Norway, which has just said is going to open up 3 more existing gas fields. Norway, which has just announced a licensing round for 70 new licenses, who incentivise drilling because they recognise how important oil and gas is to their energy security. So if any member opposite would like to tell me that the Labour government in Norway, by increasing their use of oil and gas and exploiting their oil and gas in the North Sea, if that Norwegian Labour government is making Norway less energy independent by using their oil and gas, no, of course they're not. Of course they're not. It's this Labour government, the UK Labour government, who are making the UK more dependent on Norway for our gas, who we send £20 billion to for the privilege of using the same gas that is from the same North Sea, more dependent on Qatar, on America, on Mexico, where we will use our LNG, which, if we're taking the climate argument, we will liquefy, transport and regasify before using here, so it is less good for the environment. And then we come on to jobs. And I still can't understand, and I will never understand, why anyone can sit on the Labour benches and not understand the importance of protecting jobs in the oil and gas sector. And they mention new jobs in renewables, and I understand there are new jobs in renewables, but they are not coming on stream fast enough, they are not comparable, and they're not for the same skill sets. And yes, some are transferable, but loads are not. And the highly skilled people who really have secured our energy security for the last few decades, those are the ones who are really going to struggle to transfer. And if Labour want to say that they're happy to sacrifice those jobs and those livelihoods and the communities that those jobs live in, particularly in the northeast of Scotland, they can do so, because that is the message they're sending. And those skilled workers are moving abroad and taking with them the skills that will help us with our energy security and our energy independence. They talk about price a lot, and we understand that the price of oil and gas goes up and down. That's understandable. AR7 signed us up to higher prices for 20 years. For 20 years, we have committed to paying those high prices, and they are higher than what oil and gas has been for the last few years. I don't need Wales. I appreciate oil and gas is high at the moment, but it is not always high. It has been low. The minister says that's the issue. It is the issue if you look at one part of time, one time horizon. Over the last few years, has oil and gas been low? The gas price has been low, the oil price has been low, and yet we still use it. So we are sacrificing jobs in Aberdeen and the North East of Scotland. We're sacrificing our energy security just to deliver green energy, because that's all this government wants to focus on. This government should be looking at our neighbours in Norway, seeing what they're doing, seeing how they are seen as the true country which is energy independent, and seeing that they are still using their oil and gas. Still using it because they know they need it, because their energy systems, their country is not set up not to use it. The UK is not either. We need it, we must use it, and we should be drilling all we can from the North Sea starting today.
Alison Hume.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the announcement of a new energy security bill in the King's Speech, which will meet our manifesto commitment not to issue licences to explore new oil and gas fields. Crucially, it will also deliver on our commitment to ban fracking. Fracking, or hydraulic fracturing, involves injecting fluid at high pressure to fracture rock and extract hydrocarbons. And in 2019, a moratorium on fracking was introduced following earthquakes linked to fracking activity at Preston New Road in Lancashire. Currently, UK legislation defines fracking based on fluid volume thresholds, 1,000 cubic metres per stage or 10,000 cubic metres in total. Madam Deputy Speaker, this leaves a legal loophole for oil and gas companies to exploit. In beautiful Burnham, in my constituency of Scarborough and Whitby, Europa Oil and Gas has proposed extracting gas using a technique called prop and squeeze, which is hydraulic fracturing just at lower fluid volumes. This means it exists outside the fracking moratorium. In Burnham, on the edge of the North York Moors National Park, villagers have been involved in a David and Goliath battle with Europa Oil and Gas. I'm delighted to say that North Yorkshire councillors threw out the recommendations of its officers and formally rejected the planning application. But to create indisputable clarity over fracking legislation in our country and close this loophole, any future ban must include all forms of fracking. Currently, 66 existing licences remain active. Planning applications can still proceed under current rules. If our definition of fracking remains volume-based, then we risk companies continuing to frack, just under a different name. Make no mistake, the frackers haven't given up. Following North Yorkshire Council's rejection of Europa's proposal, Europa stated they felt confident about winning an appeal against the decision. The evidence is there for the government to include small-scale fracking in our ban. A recent report published from the University of Edinburgh found that earthquakes from high-volume fracking and low-volume fracking are equally large and equally unpredictable. This means that the risk of seismicity, such as earthquakes, induced or triggered from prop and squeezes, cannot simply be ruled out. This evidence echoes findings commissioned by the then Oil and Gas Authority into Preston New Road, which also showed that seismic impacts cannot be accurately predicted regardless of fluid volume. I urge the government to use the upcoming Energy Security Bill to replace the volume-based definition with one based on intent and process, and introduce a blanket prohibition on fracturing rock for hydrocarbons. All forms of fracking contribute to greenhouse gas emissions and undermine our net zero commitments, and therefore all forms of fracking need to be banned. Madam Deputy Speaker, Last December, I held a Westminster Hall debate on this issue, and the Minister responded, confirming that the government remains open to evidence regarding a comprehensive ban. To conclude, I would ask my honourable friend to confirm what further evidence he requires to ban small-scale fracking, unless, of course, it's earthquakes in Scarborough.
Anne Davis.
Diolch yn fawr, Madam Dirprwy Llefarydd. Energy has become one of the most important issues in Caerfyrddin and the rest of Wales in recent years. Global events have exposed how vulnerable our communities are to energy shocks. And Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022 cost the Welsh economy £5.65 billion, averaging over £2,000 per home in Wales. And as the impact of the war in Iran intensifies, Welsh households are being hit once again. And rural households are paying hundreds more in fuel and heating oil costs, and the average on-grid household energy bill could rise by nearly £300 when the energy cap is revised in July. Off-grid customers have seen their oil and gas bills at least double over the past few months. While the measures in the... By all means.
Thank you. I thank the honourable member for giving way. I just wanted to point out to her that it would be really, really helpful if the new Welsh Government could release the £3.8 million of funding that the UK Government has given to Welsh Government to help people struggling with their heating oil costs, and I'm wondering when that's actually going to be distributed.
I thank my honourable member for her question. Can I assure her that I'm sure that it will be released, but shouldn't it have been released by the previous Welsh Government when that money was put in a few months ago, with all due respect? Whilst the measures in the King's speech sets out steps to reduce energy costs, they do not get to grips with the fundamental unfairness of our system. People in Wales pay some of the highest standing charges in the UK, despite average salaries being lower than the UK average. This is unsustainable and action needs to be taken. Despite being an energy-rich nation, Wales is unable to make the most of our abundant natural wealth. This is simply due to the lack of control over them. Plaid Cymru is clear. It is for the people of Wales to control and benefit from our natural resources. This extractive economy model must cease. And money generated from our wind and sea power should be kept and shared within local communities. The Crown Estate must be devolved to Wales as it is already in Scotland. And following the Senedd election, a majority of parties in the Welsh Parliament, including the Plaid Cymru Welsh Government, are calling for devolution of the Crown Estate, as well as every single local authority in Wales. The case and democratic mandate are inarguable. We have immense natural resources, including wind and tidal power, which are not being fully utilised. And electricity generation in Wales has fallen by almost 50% since its 2016 peak, as growth in renewable capacity has not kept in pace with a drop in generation from coal and nuclear. If we are to strengthen our energy security, we need to see the government and developers working with the needs of communities to deliver investment in renewables. We need to see in a sustainable and fair way, with an emphasis on offshore wind and community-led onshore developments. And developers need to be totally transparent in costs and how their investment is being funded. The King's speech does include the new coal licensing ban, which is welcome. However, as I've raised before in Parliament, the proposed ban in its current form does not guarantee the prevention of commercial extraction of coal from coal tips. The government should bring measures forward to close this loophole so that companies can never profit from the over 2,500 tips we have in Wales, which contain millions of tonnes of coal between them. In addition, Westminster must also provide justice for our valley and coal mining communities by fully funding the remediation of coal tips in Wales, which are the legacy of our pre-devolution industrial past. The price tag is estimated at £600 million. However, the UK Government has only committed around £143 million. We needed a King's Speech that addressed the unfairness at the heart of Wales's energy system. For a country so rich in energy and potential,
Ich mit Übersetzer. Was? Nochmal? Mit Übersetzer. Yeah, of course. Okay.
All right, I think we're ready to start. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Matchday -1 press conference for the 2026 UEFA Europa League final in Istanbul for Freiburg. Joining me on stage, we have manager Julian Schuster, players Maximilian Eggstein and Christian Günther. We have simultaneous translations in English, German, and Turkish. So please ask a question in one of those languages. And finally, please state your name and media before asking a question with the microphone. What we're going to do is we're going to do the players first. So we'll take questions for the players first, and then we'll go on to the manager afterwards. Sasha, go ahead.
Ja, vielen Dank. Grüßt euch zur Sportclub-Pressekonferenz hier in Istanbul. Wir freuen uns sehr, dass ihr da seid, und wir freuen uns sehr, dass wir da sind. Und eigentlich ist alles gesagt. Wir starten mit den Fragen an Christian Günther und an Maxi Eggestein. Und wir starten mit Dennis Bayer für Sky in der 3. Reihe.
Servus zusammen. Günni, du bist jetzt schon so lange in diesem Verein, du hast so viel mit dem SC Freiburg erlebt. Gib uns mal einen Einblick in dein Seelenleben, wie es jetzt so ist, so kurz vor dem Spiel.
Ja, ich glaube, sehr, sehr besonderer Moment. Die Vorfreude ist natürlich riesengroß. Wenn man jetzt hier schon im Stadion ist, kribbelt schon, am liebsten wird man raus und das Spiel schon spielen. Jetzt werden wir gleich trainieren. Und dann morgen, ja, ist ein ganz, ganz besonderer Tag, glaube ich, für uns als Mannschaft und für den Verein. Ja, wir freuen uns einfach und wollen natürlich schlussendlich auch das Ding in die Höhe halten.
Carsten Schröter-Lorenz für den Kicker in der 3. Reihe, bitte.
Ja, Maxi, für dich sicherlich auch was Besonderes. Kannst auch gerne mal sagen, was so dieser Ort hier mit dem Stadion, man kann den Bosporus, man kann das Wasser sehen in so einer pulsierenden Metropole. Habt ihr schon irgendwie was mitbekommen? Habt ihr auf der Anfahrt irgendwelche Freiburg- oder auch Aston Villa-Fans gesehen? Was hältst du von dem Atmosphärischen? Und dann die zweite Frage, hast du am Freitagabend auch Premier League geschaut? Hast du Aston Villa selber vorbereitet und wie habt ihr sie intern jetzt mit dem Trainerstab vorbereitet? Auf was müsst ihr am meisten achten?
Ich fange mit der zweiten Frage an. Also ja, ich habe Premier League am Freitag geschaut. War ein sehr interessantes Spiel. Aston Villa, so wie man sie kennt, sehr abgezockt. Ich finde über viele Phasen einfach eine sehr erfahrene Mannschaft. Man sieht, sie haben Spieler mit individueller Klasse, sie haben auch viele Spieler, die sehr reif sind, die das Spiel sehr gut verstehen. Sie verstehen die einzelnen Phasen des Spiels sehr gut. Und da wissen wir auf jeden Fall, was morgen auf uns zukommt. Zusammen haben wir sie auch schon größtenteils, noch nicht alles, aber größtenteils vorbereitet. Ja, hat sich mit meiner eigenen Analyse gedeckt. Und ja, zur ersten Frage. Wir sind durch die Stadt angereist zum Hotel. Viele Fans schon gesehen, überwiegend Freiburg-Fans tatsächlich. Und ja, man merkt, dass in der Stadt einiges los ist. Wir sind noch nicht so lange da, aber ja, ein bisschen was haben wir gesehen. Eine sehr pulsierende Stadt und ich glaube, ein schöner Ort, um ein Finale zu spielen.
Wir machen gerne weiter.
Für beide Spieler, Roy Anklowitz, Eisport, was bedeutet ein Pokalsieg morgen für Freiburg?
Es wäre der erste Titel in der Geschichte. Ich glaube, was ganz, ganz Besonderes. Ja, wir werden alles dafür tun, um ja, uns diesen Traum irgendwo zu erfüllen. Für den Verein, für die Fans, für uns selber. Ja, mit das größte Spiel, glaube ich, in der Karriere für uns. Ja, ich kann mich nur anschließen. Also wir waren vor ein paar Jahren mal nah dran an einem Titel, haben es leider nicht geschafft und ja, wie Günni gesagt hat, es wäre der erste Titel für den Verein, für viele von uns auch der erste Titel und man kriegt in seiner Karriere, glaube ich, nicht so häufig die Möglichkeit, einen Titel gewinnen zu können und deswegen ist das einmalig und die Chance wollen wir nutzen.
Für die Badische Zeitung, David Weigand.
Frage an dich, Günni, und dich, Maxi. Ihr wart dabei vor ein paar Jahren, als ihr im Europaparkstadion gegen West Ham gewonnen habt. Ist es auch irgendwie ein Ansporn, dass ihr wisst, wie man mit einer englischen Mannschaft, wie man der zu begegnen hat? Und was habt ihr für Erinnerungen an diesen Sieg?
Ja, ich glaube, ich weiß nicht, ob man die Mannschaften so jetzt komplett vergleichen kann. Ich glaube, was vielleicht ähnlich ist, dass sie einem immer wieder das Gefühl geben im Spiel, ja, sie lassen einem auch mal den Ball und das stört sie wenig und können dann aus wenig viel machen und lassen nicht so viel zu. Ich glaube, das ähnelt die beiden Mannschaften ein Stück weit. Ich glaube trotzdem, dass Aston Villa individuell nochmal einen Tick mehr Qualität hat als West Ham damals. Und ich glaube, ja, die Lehre, die wir aus denen oder aus dem Spiel, oder wir haben öfters gegen West Ham gespielt, gezogen haben, ist einfach, dass man sich in dieser Phase des Spiels nicht aus der Ruhe bringen lässt. In jeglicher Hinsicht, wenn sie vielleicht mal drücken, nicht unruhig zu werden, aber auch nicht selber unruhig werden, wenn vielleicht nicht im Minutentakt Chancen rausspringen, wenn man im Ballbesitz ist. Ich glaube, das ist etwas, was man da mitnehmen konnte und ich natürlich auch hoffe, dass wir das morgen gut umsetzen können auf dem Platz.
Good evening, Alexander Remy, Focus Sport. Is it okay to ask in English for you? Okay, so Freiburg scored a lot of goals, more than 20 after set pieces. Maybe this is one of your strengths and maybe you prepared something special for this final. And can you both call Vincenzo Grifo the best free kick taker in Europe right now?
Das musst du
wenn Sie mir versprechen, dass er die Pressekonferenz nicht sieht, dann würde ich das sagen. Aber so, ist, glaube ich, Windscher hat einfach die Qualität, gute Bälle zu bringen. Wir haben auch noch andere in der Mannschaft, die das gut können. Und für uns als Mannschaft ist es einfach eine Riesenmöglichkeit, Tore zu erzielen, ein Spiel in unsere Richtung zu lenken. Und ich glaube, gerade in so K.O.-Spielen, vor allem im Finale, kann es natürlich helfen, ein Standardtor zu schießen. Und ja, wir sind froh, dass uns das in der Saison bisher so gut gelungen ist und hoffen, dass vielleicht morgen auch eins bei rumspringt.
Carsten Schröter-Lorenz.
Ja, Günni, nochmal angeknüpft an deine Antwort. Du sagst, Aston Villa hat mehr Qualität als West Ham damals. Wenn man dann sieht, vor allem bei dem 0-5 war der sehr deutlich unterlegen, dann im Rückspiel, auch bei dem Gruppenspiel in London. Warum oder wo seid ihr so viel besser geworden, dass man eben nicht von so einem klaren Ergebnis morgen ausgehen kann, wenn du ja sagst, Aston Villa ist noch eins besser? Und was wappnet euch jetzt besser eben gegen solche Mannschaften, die ja vor allem auch immer auf vielen Positionen eine hohe Athletik haben, individuelle Klasse, Tempo gehen können in verschiedenen Phasen?
Ich habe gesagt, ein Tick besser vielleicht individuell. Nicht, dass sie komplett durch die Bank besser sind, aber ich glaube, auch wir als Mannschaft sind gereift. Ich glaube, wir haben uns auch jetzt über die Saison, glaube ich, vieles erarbeitet und das sind alles Punkte, die wir morgen auf den Platz bringen wollen und die uns morgen auch helfen werden. Wir haben viele Dinge an der Hand vom Trainerteam, was uns auch durch schwierige Phase im Spiel bringt. Schlussendlich geht es dann darum, dass wir das natürlich auch auf den Platz bringen. Und wie ich schon gesagt habe, einfach nicht unruhig zu werden, weil ich glaube auch damals zum Beispiel in West Ham gab es dann Phase im Spiel, da ist eigentlich nicht viel passiert. Man hatte den Ball und hatte das Gefühl, es passiert nicht viel. Und ist dann unruhig geworden, ist in Konter gelaufen. Und so ist dann, glaube ich, dieses Ergebnis zustande gekommen. Und da geht es einfach darum, im Ballbesitz oder mit dem Ballbesitz gut umzugehen, nicht nervös zu werden, auch wenn, wie gesagt, nicht im Minute-Takt Chance rauskommen. Da einfach geduldig bleibe und ich glaube, der Zugriff wird eine ganz große Thematik dann auch werden morgen.
Dann machen wir Thorsten Siegmund für Sport 1. Dankeschön.
Ja, gerne auch eine Frage an beide. Ich habe mit ein paar Fans im Vorfeld gesprochen, habe eine Geschichte gehört, beispielsweise da trampt einer seit einer Woche, der ist jetzt gestern angekommen von Freiburg hierher. Wie geht's euch, wenn ihr solche Geschichten hört und was die Fans tatsächlich auf sich nehmen, um bei so einem Spiel dabei zu sein? Und wäre das eigentlich auch was für euch in jungen Jahren als Fans gewesen, zu trampen zu so einem Fußballspiel?
Ich glaube jetzt nicht unbedingt, dass ich getrampt wäre, aber ich hätte auf jeden Fall versucht, an ein Ticket zu kommen, um morgen im Stadion zu sein. Ist natürlich total besonders, dass viele Fans, glaube ich, über die ganze Saison hinweg sehr, sehr viel geopfert haben, um uns zu unterstützen. Ich glaube, für uns ist der Beruf, da überall hinzureisen, für sie ist ein Hobby oder eine Leidenschaft und dafür Urlaubstage draufgehen zu lassen und auch Tage, wo man vielleicht mit der Familie verbringen kann, das macht es für uns besonders und ist natürlich für uns ein Ansporn, alles auf den Platz zu lassen, eben auch für die ganzen Fans, weil sie auch über dieses Jahr sehr, sehr viel geopfert haben für uns und ich glaube, wir ziehen Energie daraus und werde auch für sie morgen alles geben.
Nichts mehr hinzuzufügen.
Aber Dennis Bayer hat noch eine Frage.
Auch an beide die Frage, wir haben mit ein paar Fans gesprochen, ein Aston Villa-Fan hat ein bisschen gelacht über den SC Freiburg und hat gemeint, die haben noch nie was gewonnen, die haben gar keine Chance morgen. Ist die Meinung von vielen Engländern. Spornt euch sowas nochmal extra an, so aus dieser Underdog-Rolle zu kommen?
Ich glaube, uns muss niemand extra anspornen morgen für das Spiel, aber ich kann mir schon vorstellen, dass sowas fällt. Ich glaube, die Fans sollen das unter sich ausmachen, das ist auch schön, daran werden wir uns nicht beteiligen. Also wir brauchen keine extra Motivation. Ich glaube, das wäre, wenn das morgen jemand braucht, dann stimmt irgendwas nicht. Aber ist natürlich trotzdem ganz witzig, die Fans sollen ihren Spaß haben, da gehört auch die ein oder andere Stichelei dazu und wir versuchen unseren Job auf dem Platz zu erledigen.
Moritz Kreilinger, Linus Urich und dann der Kollege hinten dran.
Maxi, Frage an dich. Der Gegner hat sich jetzt in diesem Wettbewerb in den letzten Jahren nicht unbedingt einen großen Namen gemacht, dafür der Trainer. 3 Siege mit Sevilla, einer mit Villarreal. Er kann auch ein Finale verlieren, wie er einmal mit Arsenal gezeigt hat, aber diese 4 Siege stehen da natürlich über allem. Hat es in eurer Vorbereitung eine gesonderte Rolle gespielt, dass ihr euch irgendwie Unai Emery an sich und irgendwie seine vielleicht auch diese Finalspiele mit verschiedenen Gegnern nochmal angeschaut habt?
Nein, also wir sind uns dem bewusst, dass er wahrscheinlich der erfolgreichste Trainer in diesem Wettbewerb ist. Natürlich, aber wir haben jetzt nicht gesondert nochmal Spiele von Sevilla oder das mit Arsenal angeschaut. Das hat in der Vorbereitung keine Rolle gespielt. Aber wie gesagt, wir sind uns schon bewusst, dass er diesen Wettbewerb schon häufiger gewonnen hat.
Ja, hi zusammen. Ich habe gehört, dass solltet ihr gewinnen, auf dem Podium nur Platz für 23 Leute ist oder das sind die UEFA-Regularien. Habt ihr euch schon entschieden, wer dann nicht mit drauf darf? Weil mit Staff und so sind das ja deutlich mehr Leute.
Wenn man die Sorge nach dem Spiel habe, bin ich Gott froh und ich glaube, wir kriegen es auf jeden Fall gelöst.
Nico Stübner von T-Online, geht auch an beide Spieler. Wir haben jetzt viel von den Fans gesprochen. Das Stadion, wenn Besiktas spielt, heißt immer, dass es eines der lautesten Stadien Europas ist. Natürlich die Frage, wie morgen beide Fanlager das dann füllen. Aber wie bereitet man sich da vielleicht auch mental drauf vor, dass es enorm laut werden kann und dass es halt mit einem Finale ja nochmal ein anderer Druck vielleicht auf euch lastet als auf einem Bundesligaspiel?
Ja, natürlich wird es ein anderes Spiel sein als ein Bundesligaspiel. Mal abgesehen jetzt von der Lautstärke im Stadion. Ich glaube, beide Fanlager können auch sehr laut sein. Ich glaube, dieses mit dem lautesten Stadion der Welt oder in Europa ist eher den Fans von Besiktas geschuldet, aber trotzdem wird es morgen eine ganz besondere Stimmung sein. Unser Fanlager ist bekannt dafür, uns lautstark auswärts zu unterstützen. Das haben wir in allen Euroleague-Spielen gesehen. Wir haben es auch damals erlebt in Berlin. Es war auch eine sehr besondere Stimmung. Ich glaube, die Engländer sind auch bekannt dafür, dass sie gut Stimmung machen können und deswegen wird es auch ohne Besiktas-Fans, denke ich, morgen eine schöne Stimmung sein.
Guten Abend, Konrad Ringleb, FAZ. Auch eine Frage an beide. Wie nehmt ihr denn die Mannschaft wahr? Und wenn ihr beide sagt, es ist so das wichtigste Spiel in eurer Laufbahn, wie geht es euch denn persönlich vor so einem Spiel? Seid ihr angespannt? Merkt ihr eine besondere Aufregung?
Ja, gut, es ist natürlich was Besonderes, aber ich glaube nichtsdestotrotz, es ist ein Fokus da. Ich glaube, jeder freut sich auch auf das Spiel. Ich glaube, mir hat es vorher auch schon davon, es ist kein Nachteil, schon mal ein Finale auf jeden Fall gespielt zu haben. Natürlich haben wir es leider verloren, aber da hat man auch schon so seine Erfahrungen gemacht und da sind einige Jungs bei uns auch schon dabei. Deshalb, die Stimmung ist gut, die Vorfreude ist da. Wir sind alle heiß und freuen uns einfach, ja, wenn es losgeht und Ampfiff wird.
Ja, dann müssen die Jungs gleich auf den Trainingsplatz. Machen wir noch 2 Fragen. Einmal Marcel Klein für RTL. In der 2. Reihe. Thank you.
Christian, hallo. Sie sind jetzt fast auf den Tag genau seit 20 Jahren beim Sportclub, bevor Sie damals vom FV Tennenbronn gekommen sind. An Tagen wie diesen oder in Wochen wie diesen darf da auch mal gerne bei Ihnen Platz sein, um einfach nochmal Revue passieren zu lassen, was alles in diesen 20 Jahren passiert ist, vor allen Dingen als 13-jähriger Bub. Damals hätten Sie wahrscheinlich nicht gedacht, dass Sie dann morgen Abend hier mal im Finale von Istanbul stehen, wenn Sie dann auch in das Stadion kommen, so wie gerade, oder gleich rausgehen zum Training. Macht das nochmal was mit Ihnen emotional?
Ich glaube, in Erinnerungen schwelge werde ich vielleicht oder hoffentlich auch erst morgen, spät Nacht. Natürlich für mich ein besonderer Weg. Natürlich auch jetzt total besonders hier zu sein mit meinem Herzensverein von Kindheitstage an. Ich glaube, das ist nicht nur für die Fans was Besonderes, sondern für mich und für die Mannschaft auch. Und wir haben sehr, sehr viel Schweiß da reingesteckt, um hier zu stehen. Aber wie gerade schon gesagt, ab morgen Nacht kann ich oder irgendwie schwelge in Erinnerungen. Bis dahin ist der volle Fokus einfach auf dieses Spiel. Und wir werden wirklich alles dafür tun, um den Titel zu holen.
Und die letzte Spielerfrage stellt Max Wöhr für den SWR.
Hi, servus. Günni, an dich eine Frage. Es ist ja recht normal, würde ich sagen, am Donnerstag, am Freitag zu einem Bundesligaspiel abzureisen, sich von der Familie zu verabschieden. Wie verabschiedet sich die Familie Günther von Papa Günther oder vom Ehemann Christian Günther? Gibt es da irgendwelche Unterschiede?
Also es war jetzt kein großer Unterschied. Meine Tochter hat mir im Kindergarten noch kurz hinterhergerufen, schieß ein Tor. Und ansonsten habe ich sie umarmt, wie immer. Meine Frau wird hier sein. Ich glaube, es war eine Verabschiedung wie sonst auch. Ich glaube, für Kinder spielt es jetzt keine so große Rolle, ob es Bundesliga ist oder meine Tochter weiß, man kann einen Pokal gewinnen. Das hat sie auch nochmal explizit gesagt, dass man das auf jeden Fall tun solle. Und ich hoffe, wir nehmen sie alle beim Wort. Und ansonsten war es eine Verabschiedung wie sonst eigentlich auch.
Dann vielen Dank, Günni, vielen Dank, Egge. Ich sage schon Gruß daheim und wir machen weiter mit Julian Schuster.
Danke.
Okay. Wer mag Julian eine Frage stellen? Carsten Schröter-Lorenz.
Ich muss auch zum Training, gell?
Wie bitte?
Ich muss auch zum Training. Das heißt nur, dass du das heißt.
Hältst dich kurz?
Aber fangen wir mal an, ja.
Ja, Julian, interessant wird natürlich sein, mit welcher Aufstellung du spielen lässt. Du wirst jetzt wahrscheinlich nicht Position für Position durchgehen und hier bekannt geben, auch mit Blick auf den Gegner. Trotzdem, wenn man jetzt schaut, wer gegen Leipzig angefangen hat, da war schon viel von der Elf, die in den vergangenen Wochen auch in der Europa League gespielt hat. Wer gefehlt hat in der Startelf waren jetzt Lukas Kübler, Doppeltorschütze gegen Braga. Kann man davon ausgehen, dass er damit ganz gutes Bewerbungsschreiben abgegeben hat und auch mit seiner Zweikampfstärke auch im Finale zu spielen. Und dann auch Vince Grifo. Jetzt wurde vorhin auch über seine Standardstärke gesprochen. Wie wichtig ist es für dich, mit Niki Besto und Vince von Anfang an dann zwei Hauptstandardschützen auf dem Platz zu haben?
Ja, ich glaube, was sich einfach dieses Jahr verändert hat, dass wir je nach Herangehensweise das, was uns erwartet, welche Chancen wir auch sehen, welche Paare möglicherweise dann auch zusammenpassen, wir immer wieder auf unsere Qualität im Kader dann auch zurückgreifen können. Und da ist es so, dass ein gutes Spiel keine Garantie ist, um dann direkt wieder von Anfang an eben auch beginnen zu dürfen. Und das zeichnet uns aus. Das war jetzt einfach auch die letzten 2 Wochen einfach nochmal gut, dass wir genau diese Konkurrenzsituation, die wir über all das Jahr hatten, auch in diesen Tagen gespürt haben. Das sorgt einfach dafür, dass eine ungemein große Motivation und Haltung eben im Training dann auch ist und die Jungs alles anbieten, was in ihnen steckt. Und das macht im gleichen Zuge es uns als Trainer dann anspruchsvoller, dann eben auch die Richtigen dann zu finden. Ich glaube, das ist uns allen zusammen bisher eben auch ganz gut gelungen und wir haben die Überzeugung, dass wir auch die Richtigen ausgewählt haben für morgen.
Dennis Bayer, bitte.
Ich würde gerne auf Unai Emery noch mal ankommen hier. Ja. Auf Unai Emery eingehen. Wie siehst du ihn denn als Trainerkollegen und hast du irgendwie vielleicht schon eine Erklärung gefunden, warum er zuletzt die Europa League schon so oft gewinnen konnte, so als König der Europa League?
Ja, das, was ich aus der Ferne beurteilen kann, das, was ich höre oder lese über ihn, ist, dass er definitiv nichts dem Zufall überlässt. Ich bin mir sicher, dass er viele Spiele von uns gesehen hat und uns bis ins letzte Detail dann eben auch kennt und seine Mannschaft darauf eben auch perfekt einstellen kann. Ich glaube, dass wenn man ihn nur so anschaut, dann kann man da auch sehr viel aus seinen Gesichtszügen dann eben auch lesen, was da dahinter steckt, was er erwartet, welche Energie er dann dort tagtäglich dann auf dem Platz dann auch bringt. Und das sieht man definitiv auch in der Art und Weise, wie seine Mannschaft dann spielt.
Please.
Good evening. My name is Jordan Grozdanov from Bulgaria, BTV Media Group. Congratulations, coach, for being here, for getting to the final. The fact that your team is built on so many home ground academy players, long-serving players also, with a few changes to the squad and the coaching staff. Is that your strongest weapon? And is that gives you the special spirit and strength for this final?
Yeah, of course. I think it's our big strength too, that we have a lot of players also in the staff, many people for a long time in the club. So we know each other. We just don't know the players. We know the human behind the players, and I think that's a big strength for us. And of course, it's the big mentality in this whole group. So we stay very close each other, and of course, especially in these days, everybody has this big belief, everybody has this big wish that we will go tomorrow the last step.
Good evening, Coach. Radek Selmayr, Czech Republic. I have a question because I've seen a list of the players, and it's interesting that you have a World Cup winner in your squad. I would like to ask, how important is Matthias Ginter in this team? His role in the team and what else? Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I think Mats is one of these special players. So every small game we play in the training, he wants to win, and I think especially he has this winner mentality, and of course it's important for him and also for his teammates to have this point, Willie. And yeah, I think we had a lot of these players with this mentality, and so that's of course really important because on the other side, you also have a lot of players with this mentality. So, but I think it's especially for tomorrow important that you have this energy, the mentality, and this big focus. I think this was in the last week one of the big strengths we had, that we still focus and concentrated on what we have to do and to concentrate for the match plan. And this also, especially here in this stadium, absolutely important to have this concentration for the next moment.
Guten Abend, Trainer. Ich bin Alexander Grudniew für Sport Kirgisistan. Ich möchte fragen über Ihre personelle Fühlung. Wie fühlen Sie sich selbst, also menschlich? Weil Sie haben so viele Jahre als Spieler gebracht, hat in dieser Mannschaft und als Trainer, als Assistent. Und jetzt vielleicht, das ist das wichtigste Spiel in Ihrem Leben hier. Und es ist mehr Druck auf Ihre Personalität oder vielleicht mehr Motivation und noch eine Möglichkeit, in Champions League zu spielen nächstes Jahr. Danke.
Ja, natürlich ist es sehr besonders. Wir hatten in den letzten Jahren, wo ich jetzt eben auch hier bin, andere Momente. Wir sind abgestiegen in die zweite Liga und ja, jetzt einige Jahre später sitzen wir hier und ja, dürfen morgen ein europäisches Finale spielen. Das ist natürlich sehr besonders. Für den Moment spüre ich weder Nervosität noch einen großen Druck, sondern wirklich eine große Vorfreude. Aber das liegt einfach auch an der Mannschaft, weil sie mir eine unglaubliche Sicherheit eben auch gibt. Mir selber auch diesen unglaublichen Glaube, diesen Glauben dann eben auch schenkt, weil so viel Qualität in ihnen steckt. Ja. Und ich glaube, was entscheidend ist, zum einen diese Erfahrungen, die wir uns im Kader haben, mit Sicherheit auch die Erfahrung, dass viele Jungs eben auch schon einmal ein Finale gespielt haben, aber auch die Erfahrung in dieser Saison gegen gute Mannschaften wirklich auch gute Leistungen gezeigt zu haben. Ja. Und das gibt uns das Selbstvertrauen, das wir eben auch benötigen, selbstverständlich morgen gegen eine große Mannschaft, gegen einen großen Trainer eben auch bestehen zu können.
Frank Rischmüller, bitte.
Ja, hallo, Julian, guten Abend. Erlaub mir bitte eine persönliche Frage. Nach deinem ersten Bundesliga-Jahr als Trainer wurdest du zum Trainer des Jahres gewählt in Deutschland. Und in deinem zweiten Jahr sitzt du jetzt hier auf dem Podium vor dem Europa-League-Finale. Das ist ja eine Karriere für dich persönlich, die besonders auffällig ist. Deshalb meine Frage, wovon träumst du mehr vor diesem Hintergrund? Von einer internationalen Top-Karriere oder nach der Ära Finke, nach der Ära Streich eventuell eine Ära Schuster in Freiburg zu begründen?
Ja, das Allerwichtigste ist für mich, diesen Verein weiterzuentwickeln. Das, was ich eben lernen durfte. Ich hatte die Möglichkeit eben auch mit diesem Verein dann eben auch zu wachsen als Spieler, jetzt eben auch als Trainer, ich bin unglaublich dankbar für diese Momente, für diese Entwicklung. Deshalb ist es mein großes Ziel, die Mannschaft, diesen Verein, die Spieler entsprechend auch besser zu machen. Das ist meine große Motivation, tagtäglich aufzustehen, viel dafür zu investieren, für eine Aufgabe, die sehr, sehr besonders ist, wo ich eine große Leidenschaft eben auch spüre und die aber auch dafür notwendig ist, um die notwendige Energie dafür aufzubringen, das eben auch umzusetzen. Und für mich persönlich habe ich als Ziel gesetzt, besser zu sein als Trainer wie als Spieler. Von daher bin ich da auf einem ganz guten Weg.
David Weigand.
Patrick Osterhage konnte letzte Woche wieder mit der Mannschaft trainieren, war aber nicht im Kader gegen Leipzig. Ist er jetzt so weit, dass er wieder morgen im Kader stehen könnte?
Ja, wir haben für ihn persönlich die Woche auch so gestaltet, dass er möglichst viel eben auch trainieren kann. Und da hat es uns dann wenig Sinn gemacht, im Kader zu stehen. Natürlich mit der Wahrscheinlichkeit, eher nicht zu spielen. Und deshalb hat er jetzt dadurch noch mal mehr trainieren können und ist dadurch noch mal weiter und dadurch natürlich für uns eine Option.
Dann die erste Reihe rechts, Julian.
Julian, over here.
Here.
Good evening, Ian Dennis from BBC Radio.
Yeah.
What would be your final message to the players in the dressing room? And do you believe in fairy tales?
Of course, have this big believing, trust, and have this confidence. Still the focus for, to have the big orientation at the match plan. Focus on their own strengths, accepted the quality of the opponent, and so on. So of course we need more points, but these are the focus points. I think they are really important for tomorrow.
Hello, Michal Jinoch, Nova Sport. Julian, I saw you a few minutes ago greeting Unai Emery at the pitch. You both seem together in a very good mood. In terms of coaches, he has more experience with these big European nights. Is he maybe in some kind of way inspiration for you? And if so, how does he inspire you?
Yeah, of course. All these big coaches with this big experience. I think for every young coach is it important to listen to them and listen to the experience and listen to what they tell about football, what they tell about how you handle a team. And so, of course, every moment I have to be a better coach, to have the option to ask such these coaches, I will ask. So in this point, for me, it's important, nothing to say, just ask, and the next question, and the next question, and the next question. This is important because, there's so much experience. So I want to know this, so I have to listen in these moments. And also, it was the scene before with him, so he was telling all the moments, so I didn't have a chance to say anything, so it was perfect.
So we didn't ask him anything?
No, I asked him anything, so he was just telling.
Hi Julian, jetzt haben wir über Emery schon, grüß dich. Haben wir schon geredet, vielleicht nochmal auf die Spieler von Aston Villa, die ja echt einen riesen Kader haben, zu sprechen zu kommen. Gibt es da welche, die für dich rausstechen, die dich besonders beeindrucken? Du hast Ollie Watkins, Morgan Rogers schon am Samstag erwähnt, Emiliano Martinez, WM-Torwart, also Weltmeister-Torwart. Gibt es da irgendwelche Spieler, die dich besonders beeindrucken?
Ja, erstmal wirklich die Gruppe. Ich finde, das ist schon sehr beachtlich, was sie eben auch für einen Kader haben. Und es ist sehr beachtlich auch, wie sie miteinander arbeiten. Das wirkt alles sehr, sehr harmonisch, sehr, sehr gefestigt. Und wie es Maxi vorhin auch richtig gesagt haben, ein klarer Plan in den einzelnen Phasen des Spiels. Wissen sie ganz genau, was eben auch zu tun ist. Viele Spieler wirklich in diesem goldenen Fußballalter, die richtige Mischung, dann wirklich aus erfahrenen Jungs, aber dann auch ein paar talentierten Jungs, natürlich Rogers und Watkins. Das ist wirklich blindes Verständnis. Manchmal muss man da gar nicht schauen und man weiß schon ganz genau, wo der Pass hinkommt. Gerade eben auch Watkins, seine Laufwege, die sind sehr, sehr clever. Auch vom Timing her sehr, sehr gut. Aber es ist wirklich die Achse, die dann durchgeht. Tiedemann und dann auch hinten die beiden Innenverteidiger, sehr abgezockt, sehr ruhig. Die beiden Außenverteidiger, finde ich, sind super Verteidiger. Sehr, sehr aufmerksam, sehr, sehr wach, auch in ihrem Gesichtsausdruck. Das ist schon viele Dinge dabei, wo man Dinge sich auch abschauen kann, mitnehmen kann und natürlich eine wahnsinnig tolle Herausforderung für morgen sind.
Ja, in 5 Minuten ist Training, das ist ohne Trainer albern. Wir machen noch Nikolai Stübner und dann gucken wir noch, was wir unterkriegen.
Ja, jetzt steht das Finale an. Hier. Wie sehr juckt es Ihnen denn selbst in den Füßen? Wie gerne würden Sie denn spielen? Und andererseits, das ist ja ein bisschen später die Anschlusszeit als sonst gewöhnlich auch bei Europaspielen. Verändert sich da jetzt nochmal irgendwas im Ablauf oder bleibt da grundsätzlich wegen dieser einen Stunde eigentlich alles gleich?
Ja, erstmal zu der zweiten Frage. Wir haben unsere gewohnten Abläufe. Dadurch, dass wir jetzt nochmal eine Stunde später spielen, haben die Jungs einen Vorteil, dass sie länger schlafen können. Aber wir haben so unsere übrige Abstände und auch Zeiten, wann eben auch dann gegessen wird, wann haben wir die Aktivierung, wann haben wir nochmal ein Meeting und an dem orientieren wir uns und deshalb hat es jetzt da keinen großen Einfluss auf morgen. Es gab ja auch in der Europa League immer wieder unterschiedliche Anschlusszeiten, auch in der Bundesliga. Von daher ist es nichts Neues, wo die Jungs sich auch sehr schnell drauf einstellen können. Zu der ersten Frage, würde ich selber spielen, wäre der Glaube mit Sicherheit nicht so groß. Deshalb ist es schon gut, dass ich an der Seitenlinie stehe und ich meinen Jungs vertrauen kann.
Dennis Bayer.
Eine Frage noch zu Chico Höfler, der pünktlich zu seinem Karriereende noch mal richtig wichtig wird. Erstmal, was macht Chico Höfler für dich so besonders? Wie erlebst du ihn jetzt auch? Und freut es dich, dass er so zum Ende noch mal so eine wichtige Rolle hat? Vielleicht kannst du auch verraten, ob er morgen sein ganz großes Abschiedsspiel von Beginn an bekommt.
Ja, ganz bestimmt, ja. Also das war jetzt ironisch gemeint, ganz bestimmt, dass ich jetzt das nicht verrate, ob er von Anfang an spielt. Was Chico auszeichnet, ist wirklich wie er tagtäglich arbeitet, ist, glaube ich, der Erste, der da ist. Es sind viele, die sehr früh da sind. Es ist beinahe so, dass sie darum streiten und auch wer als letztes geht. Was ich einfach damit sagen möchte, ist einfach, wie viel er investiert für das, was er dann auf den Platz bringen kann. Das ist kein Zufall, sondern alles hart erarbeitet. Das ist wirklich ein Vollprofi, ein Geschenk für jeden jungen Spieler, der sich an ihm dann eben auch orientieren kann. Das ist wirklich ein komplettes System, das da dahinter steckt, das er sich über all die Jahre dann entsprechend auch aufgebaut hat und er ermöglicht hat, eben auch dann auf Knopfdruck dann immer wieder auch abzuliefern. Er hat mit Sicherheit eine Phase gehabt in den letzten Jahren, oder mit mir dann eben auch, die ungewohnt war, weil er davor unglaublich viel gespielt hat. Aber aufgrund dessen, wie er sich eben auch verhält, da nie nachlässt, ist es eben auch kein Zufall, dass, wenn man ihn dann eben auch benötigt, dass er dann eben auch abliefern kann. Und dadurch, dass wir beide uns auch schon sehr, sehr lange kennen, freut es mich besonders. Es war der perfekte Abschluss am Wochenende, was die Bundesliga angeht. Wenn wir das jetzt wiederholen können und auch international so hinbekommen, dann wäre ich und er natürlich sehr, sehr glücklich.
Dann machen wir noch genau 4 Fragen wegen der letzten Reihe.
Guten Abend, Herr Schuster. Blick Sport, Carlo Frezza. Eine Frage zu Mansambi. Wie wichtig ist er im Gesamtkontext dieser Mannschaft und träumst du diese Nacht vielleicht davon, dass er noch einmal so ein schönes Tor schießt im Halbfinale?
Ja, erst einmal ist natürlich auch seine Geschichte sehr, sehr besonders. Vor 2 Jahren haben wir gesagt, er darf die ersten 2 Wochen in der Vorbereitung mittrainieren, dann mal schauen, ob er mitgehen darf ins Trainingslager. Und jetzt ist er Teil eben dieser Gruppe und hat natürlich einen sehr, sehr großen Einfluss auch auf unser Spiel. Er hat einen sehr, sehr natürlichen Drang, eben auch Tore zu schießen und auch aus wenig Räumen dann eben dennoch etwas entstehen zu lassen. Und ich glaube, bei ihm haben wir die letzten Wochen, Monate immer wieder darüber gesprochen, auch welche Ziele setzt er sich und auf was fokussiert er sich. Ja? Und ich bin schon davon überzeugt, man kann davon träumen, ein Tor zu erzielen, aber was ist dafür notwendig? Ja? Und das ist der entscheidende Punkt, ja? Dass das, was dafür notwendig ist, dass er das umsetzt, umso höher ist die Wahrscheinlichkeit, dass wir dann alle nicht nur von einem Tor träumen, sondern vielleicht morgen dann auch eins sehen werden.
Dann die erste Reihe, bitte.
Good evening, Coach. This season Freiburg was 6th in Bundesliga in home points and 12th in away points. The same for Europa League, where you won only in Spain with Celta. Do you think there is a problem playing outside of Freiburg this season? And so tomorrow game is not in Freiburg. Does this concern you?
We also win in France and Nizza. And I think one more. I don't know, but maybe 2 is better. 2, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Of course, we had these fantastic moments at home, and of course with our supporters. They are really important for us. So tomorrow we have the same number of supporters. So maybe it's an advantage for us to play away. So also for Villa is it to play away. So I don't think that this point will decide tomorrow. So I think we have to focus on other points, and also this point is not in our head.
Dann noch Jonas Gerdes für RTL.
Ja, Julian, wir hatten gerade schon über die Tochter von Günni gesprochen. Wer kommt denn aus Ihrem engsten Familienkreis mit zu diesem großen Spiel und was bedeutet Ihnen das am Ende? Danke.
Ja, bei uns war es halt andersrum. Ich habe sie verabschiedet, weil sie sind vor mir dann eben auch losgegangen. So war ich kurz dann alleine zu Hause, weil sie alle hier sind. Ja. Das freut mich natürlich besonders. Vielen Dank auch nochmal an die ganzen Rektoren, die das dann eben auch ermöglicht haben. Das ist keine Selbstverständlichkeit, aber natürlich spielt in unserem Hause Fußball eine große Rolle, und auch die letzten Wochen ist es natürlich auch alles sehr emotional gewesen, auch für die Kinder. Umso schöner ist es, dass sie eben jetzt auch auch hier sein können, und natürlich die Ängsten dann, wie es jetzt oft auch über diese Saison hinweg, dass Familie, Freunde eben auch dabei sind, und das ist das, was mir wirklich auch so viel bedeutet, wenn ich dann die Fotos, die Videos dann sehe, wie es dann auch im Flieger schon abgeht. Das sind so Dinge, die bleiben für die Zukunft, losgelöst des Ergebnisses morgen, das natürlich prägen wird, das dafür sorgen wird, dass der SC tief im Herzen verankert ist. Das ist auch eine der Aufgaben, dass wir einfach diese Anhänger in Zukunft dann auch in großer Anzahl haben werden. Und jetzt liegt es eben auch an uns, morgen Abend dafür zu sorgen, diesen letzten Schritt eben auch zu gehen. Und das habe ich schon auch ein paar Mal erwähnt. Oft wird darüber gesprochen, wie schön dann eben auch Berlin war, und natürlich sind das tolle Erfahrungen, die Reisen hierher und auch dieses Hierher-Trampen, das sind natürlich besondere Dinge, aber nochmal schöner und größer ist es, eben zu Hause die Vitrine zu füllen, und das ist unser Auftrag für morgen.
Und die letzten beiden Fragen gehen an die Kicker-Reihe. Sehr schön, alle in weiß.
Ist das Zufall oder...
Ich gehöre nicht zum Kicker, aber es ist doch
das Badische Zeitung, das weiß ich schon, aber alle in weiß. Ich habe es so interpretiert. Okay.
Aber wir sind trotzdem gleich gekleidet und schön.
Ja, okay.
Guten Abend. Der Herr Martinez hat eben gesagt, der andere Torhüter könne ja auch ganz gut Elfmeter halten. Steigen die Chancen denn, dass ihr den Pokal holt, je länger das Spiel dauert? Oder anders gefragt, spielt ihr auf Elfmeterschießen?
Wir haben noch nie einen Matchplan ausgerichtet auf Elfmeterschießen. Wenn es dann nachher so kommt, dann glaube ich, hilft es eben auch für uns zu wissen, dass wir einen Arthur dann eben auch zwischen dem Pfosten haben. Das habe ich doch schon was Richtung Aufstellung verraten. Aber das ist natürlich eine Sicherheit und absolut eine Bank. Auf der anderen Seite genauso. Wie ich es gerade schon gesagt habe, Matchplan ist schon so ausgerichtet, dass wir es dann über die normale Spielzeit dann im Idealfall dann für uns entscheiden können. Ich glaube, wenn es länger geht, das hat man jetzt auch am Wochenende gesehen, ich weiß nicht, das war glaube ich 8 oder 9 Kilometer, die wir mehr gelaufen sind als Leipzig, und das eben nach dem Programm, das wir eben auch hatten. Die Jungs sind fit, sie sind bereit, alles dafür zu investieren. Deshalb glaube ich, spielt es auch keine Rolle, wie lange es dann geht. Sie werden mit Sicherheit vieles dann einfach körperlich auch abrufen können, und inhaltlich ist so, dass eben auch gerade wie jetzt das Spiel dann natürlich in Stuttgart uns dann eben, wenn es dann über eine längere Spieldauer auch noch geht, inhaltlich einfach auch nochmal geholfen hat, da ein paar Dinge dann den Jungs mit auf den Weg zu geben. Genauso Hamburg war für mich da auch nochmal wichtig, in einer gewissen Müdigkeit, was wird dann wichtig. Deshalb sind lauter so kleine Lernfelder, die wir in den letzten Wochen eingesammelt haben, die uns möglicherweise morgen helfen können.
Nochmal zu den Standardschützen, Julian, speziell zu den Freistoßschützen. Wenn mich nicht alles täuscht, hast du auch mal einen Freistoß direkt verwandelt. Und es gab mal eine Phase mit Johnny Schmid und Vincenzo Grifo, die waren auch schon deutschlandweit so die Besten. Hat Christian Streich mal gesagt, wird mal wieder Zeit, dass mal einer in den Knick fliegt. Gibt es eine bessere Gelegenheit für die beiden? Niklas Beste ist jetzt quasi der Johnny Schmid, mal einen Freistoß direkt zu verwandeln. Und was gibst du denen mit, und wie wichtig werden allgemein Standards, die ja im ganzen Spiel weltweit an Bedeutung nochmal zugenommen haben, aber bei euch seit 10 Jahren eine wichtige Rolle spielen oder schon länger?
Ja, ist definitiv so, dass es aufgrund einfach von Arsenal und all dem, was dann eben auch öffentlich eben auch daraus gemacht wurde, eine unglaubliche Fokussierung auf Standards eben auch dieses Jahr eben auch liegt. Und ich glaube, der Letzte hat jetzt begriffen, wie wichtig es eben auch ist, Standardsituationen eben auch dann zu trainieren. Ich glaube, das ist nochmal der Haken, wie groß ist da einfach auch die Bereitschaft zu investieren. Ich glaube, das ist der Punkt, weil Standardsituationen manchmal dann auch im Training dann einfach auch träge sein können und da bedarf es dann eben auch der Bereitschaft, eben das dann übers Jahr hinweg dann eben auch zu trainieren. Das geht nicht einfach mal so von heute auf morgen, sondern es sind gewisse Abläufe, Timing, viele Dinge, die da eben auch dazu kommen. Ich muss genau wissen, welchen Anlauf hat der Schütze, und das sind so kleine Details, die dann eben auch nachher final dann entscheidend sind, ob ich wirklich in der besseren Position bin oder eben auch nicht. Und natürlich haben sie für morgen eine große Relevanz. Man hat es gesehen im Spiel letzten Freitag, wie wenig dann eben auch Villa zum Teil dann eben auch zulässt, und Standardsituationen können deshalb offensiv für uns sehr wichtig sein, und im gleichen Zuge sind wir eben auch gewarnt, ihre Standardsituation dann entsprechend auch sehr aufmerksam zu verteidigen.
All right. Thank you, everyone. The training session will begin momentarily.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very welcome. Good luck tomorrow.